Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire. Chapter 7, Bagman and Crouch.
Or as the audiobook would pronounce it, Bagman.
Bagman.
Bagman and
Bagman and Crouch.
It's like a man of bags.
Like a man of bags. Yes.
He's known for as many bags and other things too.
So many bags, this guy. He's just
So many
hauling things around, duffel, backpacks, you know.
Yeah.
Satchels.
It seems incredibly unlike Mr. Crouch to have just so many bags.
Well, but Bagman.
Bagman.
Yeah.
Is different from...
It's different than Crouch.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Bagman is Bagman.
My mind literally was assigning the Bagman, and now all I can picture is like imagine like a rom-com shopping spree where they're holding like, you know, hundreds of like bags from like the department stores and stuff, except it's Barty Crouch.
Oh, okay.
And so it's like he's like really this like stern looking man with like, you know, Bagman, no, Bagman. Anyway, so we're way off topic already. I think this is a rather delightful chapter.
I mean, it's such a world building chapter. It's kind of like a long chapter too.
It is a little bit of a long chapter, and it's fun because I think in the movies there's the scene where Harry walks into the tent for the first time, and he's just like, "Oh, I love magic." Yeah, and I'm like, you know, this chapter is that sentiment.
It's just like, I love magic.
I love magic.
It's so cool.
I love it.
Look at everyone here together.
You want to know who doesn't love magic? Well, who does love magic, but who loves to not use it in this chapter?
Arthur Weasley.
Arthur Weasley. Dude, his delight at setting up camp. It's like he keeps using like this premise of no boys, we can't be using magic.
Oh, I know. It's like he keeps like using his position at the ministry as his leveraging chip to not do magic when he's clearly like still doing it.
Yes, we talk so much about how each of the Weasley children take after like one of their parents in like very obvious ways, or like have like pieces of both. But I feel like he's using like a very like Molly ideology to do a very Fred and George kind of behavior.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, I like it. So anyway, before we dive on in, as per always, we have to talk about the chapter art.
We sure do.
Is a comically large top hat
that apparently Ron buys later in the chapter.
Yes. And I have to say, I'm pretty sure when Ron buys one of these shamrock claddin top hats, it is described as a pointed hat.
Oh, is it?
And not as
like a large top hat.
Not as like a large, very large top hat. Yes, man, this is a long chapter. I was looking for the exact. Let's see here. Pointed green hats bedecked with dancing shamrocks.
Ah, well, there you go.
Nothing pointed about this hat at all.
Not at all. Actually, this is one of the props in the movies that I like the least, because it looks like I have seen that, you know, Muggle souvenir hat in a shop before.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it is very non-wizardy. Like it almost looks like they walked through the like festival grounds of like a UK like football game,
right? And
bought souvenirs from there, and then went to the magical Quidditch match after picking up.
That is what it looks like.
Their souvenirs.
Their souvenirs.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, it's a fun looking hat. I think it's interesting that the clover is 3-leafed, which I suppose most clovers are 3-leaf, but it just seems like a 4-leaf clover would be like more magical.
It does feel that way.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. Like they are. I could even see 4-leaf clovers being like a potion ingredient, because they are like. Actually, it feels like a great ingredient for Felix Felicis.
It does. Although, actually, I'm glad you brought up Felix Felicis, because I had some notes about it in this chapter.
Do you?
I do. And then it was one of those where I was thinking about it. I was like, I feel like, and then I was thinking about it more, and I was like, oh my God. So we'll get to it.
I am so eager to hear more.
I do like that they put the 3-leaf clover on there as well, because this is one of those things. If you don't know, I love the Boston Celtics, and Their logo is a 3-leaf clover.
Look at you go.
Not a 4-leaf clover.
Not a 4-leaf clover. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
So there you go.
So the book is repping for your favorite team.
Exactly.
I love it. I love it. Okay. So also before we dive on in, we do have to make a correction from just about the very last sentence of the last chapter.
Oh, really?
Because we were assessing the time of day to be 7:05.
It's 7:05.
It's 7:05. So it is.
Oh my gosh!
It is 5:07.
Who would say 7:05?
I think I genuinely think that's part of the whimsy. Like
that they're saying it's 5:07.
Yes, because it's like logically you would think what's happening is 7:05.
Yeah.
And because that would mean 7:05.
Oh
and that's
my
like a round
gosh.
number. But
I'm so mad because we went on about this forever.
I know. I know. Yep. So we had to make that correction because a couple people wrote in and they were like, "Oh my gosh, I always interpreted that a different way." And then a couple people were like, "You guys are wrong," and those people are
those
right.
people are right. Oh my gosh, I feel so dumb. It does say 7:05, which I've never heard anyone say. I would have just assumed it said 5:07.
Yes.
Man. Okay, so that means the Diggories did not walk for 2 hours then. Or 4 hours. That still means they maybe walked 2 hours.
It's still a lengthy jaunt.
It's still not short.
Right, especially at 2 a.m.
Yes.
You know? So anyway, I think that was a good correction. And then another thing that Ethan the editor pointed out to us after recording last week's episode that I was just like, wow, that's so cool, is they are walking up Stoats Head Hill.
Okay.
They are the Weasleys who live in the borough in Ottery, St. Catchpole.
Right.
And Otter, Weasel, and Stoat are all members of like the same family, like the same genus or whatever.
Right.
And so it's like I've never considered Stoat's head. Like I've never thought of the animal called a stoat before.
Right.
You know, I've just assumed that this is just like a landmark.
Yeah.
But I'm like, oh my gosh, they're all so clever. So
That's
Otter, Weasel, and Stoat.
There you go.
All members of the same family.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
And then it's also that maybe I wonder if that brings into like focus like Hermione's Patronus at all, because that's an otter as well.
It's an otter.
It's like next to the Weasleys.
Yes, exactly. Yep. Very like adjacent.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like Hermione is like home.
Exactly.
Ron. Yeah.
Or Ron is like home to Hermione.
Ron is like, oh wait, I think you know what? It could go both ways.
It could go both ways.
And in fact, I think it does.
Yeah.
I love it. So anyway, just a couple of leftover notes from last week's chapter because I thought those were too good not to share and correct.
I just feel so embarrassed that I read that wrong now.
No. I mean, it's a silly thing.
It is.
Nobody would say that.
7:05.
Yeah, and I mean,
Stoats Hill.
It is remarkably early in the morning.
It is
as well. Like it's like they're waking up early, and everybody has experienced that. Like wake up at 6 a.m. sensation.
Yeah.
And I guess it's possible that they still just woke up at 6 a.m. But like it just, I don't know. Yeah. No, it's not possible.
No, it's not possible.
Oh my gosh. I'm like
No,
talking myself back into the same logic that got me to that spot in the first place.
Yeah.
No, they couldn't have gotten up at 6. They had to have gotten up at like
4.
4.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Not that it matters at all to the plot. It's just poor Matho. We're trying to figure out how far they walked.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all.
So anyway, we are picking up on the tremendous cliffhanger, which is 7:05 from Stoats Head Hill.
Yeah.
Only to discover who in fact is speaking to these people. Who is this declarer of time?
Basil. One of two guys who are dressed terribly. The man who wore a tweed suit with thigh-length galoshes, and his colleague a kilt and a poncho. Like, where are you even getting these collections of clothing?
I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah.
It's like part of me almost thinks that like the wizards are just having fun.
Yeah, like they're doing it on purpose.
Like maybe they're doing it on purpose a little bit.
I could believe that. I could believe that. I also I think it's like almost silly how poorly dressed they are. Yeah. Especially because like later in this chapter we're gonna meet a guy who's like doesn't want to like put pants on. And I'm like, wizards still wear pants.
Right.
Like
Right. Exactly. Yeah. He's embracing the opportunity.
But I think the other thing though is that like what like the inexpertness of the wizards to dress like muggles is like it's I feel like it is a very subtle way to demonstrate like the poor relations between both groups, because like you'd think like we know Hermione is Muggle-born, and we know like Dean Thomas is a half-blood,
right,
or whatever. And you would like not Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan.
Sure.
My bad. Dean is also Muggle-born, right? Yes, he is, for what it's worth, right?
Is he full-blown Muggle-born?
Yeah, he's full-blown Muggle. Well, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know one of his parents.
He doesn't know because his dad left, but his mom's a Muggle.
Okay.
Yes.
So he can't prove it.
He can't prove it.
Which is why he's on
the run later on in Deathly Hallows, getting way ahead of ourselves. But it's like, it's an interesting, like that, you'd think if there was enough of that a lot of wizards would just like get it because they're like, their Muggle companion would just tell them how to dress.
Oh,
more
sure.
or less.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like it feels like a very like subtle way. It's like, it's not like it's not like an act of prejudice, but it is like representative of like a poor relationship between groups.
Right. Because otherwise there'd be like better communications. Like it almost makes you wonder like if Muggle studies is not a very like well-developed curriculum.
Oh, right. Or like these people didn't take it.
Right. Like, because, and it probably is also just very interesting as like a different philosophical question, because like if an anthropologist went to observe a society and attempted to write the book on that society, it would still no doubt have the flavor and influence of their subjective eye, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, and I'm sure that any anthropologist out there is like, okay, like we work really hard to like overcome that exact thing. But it's like the observer of a culture is different from the participant of a culture.
Yeah.
And so I think probably that's a piece of like, even if you were to like witness, like would Vernon attempt to dress like a wizard in a way that was like, you missed it completely.
You just missed it entirely.
Yeah. That's not it. That's not how we dress.
Right. Yeah. Right. Like that is interesting. If Vernon tried to dress like a wizard, could he do it?
Right.
But it's not like Harry goes to. I mean, I guess he buys the robes at a wizard shop. It was just like, oh, Vernon, you've been invited to see Harry compete in the final round of the Triwizard Tournament. And it's like try and wear wizard clothes or whatever. And it was just like, okay, left to my own devices with the Muggle shops I know of, can I buy robes that would be acceptable?
Right. Oh,
right.
Okay. This is an interesting thought as well. Then is whether or not the place that they are buying their Muggle clothes. I mean, I guess somebody in the chapter will say that they bought it from a Muggle shop specifically.
Yes. Yeah.
However, it does make you wonder whether or not in Diagon Alley, if there's not a Muggle clothes shop owned by a wizard who is attempting to sell what they believe to be correct Muggle clothes. And so then people come in and they're like, I'll take bottoms and a top, and we're there.
We'll talk about a niche in the market. If you're married to a magical person and you're a Muggle, setting up shop in Diagon Alley selling Muggle clothing to wizards sounds like an amazing idea.
It really does.
Yeah.
Because I even bet there'd be like a novelty to it.
Yeah, I know, right?
I think even Fred and George say that they sell Muggle magic tricks.
Yeah, they do. They do. Just like sleight of hand things.
Right, yes. Yeah, I love it.
Oh, man, that's
for weirdos
funny.
like Dad.
For weirdos like Dad, exactly. Oh, man. Okay, so we get some words from Basil. He's collecting the Portkeys. Harry spots an old newspaper, empty drink cans, and a punctured football. I just got to say, old newspaper, terrible choice of Portkey, if you ask me.
I so agree with you.
I know.
Yeah. It's like, I think...
It's multiple things. Right, like a newspaper is like a stack of papers.
It's a stack of papers, and if not a stack of papers, then it's like a very delicate. It's like choosing like a living creature for a Horcrux.
Right. Yes.
It's like no damage can befall that object if it rains.
Right. Like if
newspapers don't hold up well to rain.
No, they're very bad in weather.
Yeah.
Yes. Could be blown around, could get rained on, could just get, I don't know. It seems terrible option for whoever set that up.
Okay.
Probably Barty Crouch. I guess Barty Crouch is the one setting them up, though.
That's true. True. You'd think he'd be better at this.
You think he would.
Then the next thing, and I don't know why this is catching my eye now because it didn't when I was reading it, but an empty drinks can is what it says.
Yeah.
An empty drinks, plural, can.
An empty drinks can.
Because I was like, I read that and I was like, wait, is it multiple cans as well? And it's like, no, it's an empty drinks can.
An empty drinks can.
And
that just feels like it's got to be like a Britishism that you would just call like a single, like that's a drinks can you've got over there.
A drinks can.
Yeah.
A can for drinks.
Like the liquid inside of a drink is plural.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a thing?
There are multiple.
Or is this a typo?
It seems like it would have been fixed by now if it was.
Well, you're right. It does. Yeah. An empty drinks can
and a punctured football. Which
like I can imagine calling like a water bottle a drinks can because you could change the kind of drinks you could put in it. It is
I can see that logic. Yeah.
Instead of calling it a water bottle, which then also suddenly seems like a worse name because you put more than water in it.
Would it be weird to say an empty drink can?
An empty drink can.
Now I feel like I've said it too many times.
Well, now I feel like a drink can would be like an empty can of soda, whereas a drinks can would be more like a water bottle.
But would you call a water bottle a can?
Well, no. I also wouldn't do that.
Okay.
But I also just wouldn't call dessert pudding, So, who's asking me? I wouldn't call cookies biscuits either.
Okay. On this exact note, it has just occurred to me that when it says a punctured football, it does not mean an American football.
It doesn't. Yeah, that also. Wow, this sentence is every single item listed we've had an issue with.
Our bad.
That's okay.
I did highlight those as trivia, though, because I could easily see which of these was not one of the discarded Portkeys, an old newspaper, an empty drink can, a punctured football.
Or an empty drink can.
Or an empty drink can.
Oh, boy, someone's going to get us with that.
I know.
Bad someday. All right. Well, moving on. Eventually, they get past Basil and his poorly dressed companion here, and tells them that their campsite is about a quarter of a mile walk over there. First field you come to. Site manager's called Mr. Roberts. Okay, so that's the setup here, and then they set off across, and it says after about 20 minutes, a small stone cottage next to the gate swam into view. Okay. That's a quarter of a mile. It takes them 20 minutes to walk this distance.
What is this terrain?
I know, and also, this is when Harry starts to be able to see the tents. So wherever they apparated is a 20-minute walk away from where the tents actually become visible from. Like, you are getting really far away. It seems like it would be better to apparate, or for the Portkeys to arrive, like, right where you need to be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I don't know, because they're so far away, or else, I don't know, maybe they're just waiting up for Hermione to keep up with this quarter-mile walk or something.
The running gag.
Huffing back there.
Poor Hermione.
No, I know. Either it's extremely bad terrain or this is just bad math, because this would be like if it took you 20 minutes to walk around the track once.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's like way too long. Or that it would take you 80 minutes to walk a mile, which would be, I mean, a slow pace.
It'd be a slow pace.
Yeah.
You'd have to be almost trying to walk that slow.
Yeah.
I mean, these are not like out of shape people either.
Right. Yes. All right. So Harry could make out the ghostly shapes of hundreds and hundreds of tents rising up the gentle slope of a large field towards a dark wood on the horizon, where they part ways with the Diggories and approach the cottage door. The fact that there's a cottage in this scene at all is always and forever completely lost on me. I don't picture a cottage as part of the scene at all.
You're right.
I imagine them showing up, and even in my head, I feel like they show up and just immediately run into Mr. Roberts.
Right.
The whole Basil situation
just doesn't even happen.
Yeah, just gone.
I agree. That is often how I picture it as well. I guess I'm trying to imagine what the cottage would be. It's like I'm imagining like driving into a campground, and sometimes you have to like check in with like the person at the gate that like opens it in, like something like that.
Okay.
Probably.
Yes. And that's Mr. Roberts' job.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although, goodness me, though, here goes Arthur, and he says, it gives him his name, says Weasley, 2 tents, booked a couple of days ago. And I'm like, just 2 days ago? That means people have been here for a week, if you remember.
Oh, yeah.
From the last chapter.
Yes.
And this is a sold-out 100,000 person crowd, and Arthur is going to arrive at the campsite and say, we're just on the other side. We've got as good a spot as you could hope for. And I'm like, I'm sorry. People have been there for 5 days already. You booked the tickets 2 days ago, and you have the best possible location. Like, what is happening?
I don't know. Arthur is in the fast lane right now.
He is in the fast lane.
He has upgraded to the VIP ticket.
Yeah.
I
have thoughts on that as well.
I feel like
in a second.
He even gets like a VIP meet and greet with the teams.
They come up.
They will come into
the
commentator stand.
Yes. Yeah, he gets to meet. I mean, imagine like, if you're Harry or Ron or his kids or something, like he's up there. Like if Arthur, like your kids then get to meet the Minister of Magic.
Yep.
Cornelius Fudge, which would be a pretty cool thing on any given day.
Right.
Think.
Yes. Meeting like a major elected official. It's like, okay, all right. Like not everybody gets to do that.
Right. You get to meet the Minister of Magic from Bulgaria as well.
Yep.
You get to meet Ludo Bagman, former star and announcer of the match. I mean, if I got to go to a football game and meet like Troy Aikman or Tom Brady or something, I'd be like, oh my God, this is just as cool as anything else.
Right. Yes. I will tell my kids about this.
Yes, these are all going to be in the box. Then you get to meet both teams.
Yeah.
While you watched from the best spot for free.
So, okay, are you suggesting on some capacity? I'm curious if Felix Felicis was involved in.
Yes, I am suggesting such things.
In Arthur getting all of this.
I think to me it feels a lot like Arthur somehow, some way took a swig of Felix about a week ago or something. I don't know how or why he would have had it.
And life has just been going well for him.
Life's been going well. And Ben, I got to be honest, I feel like maybe he had some last summer too. You know what I mean?
When he won the lottery.
When he won the lottery.
Yeah. This is an issue with Dumbledore's big plan that I think we made the mistake when we made it the first time on the SuperCarlinBrothers YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And then we made it again when we were covering Dumbledore's big plan for Prisoner of Azkaban, which is that like Dumbledore couldn't have sent the Weasleys to Egypt because Sirius doesn't break out until after he sees the picture.
Right.
But maybe he slipped him some.
Yeah, maybe it was like, hey, sorry about all that Chamber of Secrets stuff that happened with your daughter getting taken down there and almost killed by Voldemort. That's really, I just feel really bad. I'm super sorry about that. It's not much, but here you go. Here's a little bottle. Had old Severus whip it up for me, you know.
Yes, indeed.
Please accept our apology and have a good summer. Wink.
A wink. And then when the Weasleys took it, they were like, we want whatever threat facing Harry to go away. And that is what led to the remarkable circumstances that are Fudge going to Azkaban, giving Sirius the paper, that particular paper featuring the photo of the Weasleys, and inside of that photo is
Peter Pettigrew.
There you go.
Exactly.
Felix is the only explanation.
Honestly, there's so many things that have to line up.
Yes.
And then what happens this year? So they finish Prisoner of Azkaban, and they're like, super sorry that Ron's rat was an escaped felon. Probably should have caught that. That's our bad. He was also, he did get attacked by that guy, got knocked out right there, and then almost got bit by a werewolf. So here's a little bottle. Just want to smooth things over.
Second year in a row. Figured you guys could use a pick-me-up.
Figured maybe this is the least we can do. Had Severus whip it up for me again. That guy, he's got some Felix. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah, I forbid him from drinking it, but you guys have this little bottle and see you at the World Cup. Wink.
You want to know what's kind of interesting is I have a feeling after this year of school, Amos Diggory's probably getting one of these packs.
You think he's getting one of these packs?
I think he's
Hey there, Amos.
Dumbledore here.
Dumbledore here.
Severus has been hard at it.
He has been hard at the cauldron. You know, thick bottom cauldrons. Some of the, the Weasleys, they are on top of that the cauldron bottom thickness. Anyway, super sorry about your kid. That's our bad. That is our bad.
We should not have put him in that kind of danger.
We should not have done that. Should have made the Portkey myself. Should have done it. Thought I could trust the guy. Couldn't.
Turns out he was actually a nemesis.
Very good actor. No one could have seen it coming, except maybe him with that eye. Am I right? It didn't help the real Alistair Moody, but that's okay. I'm stopping there next. Anyway, got a little bottle for you.
Alistair, my boy.
Hey.
I'm so sorry you had to live in a trunk for a year.
The amount of, I love the idea that Dumbledore says the stock of Felix releases in his like apology bag.
He is spending his summers like righting his wrongs.
Oh no! Just 2 days ago, Mr. Weasley managed to secure the best campsite in the 100,000 person campgrounds surrounding the stadium.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, just impeccable luck.
Impeccable luck, one might say. And he's directed there, but first he has to pay. And this part always, I mean, it sounds confusing. I was really trying to think about it because he's like, Harry, come help me with it. Because I guess he just has to pay with paper money, which he's confused about. And it's like, he's like, this one's a 10. I see the numbers. And this one's a 20. And I'm like, or a 5. And it's like, like you can read numbers, right? Like
I know, yes. Is there a good? I mean, like I can understand. I don't even know I really can. Like if it was in a different like language, then surely that would make it like a lot harder. But like it's like when I traveled to Australia. I mean, I guess we use paper money and they use paper money, but like I wasn't like, wait a second, what is this, a 5? Oh yes. Oh, it is indeed a 5.
Right.
Like
unless I don't know if unless you're paying with like a combination of like coins and dollars. I can see that maybe being like if you had to which doesn't sound like it. I'm sure he's just handing him like bills.
Right.
But like I guess I could see where it would be like if your currency system was not in like a base 10 system because theirs is in like a base. Oh God, something ridiculous like 17 and 29.
Yes. Yeah. It's absurdly ridiculous.
Yeah. Where you might not know like how to do like cents or something to get to the next like dollar,
right,
or pound, I guess. Or if like I don't know if in England if they have like coins that represent pounds as well.
They
like,
do.
Okay, yeah, because like we don't have that here. We
no,
just
we
have,
don't. Yeah.
All of our coins are just. I guess we have silver dollars, but
nobody carries.
No
those.
one carries those. No,
Yeah.
that would be weird. Although that does seem like the sort of thing Mr. Weasley would carry.
It absolutely does.
Because it would be like, oh, this is the more familiar thing. Obviously, I'll carry coins, and if someone paid me like $5 and 5 silver dollars, I'd be like, oh,
yeah,
cool.
Okay. Here's a thought. I could see a world where like if something costs 3 galleons, then you hand them 3 coins.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, because they don't have like paper to denote, to like represent the currency.
Exactly. So I could see a world where it could be confusing that despite the fact that they are the same like size and shape, which I don't know if British pounds are all the same. I think again in Australia they are different lengths.
There are different lengths for blind people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that is to accommodate and understand
yeah.
like what denomination you have. But I could see that maybe being a thing. Like this piece of paper is worth like 5 galleons. It's not like they have they don't have like a 5 galleon coin.
Right. This green sheet of paper has a 1 on it, and this green sheet of paper, which is by all accounts otherwise the exact same, has a 5 written on it, but this one means 1 of those and this one means 5 of those.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So maybe that's where it's coming from.
But he's also confusing a 5 and a 20. So like the way in which he's being confused is still a little odd.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he says I see the little number on it now, but they're not that small.
Yeah. Well, at least not. I don't know. Maybe I don't deal with that much. Pounds.
That's true.
But
that's true. I
don't think. Yeah.
I think it's manageable.
I think so.
But that's okay. That's okay. So he doesn't know how to do it, and Harry helps him through. So there's that. But then the question of like, and I think this is really like big setup because we're really trying to establish now the fact that there's like this like international collective of wizards.
Yeah.
So there is like that question of like, are you guys foreign? And Mr. Weasley is like very confused. But basically, Mr. Roberts is explaining that like everybody's been having difficulty with money, which it has more to do with the fact that they are wizards versus muggles. But through the actual context, I think, and setup of this chapter, this has way more to do with the fact that there are foreign wizards.
That's true, too.
And that's like a huge element of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, the Quidditch World Cup, just we're expanding.
The wizarding world is growing.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yes.
For us, the audience, as well. He says, Mr. Roberts says, I had 2 try and pay me with great gold coins the size of hubcaps 10 minutes ago. And I'm like, were those galleons? Or is that how big galleons are?
That's the thing, yeah. Or is this like hyperbole?
Yeah,
like,
it might
like,
be.
It's just sort of like just great gold coins, like he's just being like kind of absurd with it.
I mean, I could see if someone just like came to pay, if someone was like, oh, let me pay you for that, and they handed me any size gold coin, I'd be like, whoa.
Yeah, it's like, wow, how? Where did this come from?
That's cool. Also, they don't seem to be concerned that like handing the muggles wizard money is going to be any kind of tip-off, though. You know, like we can't do magic, but we can hand them wizard money.
Wait, you think that would be acceptable?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, I think that. I mean, Arthur responds with, "Did you really?" said Mr. Weasley nervously. So, like, I think he's kind of like,
I guess, maybe he thinks that was a bad idea.
I think he's like, no, don't do that. Yeah. But yeah, then Mr. Roberts explains that it's never been this crowded, hundreds of pre-bookings, people usually just turn up. I can't imagine what it would be like to like own this campground and all of a sudden you start getting all these like bizarre phone calls and it's like just hundreds of thousands of
I know, right?
people showing up and you're like, it is not this busy.
It is not this busy. And he has no idea what the reason is.
Yes. Yeah.
He's just sort of like, pieces like, I think they must know each other. And it's like, do you think? Do you think? But I also like, awfully a little bit bold or possibly just straight up rude of him because he asked Mr. Weasley if he's foreign. And then 2 minutes later, he says, not just foreigners, weirdos, you know? There's a bloke walking around in a kilt and a poncho. It's like, you just 10 seconds ago thought he was a foreigner and or weirdo.
Right,
and now you're
yes,
like, oh, okay, I guess you're not. But everyone else.
Yeah. I have now grouped you in with these people.
Exactly.
I do love Mr. Weasley's response, though. Shouldn't he?
Yeah.
To wearing a kilt and a poncho.
like, that sounds pretty reasonable to me.
I'm confused. Is that a problem?
Not a problem? Because I gotta go change.
Right. But anyway, at that moment, a wizard in +4s appeared out of thin air next to Mr. Roberts' front door. I had to look up +4s because I didn't know what they are. But
I also did.
Those like old-timey golf pants.
Yes, that like, I guess they come down 4 inches past your knee. Which is the +4.
The +4.
Yeah.
Okay, so kind of like a capri?
I guess so. Capris, but I get like whenever you see them, or like the ones I looked up, all kind of like scrunched around.
Yeah.
Give you that sort of like baggy, like poofed up pants look.
Right. Yeah. It's like I have tremendous quads.
Yes.
That extend halfway down past my knee.
Exactly.
Specifically,
but I only
4
want you
inches.
to see my calves.
Yes. Which are also probably extraordinary.
Probably.
Anyway, so then whoever this person is who showed up obliviates Mr. Roberts, and his eyes slid out of focus, and his brows unknitted. A look of dreamy concern fell over his face, to which it says, Harry recognized the symptoms of one who had just had his memory modified. And this was something where I was kind of like, would Harry have witnessed this by now?
I mean, Gilderoy Lockhart does it to himself.
Right, but You're right.
Yeah.
And Harry is there for that particular moment. But
but it doesn't exactly look like this either because he blasts himself into the ceiling.
Yes, exactly. So I don't know that he's really seen it in the way that it is described, but maybe this is like something you would have like learned.
Yeah, I guess so. You could have just learned about memory charms and be like, yeah, that'll probably have this expression on their face.
Right. Yes, I'm recognizing the symptoms that I learned about.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, and then going back to like the subtle prejudice or whatever, I feel like, or the weird relationships. It says the wizard who comes up says needs a memory charm 10 times a day to keep him happy, and I'm like 10 times a day. Like at some point, like it feels like abuse at some point. Like they're not like dangling them up in the air, but like. That's a lot of memory charms. That's like 70 times they've cast a spell on this guy.
I know, yeah. It does feel like it's probably getting to the point where it's like maybe what you guys need to do is like have him go and do something else.
Yeah, right.
Elsewhere.
Maybe one of you guys should be manning this booth.
Exactly. Yeah. It seems like that just would make things a lot easier. But also, as far as I can tell, it seems like he is the only Muggle that Harry has seen in sight at all. And it does seem like then going forward, the entire campground is attempting to like keep their magic under wraps just for Mr. Roberts.
Oh yeah. Or not trying to keep them under wraps.
Can
you imagine if you just happened to also be a Muggle camper at this point? Like if you had also booked and you were like, all right, who's ready for a fun weekend of camping? And you got there and you're like, boy, it is crowded. It is crowded and what is going on?
It's not usually like this.
It's not usually like this, guys. It's normally just big, wide open fields. That guy in the cottage over there.
Right, yeah. Mr. Roberts, we know him.
Great guy.
Always remembers our name.
Yeah.
Or used to.
used to. Can't keep anything track anymore. Bad memory of that man.
Yep.
Let's see. So everyone starts like hating on. You meet Ludo Bagman a few times before you meet him.
Yes.
Yeah, they talked about him the night before at dinner, and now this ministry guy's like, and Ludo Bagman's not helping. Well, trotting around talking about bludgers and quaffles at the top of his voice. Not to worry about anti-Muggle security. But what anti-Muggle? Like for Mr. Roberts, he's the only one there. You're right.
Right. Yeah. No, I do think you're right though, because it's like we've been set up by the fact that Percy didn't like him. But honestly, anybody who Percy doesn't like, you can almost just assume is going to be a delight because it's Percy. But you're right. It does feel like we kind of keep getting like nudges about Ludo. And Ludo is kind of important for this whole book because he's a massive red herring.
Massive.
To anybody who hasn't read it before. Because it's like once you meet him, he's so genial that you almost have to plant that seed of doubt
ahead of time
before you've met him.
Yeah. Otherwise, though, like when we do meet him, it's like everyone else at the ministry is just acting like so tired and like beaten down, and Ludo is just has the best attitude. I think about it.
He really does.
He's
like,
just
haven't
had more fun in years.
Right. He's having the time of his life.
No one else is even trying to have fun. It doesn't seem like. Come on, guys. Come on.
I know.
Quidditch World Cup. Perk up, guys. Come on.
Perk up. But yeah, so let's see here. So Ginny points out he should know better than to talk about bludgers near muggles, shouldn't he? And then Arthur responds, he should, said Mr. Weasley, smiling. And he kind of goes on to explain, like, Ludo's always been a bit, lax about security.
Mm-hmm. There you go. More immediate red herring set up.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, the thing is, though, is that Arthur kind of seems like, I think it plays so much into how much fun he's just having doing like Muggle stuff, because he's going to keep using it like as the reason. It's like, no, guys, we can't be using magic over here. We must be using,
matches.
Matches, yes, indeed. But then he's also like, when we get together, we just can't help but show off. And it's like, yeah, but you're not showing off. Or are you showing off by lighting your matches?
I know. Yeah, like in his mind, he's just like, it's like someone gave him a free pass to be like, I get to do all the Muggle stuff today.
Yay!
Oh, man. This is going to be great. No one's going to stop me, and I'm going to use my position to stop them from stopping me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is. Also, just literally me noticing this in real time as we record this is that Ludo was the beater for the Whim-born wasps. I think I've always thought it was wind-born wasps.
Yeah, you might be right. The Whim-born. Whim-born as in the born identity wasps.
Yes, Whim. Wow. I was like wind-born wasps, of course, because wasps can fly. They're wind-born.
Right.
Yeah.
I did highlight that because I was like, just a good trivia question.
Yeah.
In the future.
Yeah.
But I wonder if this means if somebody asks us like on tour if we have to get the spelling right.
Oh.
Because we'll both put windborn, and they're gonna be like, no.
No, it's the Whim-born. Yeah, you're right.
I've just set us up for this to happen.
I know, you have. Yeah, the Whim-born wasps.
Digest it into memory. It's so obvious right now while I'm looking at it, but I know it won't be when we're on stage.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, then we get more descriptions of different things that people are doing to their tents in an effort to make them Muggle-like, but then adding things like chimneys or bell pulls or weather vanes.
I love the idea that even if you're just out camping, you're like, I probably need a weather vane.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
I mean, we got
absolutely.
no direction the wind's blowing, right?
I know. What else are we going to do? Yeah. How am I going to tell?
Right.
They walk past an extravagant confection of striped silk, like a miniature palace with several live peacocks tethered at the entrance, which I'm sure you highlighted the exact same thing. Later, we will, learn that the Malfoys have peacocks strutting around Malfoy Manor, and as this is a very extravagant tent, it seems like it's possible this is just the Malfoys' tent.
Oh, because we also know that they're present.
Yes, we know they're there.
They are there. Yeah.
So I don't think they would care about concealing the magic.
None whatsoever.
Yeah.
If
they're
anything,
not like
I
respecting Muggles.
Right, but I don't even think they'd be like having fun by doing magic. They would be like flaunting. They're like actively just like, nope, we do magic.
Yeah, we do magic. We will not be catering to Muggles.
Right. Yep.
Yes. Let's see. Then they pass a tent that has 3 floors, which I'm like, that is interesting. I can't even imagine a 3-floor tent.
Yep. Several turrets.
Yeah. I guess you could have like a giant yurt or something, right?
You could have a tall yurt.
Yeah.
Why not?
You know what? We went to a yurt that had a 2nd floor.
It had a
sort
loft.
of. It had a slide.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. We have gone to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know what? Maybe they're closer than we think. You know?
Exactly.
They're not weird.
Yeah. They're just trendy.
They're just trendy. Yeah. These people are way ahead on glamping, is what it is.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Sounds awesome if you ask me.
Yeah. I do like when they reach their campground, there is a sign hammered into the ground that reads Weezly.
Yes. He misspelled Weasley.
Weasley, yes.
Which that's something you don't realize if you're just listening to it.
No, you do because it actually it reads the letters out loud.
Oh, does it?
It does, yes, in the audiobook, because I was like that's kind of funny because otherwise you don't get the very small joke.
Oh, okay.
So yes, the audio, or at least the Jim Dale audiobook does spell it out.
Wow. Well, I still didn't realize that, but oh well. And then Mr. Weasley couldn't have a better spot. Yes, even though you only booked 2 days ago. But whatever. Felix Felicis, man.
Felix Felicis.
Felicis.
I mean,
how?
What other explanation could there be?
There's no way that the best spots aren't taken.
Right. I mean, unless they're like reserved for very specific circumstances, and Ludo was like, I need someone to give my tickets to.
I mean,
maybe Ludo doesn't have like any close friends.
Okay, I have more thoughts on that. That is possible. I'll give you that.
Okay.
But I still have... Well, I have more thoughts on it. We'll get to it in a second.
Okay. Yep. No problem.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds
Okay.
good. Let's see here. So then he says, right, he said excitedly, no magic allowed, strictly speaking. We'll be putting these tents up by hand. Shouldn't be too difficult. Muggles do it all the time. Here, Harry, where do you reckon we should start? And
Harry had never been camping in his life.
I know. I love the idea, though, that like it's like this is like another one of those things, because it's like he would just assume, Harry, as someone who grew up with Muggles, you must know this part of their culture.
Oh, let me tell you what Muggles are really bad at, especially in the 90s, is setting up tents.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
is like a known way to have an argument with anyone you love.
Absolutely. Like nowadays, tents are pretty straightforward. They've gotten very good at making them.
Yes.
Back when this book was coming out, not the case.
Nope.
Those tents were always a total hassle to set up. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know what kind of tent they have, but it sounds quite ornate.
It does.
Yeah.
Yep.
I highlighted Harry had never been camping in his life, because it's funny that as of yet he has not been camping, because that will change so big time in 3 years.
In Deathly Hallows, camping becomes his whole life.
Yeah.
He's living that sweet van life minus the van.
Yeah, exactly. He's just out there, he's like no trace left behind,
Right.
Yeah.
Leave no trace.
Yeah, leave no trace. LNT.
Yeah. I do think this is kind of an interesting thing, and I'll come back to it here in just a second. But it does say that he had never been camping in his life because the Dursleys had not taken him on any kind of holiday, preferring to leave him with Mrs. Figg, an old neighbor. 2 notes here. One is that I can't imagine that these holidays that the Dursleys are going on is camping.
Oh no!
It's like
no way.
I don't imagine them being like, "That's it, Harry. You're staying at home. We're going camping."
Yeah, no, they're not going camping. No chance at all.
Also, I think that Mrs. Figg may have an ex.
Oh, I absolutely wrote the exact same thing down.
Yes, pound it. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I'm so glad.
Look right here. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Perkins and Figg.
Oh
my goodness.
They used to be an item.
I think there's no way around it. Specifically, okay, because let's see. They finally set up the tent, and Mr. Wheezes is like, we'll be a bit cramped, but I think we'll all squeeze in. Come in and have a look. And this is the ultimate hypocrisy of Mr. Weasley here, where he's like, we can't do magic, but our tent, the inside of our tent is up. That's fine. Like, guys, come on, be real. Like, we're doing some magic, all right, God, let's.
I mean, it's behind closed tent flaps.
I know, right? Yeah. And then Ron's like, we've got an oven. And he's like, we can't cook with that. We can't use magic. And it's like, the inside of your tent is magic.
Right.
And you're inside the tent. No one's going to see you light the oven. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. They're going to think you're inside some tiny little canvas tent.
Also, Muggles have ovens.
Yeah, Muggles have ovens. Yeah, but not camping.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, but
yeah. Also, Muggles do have ovens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, what I'm impressed with though is that it's complete with bathroom.
I know.
How is this working now?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Where does it go?
Where does it go? Does that mean there's like plumbing beneath the tent somehow all of a sudden?
It just appears.
It just appears,
yeah,
right?
There's like magical septic.
Yeah, magical septic. That's just like or is it just like it's a place to go to the bathroom and then just like old school, you still got to vanish it or something?
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Like a chamber pot.
Like a chamber pot.
Yeah.
That could be it.
Yeah.
Probably. You
okay.
gotta rough it somehow.
But yeah, so not only is there bathroom and kitchen, but oddly enough, it was furnished in exactly the same sort of style as Mrs. Fig's house.
Mm-hmm.
There were even crocheted covers on the mismatched chairs and a strong smell of cats.
The strong smell of cats is the giveaway.
It has to be.
It has to be because like it's not impossible that Perkins just has a similar style as Mrs. Fig, you know? Like that's a particular aesthetic, sure. But it says that the crochet covers on the mismatched chairs and the strong smell of cats.
Yeah.
It's not just that it like looks like her room, it looks and smells.
Well, and even beyond that, Perkins works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office.
Muggle.
And she's a squib.
Squib.
So somebody would have experience with such things.
Yes.
And we will also know that when the time and location of the hearing is changed, Perkins is the one who alerts Arthur to it. So, and we know that Mrs. Fig used to be a member of the Order of the Phoenix. So, like, maybe
still a member of the Order of the Phoenix.
Still a member of the Order of the Phoenix, but
Yeah.
maybe Perkins used to be like more. I mean, he seems like a good lad.
He's like a good
he
guy.
just has lumbago.
Yeah. Also, okay, he does say that. He says, I borrowed this from Perkins at the office. Doesn't camp much anymore. Poor fellow. He's got lumbago. And I'm like, I don't think that's even much of an excuse because lumbago is a Muggle ailment, and I don't feel like they couldn't fix that by magic.
Yeah, it does.
You know what I mean?
It does seem like that would be the case. Also, my whole life, I don't know what I thought lumbago was, but I don't think I ever realized that it was like lower back pain.
That is like when I was reading, I've always assumed lumbago meant lower back pain, and I did look it up, and I was like, okay, good, my assumption was correct.
Oh, nailed it. Yeah. I don't know why I always assumed that it was something that had to do with like needing to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night a lot.
He's got lumbago.
He's got lumbago, and I mean, there's a bathroom, so
there's a bathroom. What's the problem? Yeah, come on, dude. Perkins has got no excuses.
None
the
whatsoever.
real reason is that there's too many memories. So all the times him and Miss Fig went camping.
That's the real reason.
You know?
Yeah.
With all the cats.
With all the cats.
All the cats.
Snowball and
Mr.
Mittens.
Mittens, yeah.
I don't know.
Mr. Tibbles.
Mr. Tibbles.
That's one of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Then there's a tap marker on this map the Muggle gave us, said Ron, who followed Hermione inside the tent. And it says, why don't you, Harry and Hermione, go get us some water? It's like, yeah, why can't you use the magic inside the tent? What? It says there's a bathroom and a kitchen, so like there must even be a sink, you know?
True.
Right?
True.
Can we just turn the water on? Also, they just like Augmenti just shoots water out of your like wand, you know?
Right.
So it's like, and again, you're inside the tent, which the Muggles can't see. So just like, this is like a complete determination to do things the Muggle way.
The Muggle way, yeah. Which I think Arthur is just having so much fun with. Also, on this note, I think the Augmente spell works very similar to how like Frozone's powers work in The Incredibles.
Oh.
So it's like, it's not like a Gamp's Law type of problem. It's like, it's like taking the water, like the moisture from the air and basically concentrating it into a flow of water. So like you could only do it in an airtight space for so long before you would remove all the moisture from the water.
That's interesting.
That's my thought.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Harry and Hagrid use it to put out his house later after like Bellatrix lights it on fire.
But they're outside.
So there's basically unlimited moisture in the air.
Yes, exactly.
For them. Yeah. Also, when they do that, I'm like, it must be quite the shower of water. If they're like putting out his whole house.
Right. Yeah, it's got to be like more than like your standard like hose.
Yeah, right.
Because even like a standard hose is probably not enough to put out a house that's on fire.
Yeah. It's a pretty intense spell. Or I assume you have a certain amount of control over how much water you're producing out of it. But
maybe that's it.
Maybe that's it. Yeah. Anyway, Ron's reasoning that they've got an oven does not work and they have to go camp. And it says, when real Muggles camp, they cook on fires outdoors. I've seen them at it. Which, like, this isn't that weird. Like, they have to light fires under cauldrons to make potions, you know?
Right.
Like, this is not like a foreign concept to wizards, so I don't know why he's so excited about this, but
you know? Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah. Even when Hagrid comes to pick up Harry, he lights a fire in the fireplace. I mean, he lights the fire magically, but then he's cooking sausages on it.
Oh, the sausages always sound so good.
Dude, I really want sausages right now.
I know,
now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
But like, he cooks things with fire. Like, it's not like a weird idea, even to wizards.
Right.
Yeah. But whatever.
It's Arthur's just having fun, John.
I know.
We can't rain on his parade.
I know. Okay, the Harry, Ron, and Hermione set off across the campsite with the kettle and saucepans. So I'm like, why'd you have to bring the pans with you?
I know. Saucepans seem like they would be the worst thing in the world for carrying water across large distances.
I know. Like, I'm imagining a saucepan. Like, I don't know if that's like a different product. This is like a British American thing. It's got to be.
Well, you know what? I guess a saucepan is like a pot.
Okay.
Like not like it's not like a frying pan.
Okay.
I will admit that I was thinking frying pan. When
I was thinking frying pan. Yeah.
But maybe a saucepan would work.
Okay.
So maybe they just needed as many water carrying vessels as they could get their hands on.
I guess so. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. So they make their way out there, and in the process of doing so, they get to take in more of the like the greater wizarding world. It was only just dawning on Harry how many witches and wizards there must be in the world. He had never really thought about those in other countries. This is just continuing, I think, to kind of like set up for the Triwizard Tournament.
Absolutely. And I love when they're walking around. It says, fellow campers are starting to wake up. First to stir with the families with small children. And I was like, yeah, that sounds right.
And that tracks.
That does tracks. Oh, my gosh.
A tiny boy no older than 2 was crouched outside of a large pyramid-shaped tent, holding a wand and poking happily at a slug in the grass. And then this is like one of those things like Hamburger, where the name Kevin, apologies to all Kevins out there, is like the least magical name.
Not a super magical name.
Yeah, I'm like, how there can't be a, like, you know, can you imagine like Kevin Longbottom?
Kevin Longbottom.
Kevin Lestrange.
Nope.
Maybe Kevin Thomas.
Kevin Potter.
Kevin, I mean, maybe.
Yeah. It's not as good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kevin,
I mean, even Hermione is pretty magical.
That's true.
Yeah.
Kevin Dumbledore.
Kevin Dumbledore. Brian Dumbledore, though.
There is a Brian in there.
But I feel like that's supposed to sound ridiculous.
It is supposed to sound
It's like
ridiculous.
Brian is part of Dumbledore's name because it sounds so out of place.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. Anyway, then his mom comes out and steps on the slug and he yells, "You bust slug! You bust slug!" Which I just think is funny.
I know. Like, oh, sorry. Were you gonna like play with that slug?
Slugs are
so
disgusting.
fun. I know. Like, I don't know anyone who likes slugs.
Right. Yeah. Slugs are not high on anybody's list of like favorite things.
I know. Yeah. I mean, if you like slugs, good for you, I guess. But yeah,
I don't mind a sea slug.
Don't mind a sea slug
or like a nudie bronc.
If I see like a slug out in my garden, though, Ben, I mean, it's dead to me.
Oh.
I mean, I say dead to me. It's going to be dead to itself quickly.
So that it's not dead to your tomatoes.
So that my tomatoes are not dead to it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. There we go.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I follow. Follow.
Salt.
It's an eater be eaten world.
It's an eat or be salted world.
Yeah, because you're probably not eating the slug.
No, I'm not. Yeah, not at all.
It seems like it would be like the
Yeah.
worst tasting thing.
Ugh!
Anyway, let's not talk about eating slugs.
Let's not. The Ron does barf them up 2 books ago.
That's true. That's true.
Terrible. Can't even imagine. That sounds
great.
It almost sounds like it would be worse to eat them than to vomit them.
You're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Better out than in. That's what I always say.
Exactly. Oh, man. So let's see. Kevin, 2 girls barely older than Kevin are riding toy broomsticks that rose only enough for girls to skim the dewy grass. So probably similar to the one Harry had when he was just a small lad from Sirius.
Yes, indeed. Yep. Sirius's favorite gift to give to young Harry James Potter.
Yep. Yeah. Broomstick.
Does
it twice.
Yeah.
No big deal. Let's see. What do they have here? Oh, other wizards are also trying to light fires without magic.
Yeah, and I think we get like good reference to a lot of the other locations that we will eventually learn about through like Pottermore and stuff about where other schools exist in the wizarding world.
Yeah.
So we know that there is at least a Brazilian school, an African school,
Chinese school,
obviously
French and like Scandinavia area
in America. Yep. So yeah, I mean, and I don't think it's hitting necessarily all of them, but yeah, 3 African wizards, and then we have American witches sitting happily underneath Spangled Banner. with the Salem Witches Institute.
Yeah,
kind of hanging out in front of it, which I think is kind of interesting because in Fantastic Beasts,
there's the second Salemers,
which is like the adversaries
of the witches.
Witches. Yeah. So the second Salemers, I guess, are there to take down the Salem Witches.
Yes, which I guess then suggests that there were the first Salemers, who must have been the ones that, conducting the Salem witch trials.
Yes.
Per Wizarding World lore.
Right. Yep, exactly. Let's see here.
Then they run into Seamus Finnegan, their fellow Gryffindor fourth year, in their shamrock-covered tent with a sandy-haired woman who must be his mother, who's also obviously the one who defeated the banded Banshee.
Yes,
and had her memory stolen by Gilderoy Lockhart.
Right. Yep. Indeed.
Yep.
It seems like maybe without that particular piece of self-knowledge, she's grown a little bit grumpy.
Growing a little bit grumpy. Yeah.
She seems a little intense about the way that she's like, you're supporting Ireland, of course.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm surprised there's not a line that's like, she said as she reached for her wand.
And, yeah, right.
Threateningly.
Boys. I know. I love, too, that Seamus is like the decorations, the ministry's not too happy. And she's like, and why shouldn't we show our colors? And it's like, because in book 5, she's going to be very pro-ministry, whereas right now she is not.
Yes. Funny how the turntables.
The tables will have turned, yes,
known
indeed.
to turn, yes, yeah. So then there's the curiosity about the Bulgarians have dangling all over their tent. So they go and they check out that area,
yes,
where they see the poster of a very surly face with heavy black eyebrows, all over all of the tents, and it is of course Crumb. Yeah, I love the way that the Jim Dale narration has Ron say this. It's like he's grown like so serious all of a sudden. He's like, Crumb, said Ron quietly. What? Said Hermione. Crumb, said Ron. Victor Crumb, the Bulgarian Seeker. He looks really grumpy, said Hermione, which is hilarious because she will go on to date him.
I love the role reversal with Victor Crumb and Ron and Hermione, where Ron is like worshiping him and Hermione is so annoyed by him all the time.
Yes.
And then it's just like the immediate switch flip when he's like, do you want to go to the old ball with me?
Right, yes. Yeah. There's also the setup for the fact that he is still young enough to potentially be in the school system.
Yeah.
Because Ron does point out that he's unbelievable, really young, only just 18 or something. He's a genius. Just wait till you see him tonight.
Yep.
That's a nice setup because it's kind of like, even just in the context of this, like we've seen in pro sports before, like LeBron James, for example, was recruited to the NBA directly out of high school. And it was like a rather like remarkable circumstance.
Yeah.
And so in sports, it's not uncommon for savants to basically like emerge, and be collected by a pro sports team, but it also then allows for him to be a student, which is kind of fun. Yeah.
Yes. Let's see, and then we get to Archie.
Yeah.
The guy walking around in the flowery dress, and I feel so bad for the ministry wizard he's talking to because he's almost crying with exasperation. Like you can just tell he's just been talking to Archie. Just put on the pants, Archie.
Please
Put on the pants.
I'm so tired.
I haven't slept in a week. You gotta take off the dress, man. You got just please just deal. I'm not asking for much.
And can you just imagine not Archie, but this ministry official looking over and seeing Arthur on a complete day off with his whole family headed to the best tent to enjoy.
Oh, I know. To the best tent with the seats in the top box with his great camping site.
Yes.
He's like, I think even the person who greets him is like, oh, hello, Arthur. Not on duty, are you? Everyone working the event is hating it.
Yes. Yeah.
But then Archie is not having his, I bought this in a muggle shop. Muggles wear them. Oh, boy. But then again, it's like the guy's just trying to get him to put on pinstriped trousers, so like striped pants, which also doesn't sound like particularly.
in my head, these pinstriped trousers are like the same configuration as like a circus tent.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I mean, I guess pinstripes are like notably small, like the Yankees have like pinstripes.
Yeah,
but in my head, these are like.
This looks like, to me, in my hand, it's like the same pattern as like a box of popcorn,
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Exactly.
Right. They are like barely better than just letting him wear the dress, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. But then Archie likes to point out that he likes a healthy breeze around his privates. To which I'm like, I I don't know why or how this sentiment made it through the editorial process.
Why do we need to know about Archie's privates?
I don't. I mean, but honestly, I find it to be absolutely hilarious.
Oh, it is hilarious.
So
and Hermione thinks so too.
Yes, yeah. So she has a fit of the giggles. And has to duck out, and only returns when Archie had collected his water and moved away.
There we go.
Then they run into Oliver Wood, captain of Harry's old house Quidditch team, who had just left Hogwarts, and he was dragged over to his parents' tent and told him about how he had just been signed to Puddlemere United's reserve team.
The reserve team, Oliver. That's all you could manage.
Which as we pointed out in the past, it's just kind of ridiculous because there's just not that many wizards altogether.
Yeah.
And I forget how many teams there are, maybe like 13 teams.
Yeah.
And you imagine 13 times 7, and then how many people are entering the professional sports environment every year, and he's on the backup squad.
Right.
So it's like,
okay. It feels like Oliver, you would have been, it feels like he should have been one of the top recruits.
It does feel that way.
Yeah.
It does feel that way. They run into Ernie McMillan, Cho Chang, who's a pretty girl who played Siegfried on the Ravenclaw team.
I know.
She waved and smiled at Harry, who slopped quite a lot of water down his front as he waved back.
It reminds me of the Harry dribbling water
yes,
scene
yes.
from the movie. Yeah.
We use that clip in our Super Carlin Brothers videos whenever possible.
All the time. And then it's obviously more to stop Ron from snickering than anything. It's I love that Ron already kind of knows Harry has a crush on Cho.
Yes, yeah. Classic best friend.
Yeah,
they see what you don't.
Yeah. He gets it. He gets it. Let's see. And then we get introduced to another foreign school here, where he says, Ron suspects they go to some foreign school. I know there are others. Never met anyone who went to one, though. Bill had a pen friend at a school in Brazil, which is, let's see if I can pronounce it right. Castelabruzo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, that's what it is. I did look it up ahead of time.
That's good. Yes, I was like,
yeah.
Do you remember that off the noggin?
Castelabruzo. That's the school. That's the wizarding school in Brazil, which is home to the potions author Libatius Borage.
No way.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. All right. Well, it had to be somewhere.
Fun fact. Exactly. Exactly. Honestly, this is just a quick aside on that exact note. Our office manager, Kat, over the winter holidays, ran into Jude Law at a restaurant.
Yes, indeed.
In New Orleans.
Young Dumbledore.
And I would I showed it to my wife, Beth, and she was like, oh my gosh, how did that, all I could think was I guess he has to be somewhere,
It's exactly true.
He has to be somewhere, and that's where it was.
That's where it was. Where in the world is
Jude Law? Yeah. Everyone just stop for just a quick second and think in your brain, what do you think Jude Law is doing right this second?
Drinking
He's doing something.
Drinking tea.
He's doing something right now.
Yeah. What if you listen to this podcast?
Oh my God, that'd be amazing.
I'm like, what up, Jude?
Jude, you want to come on the show? You can absolutely come on the show.
You can, yes, indeed. If you're listening right now, Jude Law, you're welcome.
You are welcome to come on the show.
Yes. Anyway, so Bill's pen friend from Brazil got all offended when Bill was unable to go on the trip over there and sent him a cursed hat that made his ears shrivel up.
That's a bit of an overreaction. Doesn't even seem like it was his fault.
It doesn't seem that way at all.
Yeah,
exactly. Can you imagine Bill being like, oh, my pen friend sent me a hat. Oh, my ears.
Oh, no.
The poor Weasley ears have just taken a beating throughout the years.
They don't make it. They don't make it.
No, not so much.
Yep.
Not so much. So that's too bad.
Eventually, they make it back to their own campsite where they have still not started the fire yet because Arthur's having too much fun with the matches, which I kind of understand. Every time I go to light a candle, I will. We have the little electric lighters at my house, but if I have matches, I will always reach for matches because matches are an unparalleled kind of fun.
They really are. They really. I mean, it's sort of like its own kind of magic.
It is, Ben. I literally wrote right here, matches are their own kind of magic right there.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, word for word.
Word for word, matches are their own kind of magic.
I love it.
Because it's true.
We are so on literally the same page.
Because we're reading the same book.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly it. Oh, my goodness.
I do like that it says that Mr. Weasley was having no success at all in lighting the fire, but it wasn't for lack of trying. Splintered matches littered the ground around him, but he looked as though he was having the time of his life. Hoops, he said as he managed to light a match and promptly dropped it in surprise.
I'm trying to imagine how hard I think it would be to figure out matches if I'd never done it before in my life and never seen someone do it.
They seem reasonably intuitive.
They do.
There's not that much that you can really do one way or another.
I have had boxes of matches that were just very like bad matches.
Yeah.
Where like I like struck them and like they just won't light.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is almost what I have to imagine he's dealing with.
Right.
Because otherwise like it doesn't seem, or if he's just like, holding the box in one hand and he's got the match in the other, just like, or like striking it against it or something. I don't know.
Right. Yes. Strike a match and he's like striking.
Strike it. Yeah. Hit it. There you go. This is how you do it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see here though. They have to wait on the fire to get hot enough to actually like start to do anything with it. And in the meantime, a whole bunch of names that we just don't usually see ever come up again, with one exception.
Yep.
Caught myself before I said all of them. A bunch of ministry people come by, including Cuthbert Mockridge, Gilbert Wimple.
Great name, Gilbert Wimple. Very, not like Kevin, very magical sounding name.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Cuthbert Mockridge. Yep.
Arnold Peasgood. He's an obliviator.
Arnold Peasgood. That's a joke, right?
Yeah, that's a joke.
That's
a joke for sure, or at least it has been. Poor Arnold. There's no way in the world he got through school without.
No way. Old Arnie Peasgood back there. He never misses. Oh, he's an obliviator.
And then we've got Bowden Crocker. They're unspeakables. That's from the Department of Mysteries. Top secret. No idea what they get up to.
Oh, man. Huge foreshadowing right there.
It is. Yes, indeed. It's, or if nothing else, just very good continuity for Order of the Phoenix, because Broderick Bode is going to kind of famously be the member of the unspeakable that ends up in St. Mungo's.
Yeah, he gets imperious and then sent to St. Mungo's and then killed by Devil Snare.
Devil Snare. I always want to say Venomous Tentacular, and it's not Venomous Tentacular.
It's not. It's the Devil Snare.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but the just setting up the Department of Mysteries and the Unspeakables right here, even setting up Bode, very good world building, because it also just includes like a bunch of other just like here's other things, even just like listing the other departments within the ministry gives you like a greater scope of the world. Like, here's all the different things that wizards have to deal with.
Yes, yeah. This is the kind of stuff that we're kind of like always up against. At this point in time, though, the other Weasley boys arrive with Percy announcing to his dad, "Just apparated," and then he's immediately like, excellent. Lunch. And it's just kind of like one of those things where you can just kind of tell that Percy's just like disrespectful to everybody.
Absolutely.
Just so self-important.
Yes.
But at this exact moment, somebody else from the ministry walks by, which is, of course, Ludo Bagman.
Yeah, Ludo!
Who is the most easily recognizable person Harry had ever seen, or noticeable person Harry had seen so far. He is just basically wearing long Quidditch robes with thick horizontal stripes with black and yellow. I kind of picture like rugby, like a rugby jersey, but like full length. He he had the look of a powerfully built man gone slightly to seed, which seems like a very like polite way of saying like, maybe hasn't been able to maintain his fitness routine.
Oh, I mean, just not. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, just haven't really been working out since then. You know what? I got work to do. I'm ahead of a whole department here.
Plus, he's just having fun.
Yeah,
he's having a great time.
Yeah.
His nose was squashed, probably broken by a stray bludger, Harry thought, which is, again, surprising because it seems like this is solvable. In fact, I feel like Dumbledore's nose not being repaired from his own nose breakage is like a intentional part of Dumbledore's appearance.
Yes, I agree. This seems like, why isn't his nose fixed?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it probably could have been.
Maybe he just got tired of the Episky spell.
Yeah, I'm just tired of it, man.
It's like I've been there, done that.
Been there. I'm just going to wear it like a badge of honor, like a bludger of honor.
Yeah.
A bludge.
Let my nose be crunched. It's fine.
People will know.
He is described as looking like a very overgrown schoolboy, which I feel like does help me like picture Ludo as a character, which is important to do because we have not seen a depiction of Ludo Bagman in film ever.
Feels like this would have been the chapter to maybe give him some artwork too, instead of this hat.
You know, for some reason, I could almost imagine the artwork for Gilderoy Lockhart when he's like holding up like that like really like sparkly smile.
Yes,
it's like I could sort of picture him like that, but like maybe like a bit more round faced and a bit more nose crunchy.
Yeah, I can see it for sure.
Yeah, but still like happy.
But definitely very happy guy.
Yeah.
Just there for the laughs. So apparently, though, he's, everyone else we've met is just having like the worst time orchestrating the event. And he's like, hardly a hiccup in the arrangements. Not much for me to do. I love that. He's just like, yeah, I'm just walking around having fun. I don't really have to do anything.
Oh my gosh, I know. And then, like literally the next line is, behind him, a group of haggard-looking ministry wizards rushed past, pointing at the distant evidence of some sort of magical fire that was sending violet sparks 20 feet into the air.
Yeah.
So he's like, not much for me to do. And like, it feels like the kind of thing that, like, if the TV show does it right, they won't pay enormous attention to whatever's happening in the background. It will just be happening back there.
Right. You just have like a nice close-up of his face, and then as he's saying this, a giant purple explosion will happen behind him, and it'll just be like,
Yeah, not much for me to do.
What kind of tea is this?
Yes, yeah. I do love that Percy hurries forward with his hand outstretched.
Yes.
So it's like apparently, despite the fact that he's not a huge fan of Ludo Bagman, doesn't stop him from wanting to make that good impression.
Respects the position. Wants to be well liked. Of course. Regular Percy.
Right. Yep. And then I feel like the line says, "Ah, yes," said Mr. Weasley, grinning. "This is my son Percy. He's just started the ministry." I feel like this is like Arthur recognizing this kind of like, I don't know if I would go so far as to call it a flaw, but a characteristic of his son.
Yeah.
Like he's kind of like smiling at the mildly desperate nature of Percy.
He's like, yes, I remember my first year in the ministry, trying to impress everybody, going about it in kind of the wrong way.
Exactly. It's like, you got to be yourself, man.
Just be yourself,
Settle
man.
down.
Look at Ludo.
Yep. So he introduces everybody, including Harry, where Bagman does the smallest of double takes when he hears Harry's name, and even did the familiar flick upward to the scar in Harry's forehead.
Of course.
This is when Arthur explains that Ludo was the one who got them such good tickets.
Yes. Yep. There he goes. He beams, waves it. Oh, no big deal at all. And then he says, "Fancy a flutter on the match, Arthur," which sets up a whole separate plot line. Like this, for the rest of the book, obviously he's not going to pay out Fred and George when they win their bet on the match. And as a result, he's going to have a bunch of Fred and George are going to be communicating with a mysterious off-screen person for the rest of the book, which will just be Ludo Bagman.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Which actually does seem like it's like, well, I don't even know if it would be that easy to figure out, because I want to say that at the end of the Quidditch World Cup, they rush forward to Ludo with like hand outstretched.
Yeah.
And, yes, I owe you how much?
Yeah.
So I guess like, with
from
that
the reader's
line,
perspective,
you don't know that he doesn't just pay them out then.
right? And you won't find out about the leprechaun gold until later, like in the Niffler chapter.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so he pays them with leprechaun gold and
Right.
disappears.
Yes.
You're right. Okay. Good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's all there. Yep. Let's see. But though he runs down some of the bets he's already got going, including Roddy Ponter, betting me Bulgaria will score first. I've offered him nice odds considering Ireland's front three are the strongest I've seen in years. And then, this is the great one, and little Agatha Timms, who it just sounds like Arthur obviously knows who Agatha is. Little Agatha Timms has put up half shares in her eel farm on a week-long match. Which, guys, just so you know, that's a terrible bet by Agatha Timms. She really feels strongly that it's going to last over a week. And she loses this bet, which means that Ludo wins half of the shares in Agatha Timms Eel Farms and is a now half owner of an eel farm.
Yes.
With Agatha.
Which is also kind of remarkable because I believe actual science is unsure how eels breed.
That's funny.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, what are these eels doing on the farm?
Yeah, I love the idea that it's like, that's like a little just known fact. Like, they don't know how they breed. So like, it's magic. That's
magic.
It's magic.
Yeah. It's like you have to be magic in order to breed eels.
Yeah.
Then what you're doing with them is a completely different question as well.
Yeah, right. Yeah, what are you doing with them? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Arthur does bet 1 galleon on Ireland to win, which I guess is just a small piece of trivia, but not nearly as big as the 37 galleons, 15 sickles, and 3 knuts.
Oh my gosh! The number of times we've been asked this trivia question.
I know. I think
37, 15, 3.
I think I have it locked in at this point in time. I think so. And then they throw in the fake wand.
Yeah.
I will point out here that again in the audiobook, a rare error by Jim Dale pronounces knuts as newts.
Oh.
Which I think is kind of interesting because it just like also feels like a kind of wizardy like word.
I like that the word knuts is like you pronounce the K.
Yeah.
Like that's very wizardy.
Like Knight bus.
Yeah, like the Knight bus, obviously.
Yeah.
I like to think that you were to, if you say Knut, why wouldn't you say Knight bus? You know?
I don't know. I
don't know why you wouldn't either. Exactly.
It's nothing but sound and pure logic.
Yep. Anyway, Fred and George, as we all know, bet that Ireland wins, but Victor Crumb gets the snitch, which I maintain is an absolutely terrible bet. An absolutely terrible bet.
Yes, I know. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like their odds on this bet must be so astronomically huge.
Yeah.
Like the payout would have to be like 1,000 times or something.
Oh, I know.
Like,
I thought in my mind it was like he gave him like 10-1 odds, but like he doesn't actually say what the odds are.
No, he just says that'll give him good odds, and he doesn't specify. This is like one of those big questions where like they're so very specific about everything that there is that piece of me that is just like, are Fred and George using a time turner?
Oh, yeah, we have a whole video about it.
We do, yes. And I mean, like, eventually we'll go back to that line as well from the end of the Quidditch World Cup where Fred and George are scrambling over the backs of their seats, standing in front of Ludo Bagman with their broad grins on their faces, their hands outstretched. The scrambling over the backs of their seats is even like one of those things where it's like they might be returning from wherever they needed to be in order to
like get back in there.
To get back in there, yeah. Because so we went through, we mapped the whole thing out before. It's feasible for time turners to be at play.
We have, yes. So they could be using one right now.
Yes. Yep.
There could be such shenanigans going on. Also, we're going to get to the omnioculars in a second. I feel like omnioculars must be using some amount of like time-based magic in them because they can like rewind stuff.
They can rewind stuff, and they're surely not using like a memory card.
Right, yeah. It's like thoroughly magically enchanted and stuff.
Right,
yeah.
Right, to replay. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Time magic.
Totally
the foot in this chapter.
Totally. Maybe that's the hint. You're like, oh yeah, omnioculars. Of course. And then Ludo is extremely impressed with the fake wand, which Percy, I love this, Percy froze in an attitude of stunned disapproval. He's like, what? You can't possibly appreciate this. You work at the ministry. Have some dignity, Mr. Bagman.
I know. Which is so ridiculous because that's like the suggestion that like somebody in this particular role is not allowed to just have fun.
Oh, I mean, that's exactly it, though.
Right.
You know, it's like Percy like really believes like work shouldn't be fun.
Right.
But like it is what you should want to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is such a bad attitude.
I think the idea here is that like Percy doesn't know how to have fun and maybe like resents people for having fun and puts all of his effort into trying to like out achieve them.
Right.
I think that's, to me, that's Percy's character.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, he doesn't really know how to have fun. Although it's like, but he does like Quidditch, you know.
He does. I mean, he bets 10 galleons.
Yeah,
himself
bets 10 galleons himself
against Penelope Clearwater.
Yeah. Hope you win, Harry. I haven't got 10 galleons. Like that's a pretty shady bet, my man.
Yeah, seriously.
That's a bet worthy of one Ludo Bagman. Actually,
if anything, I feel like you should be seeing a lot of yourself in Mr. Ludo Bagman.
Pretty much is what I'm seeing. Yeah, maybe that's what he really doesn't like. He like recognizes too much of himself in Ludo.
Oh, it hurts.
He's like Ludo's who I could become if I'm not careful.
Right. Yeah, it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, he is. Ludo is to Percy as Gilderoy is to Harry. You know.
Yeah. I follow your logic.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. There it is. We figured it out. We solved him.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
So let's see. Anyway, Mr. Weasley is helpless to stop Fred and George betting their life savings, which to me, I don't even feel like he tries that hard. You know?
I know. It is kind of surprising. Like it does feel like as the parent of a child in this situation, he could just literally step in and stop it completely.
Or is this just the coworker be like, Ludo, no, sorry, they're not betting you. No, that's not working. You're not accepting that.
Right.
Right.
Yep. It's like nope, no. Also, I mean the fact that like, you know, I think just a couple books ago as well, we saw that they only had a single galleon in their family vault.
Yeah.
So the fact that they must be given like a fair amount of pocket money.
I know that Ron's been saving up.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
To buy what I'm going to say is a way too expensive hat.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I wrote the same thing.
Okay,
down.
I know. I was like, wait a minute here. Wait a minute, Ron. Hold on. Back it up. But yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Bagman takes the money from the twins, jots their names down, gives them a ticket. Says, "Couldn't do me a brew, I suppose." Which I read that, I was like, does that mean favor? It means tea.
Ah, yes. Yeah. That's what I would have assumed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, and then we get talking about because he wants to have a brew so he can just wait for, I guess, Barty to maybe appear here.
Right. This could be like another one of those situations where it kind of goes back to the idea that maybe like, because we know that Ludo's got dealings that are not going well.
Right.
Like he's betting a lot. The gambling is certainly like a big part of his life that's like kind of slowly, like it's kind of like an iron vice that's like closing in on him.
Yeah, like at this point he already owes the goblins a lot of money.
Yes, which also probably means that he has spent money elsewhere. I have a feeling the goblins are not the only people who are mad at him.
Right, but he's trying to just win all of these bets here at the World Cup and pay the goblins back.
Exactly. So anyway, maybe that could also be part of the reason that they were like, yeah, Ludo, you're commentating for the match. We'll give you 15 free tickets in the top box in the best campsite.
Maybe,
and Ludo's like, who do I give it to?
It seems like if you were in that much trouble, though, and you were just doing that, maybe you would sell those tickets.
Yeah, that does actually track completely.
Yeah.
Because it would be worth... I mean, Lucia seems to believe that it'd be like worth more than his house.
I know.
Yeah.
Seems like that could have gotten you out of debt there, Ludo.
Come on, man.
Not a very smart guy.
Maybe not. That's all right. At least he knows how to have a good time.
He does know how to have a good time. That much is true. Despite being in all of this debt, he's having an absolute blast.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He is unperturbed by the rest of it.
Yeah.
So we're waiting on Mr. Crouch. And Ludo's like, he speaks about 150 languages. And then Percy is like all excited. And he's like, he speaks over 200. Mermish and gobbledygook and troll. And then Fred's like, anybody can speak troll. All you have to do is point and grunt.
Yeah, which is very funny. But even if you want to discount troll and just give him, 200 languages or 199 languages, like, this is really impressive.
That's a lot of languages.
How many languages are there,
I don't even know if there are that many.
I know, yeah, right?
Maybe.
There, I mean, hard to say.
Now that I've said it, it's like, well, it feels ridiculous.
Yeah, right. It's a lot. It's a lot to know, no matter what.
It's a lot to know, no matter what.
No matter what. It is an impressive amount of knowledge to be holding in your head. And let's see. Then Mr. Weasley brings the conversation back around to Bertha Jorkins, who, of course, if Harry could just remember her name, boy, he could really put some pieces together here.
He really would be able to, but poor old Bertha. Memory like a leaky cauldron and no sense of direction. Lost, you take my word for it. She'll wander back into the office sometime in October, thinking it's still July. It's like, at some point, guys, if you believe that this is the standard to which Bertha Jorkins holds herself to, she might not be qualified for the job.
Might not be qualified. Memory like a leaky cauldron and no sense of direction. Memory like a leaky cauldron is because of Barty Crouch.
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
indeed. Yeah.
Because like when Sirius talks about her, it's like, like she isn't like academically smart, but she does have a very good memory because of all the gossiping she likes to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So maybe just memory for the wrong things. But,
right.
Mr. Weasley does say, don't you think we should be sending somebody out to look for her? And Ludo does say, Barty Crouch keeps saying that.
Yeah. That's also supposed to be a hint. It's supposed like the way that this is such clever writing because it's like it's supposed to make you feel like, oh, Bagman's like lazy and bad at his job, and Mr. Crouch is very good at his job, and he's like, yes, go find Bertha. What are you doing? You're doing a bad job. But it's like actually he wants to make sure Bertha's found because he knows what Bertha knows.
Exactly.
And he doesn't want anyone to know
what Bertha knows.
Which is incriminating evidence against himself.
Exactly.
So that's why he's actually concerned about it.
Right. Yep. So then, speaking of the devil, Barty Crouch Sr. does arrive. He just apparated right next to their fireside. And it seems like Barty Crouch has got the whole dressing as a muggle completely down. He's in an impeccably crisp suit and tie. The parting of his short hair was almost unnaturally straight, and his narrow toothbrush mustache looked as though he had trimmed it using a slide rule.
Indeed. Harry doubted even Uncle Vernon would have spotted him for what he really was. Except for it's like, what I think is funny about this is that he's clearly extremely well-dressed and looks like a very well-dressed muggle, except that no muggle would ever wear this to this event.
Also true.
Right?
Also true. It's like he is inappropriately dressed for where he is.
Exactly.
Regardless.
Yes.
Yeah, that is a very good point.
Yeah.
And again, also, to impress who? Like Mr. Roberts, who's being obliviated 10 times a day, 70 times a week.
I know. Like, if you're okay with obliviating them, just let the people do magic.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. But also just don't like just give him a donation in his bank account. Give him the single memory charm that he like remembers getting a bonus from work, and then just send him off to go do something else.
Exactly.
You know,
it'll be
just
fine.
do that.
Look at you.
Solved it. There you go.
They just needed you there.
They needed me there, man. I could have run this whole thing, Quidditch World Cup, no problem. Jeez, come on. Okay, here we go, though. Ready? So he has arrived to find Ludo, and he says, the Bulgarians are insisting we add another 12 seats to the top box. Okay, you know why that's funny?
What's that?
Because Ludo gave away 10 seats in the top box.
Oh, my gosh.
I feel like Ludo gave Arthur these seats that the Bulgarians want.
He totally did.
Right?
He gave away seats in the top box to people he wasn't supposed to.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
That is the most Ludo Bagman thing I've ever heard.
Yes. Yeah.
1,000. I love that.
Yeah, that's right there. That. And I was like, I guess they need 12 seats up there. And I was trying to do the math. I'm like, so it's Arthur. It's the entire Weasley family, which would be 9 minus Molly, which would be 8, plus Harry and Hermione, which would be up to 10.
Yeah.
Right. So we gave them 10 tickets.
Yep.
Yeah. 10 tickets. And they need 12 seats.
Right.
Yeah. So really, they should only need to add 2 seats.
Actually, I think I know where the other 2 seats would come from.
Oh, it's from Winky and it's from Winky and Barty. So Barty Crouch gave away 2 seats too.
He did. Yeah.
It's all right there.
We got our 12.
Oh my gosh, we've got the 12.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
That is really funny.
It is right there though. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
yeah.
I 1,000% think that is exactly the intention here.
Yeah.
It's too perfect.
Yeah, it's very perfect because you're not supposed to you could account for 11 of them for most of the book.
But not.
But who's the 12th? You could math out that there's a 12th person there.
Yes.
But Winky says she's saving it for, so you think he just doesn't show up. That's what it is, because Winky says she's saving it for Mr. Crouch. But why would you need to save a seat for someone who has a reserved seat?
Right.
Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense
at all.
Yeah.
But that's totally it. They're like, they need 12 more seats. How did this happen? It's like, oh, my bad.
My bad.
Otto got into a spot of trouble with a lawnmower, you know.
Yeah, you know how it is.
You know how it is. Gave away the Bulgarian Prime Minister's seats, I guess.
I love the way that Ludo plays it off, though. I thought the chap was asking to borrow a pair of tweezers.
Oh, okay.
It's like, okay. It's like, I can't understand him, wink, wink.
Okay, so that is complete nonsense. Okay, you know why? Because I looked up what tweezers was in Bulgarian, and Bulgaria has a completely different alphabet. First of all,
okay,
but there were still pronunciations underneath it. So I'm positively gonna say this wrong, but tweezers in Bulgarian would be pinseti.
Okay,
doesn't sound like tweezers. The number 12 sounds like devanset. Doesn't sound like tweezers. And seats sounds like sedalki, so also doesn't sound like tweezers. So I'm not sure where he's getting this from.
Wow, he's just making it up.
Just making stuff up, man.
Because he knows where 10 of those seats.
He knows where they went. What?
He's like, why do they need 12?
I need 12.
Something seems wrong about that.
I know, right? Weird.
That's so funny.
Oh man, I cannot believe. Yeah, I was like, there's only 10. It'd be more perfect if it was 10. But it's like, you're right. There's 2 more missing seats because of Winky and Barty Crouch Jr.
Right. And that's the other thing too, is that Winky had to plead with Barty Crouch Sr. to allow Barty Crouch Jr. to go.
You're right. So he gave away 2 of the seats.
He gave away 2 of the seats.
Oh my gosh. It fits. So it's exactly what happened.
Yes.
These 2 gave away the 12 seats that the Bulgarian Prime Minister was supposed to have.
Everybody, the mystery that you've all been wondering for years.
It's just such a fun little tidbit.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. No, I think it's on purpose. I think
it's 1,000% on purpose.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That is, oh man, I'm so glad we just discovered that. Anyway, Ludo's explanation says, bit of a strong accent. And like, yeah, nope.
Yeah.
That's not the case. Anyway, and then Mr. Crouch, this is maybe the best moment in the whole book is when, said Mr. Crouch, looking over at Percy in mild surprise. Yes, thank you, Weatherby.
Yeah. When we were kids, we thought there was nothing funnier that ever could have happened the whole wide world.
Than Mr. Crouch calling Percy Weatherby.
Weatherby twice.
Twice. And Fred and George also find it equally funny. Choked into their cups. Percy very pink around the ears. It is almost unbelievable this man remembers 200 different languages, but not Percy's name.
I know. Yeah. Maybe it's just an active sign of disrespect.
Yeah. Just like really put him in his place.
Right.
Get his name wrong for a couple of months.
Right. Yeah. Or maybe he sees him as a threat and he's trying to like lower his his confidence.
Mm-hmm,
it's
exactly.
like 12 OWLs, huh? It's
yeah.
like, well, my son did that and I don't like that.
Right. I agree.
I don't like that about you, Mr. Percy Weasley.
Exactly. Yeah. Or maybe he doesn't trust him because of that.
Oh.
Man, that'd be interesting.
That would be interesting because they do have this in common.
They do. They're
kind of uniquely.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, then we have a little bit of a brief exchange about Ali Bashir and how this particular business person, I believe,
Ali Bashir's on the warpath.
Yeah, really wants Arthur to let go of the embargo on flying carpets, to which Mr. Weasley is sort of like, if I've told him once, I've told him 100 times. Carpets are defined as Muggle artifacts by the Registry of Prescribed Charmable Objects. But will he listen? And Mr. Crouch is like, I doubt it. Which I think is so funny because like you're getting such shop talk.
Yes, you absolutely are. It's also just like Mr. Crouch showing up to like, this would be like if you're just like on your day off or something. You know, like imagine you're sitting outside the stadium about to go into a sporting event and someone shows up and they're like, Ben, good. Yes, Ethan's been looking for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. And be like, hey, what? No, what?
Not now.
I'm not at work right now.
I'm with my kids.
Yeah. Maybe you can see them. There's a million of them.
Right.
Also, all this complaining about Ali Bashir, like I'm on Ali Bashir's side here. I don't know what these guys are talking about.
You could also see the potential market for a family vehicle.
I can absolutely see it. And what is Arthur's argument? It says carpets are defined as a Muggle artifact by the Registry of Prescribed Charmable Objects. We're like, I'm sorry, are brooms not Muggle artifacts?
It does seem like you could just make carpets. Like looms exist.
Yes. Yeah, right.
These are fashionable, like objects. The real reason I think this whole scene is in here is because Mr. Crouch does chime in. I remember my grandfather had an Axminster that could seat 12.
Yeah.
And then he clarifies, but that was before carpets were banned, of course.
That's him looking around. That was before they were banned.
Oh, yes. Like it's like he spoke as though he wanted to leave nobody in any doubt that all of his ancestors had abided strictly by the law.
Yeah.
Which is very like defensive because like, and I do think that this theoretically, this line here could tip you off.
This one is like nobody in my family would ever break the law. Nobody.
And it's like he's so. Look, I think Percy being there is so essential for this scene to work so well.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you're supposed to be seeing like Percy reflected in this person who's had so much more time to develop this kind of like know-it-all-ish, law-abiding personality.
Right.
But this is very defensive of him to be saying, and it's because he's actively guilty of something.
He's actively guilty of something, and it says he wanted there would be no doubt that all of his ancestors had abided strictly by the law. Never mind the fact that his direct descendant is very much not abiding by the law.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, even the fact that he is not, like, you know, the fact that Barty Crouch Sr. has taken him from prison is like,
against the law.
Yeah, he is also broken the law.
Yeah, his adherence to strictness is because he doesn't want anyone to ever be suspicious of him.
Exactly.
Yes, whereas Percy's adherence to strictness is just because he's a stick in the mud.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Either way, though, I don't. If brooms don't. If brooms don't count as a prescribed charmable object, I don't see why carpets should be. And then Bagman chimes in and is like, well, they'll never replace brooms. And I'm like, well, that doesn't matter. You could have both, okay? So let Ali Bashir import his carpets and introduce a little more whimsy into your world, all right?
Come on.
Flying carpets are hilarious, are awesome. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that.
It seems very fun.
Very, yeah, right? You guys seen Aladdin? Come on.
Right.
Everyone wants flying carpet. That sounds way easier to fly than a broom.
Right.
You can sit on it. Family vehicle.
It'll clap for you when you do cool things.
You guys got to get on board with this. Yeah. You know what it probably wouldn't have? Leg rests.
Wow.
Anyway.
You had to go there, Jay.
Had to go there. Yeah. Flying. I'm pro flying carpets.
There we go. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So anyway, yeah. Then we have like another near slip up about the thing that's the thing, the event that's happening.
The event,
at Hogwarts.
father, wink,
wink, wink. Yes. To which Barty Crouch very sharply cuts off Ludo to be like, "We need to go meet the Bulgarians. Thank you for the tea, Weatherby." So that's our second instance of the comment there. And he hands his undrink tea back to Percy and waited for Ludo to rise. Bagman struggled to his feet, which is the scene I can just picture in my head, like kind of if you've been like sprawled out on the grass and it takes you 2 tries to get back up. We've all been there.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like it's too cozy just laying here on the ground. Nice sunny day, cloudy. No, not cloudy.
I love that he's just like sprawled out on the grass too. Like everyone else in this department is running around, putting out fires, and he's just like, this is great.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. We get the return to the notification that will be up in the top box with me because he's commentating. And then they walk away. Once again, Fred is sort of like, what are they talking about? And honestly, like I feel like me as the reader for the first time is like, what are they talking about? Like if somebody doesn't tell me soon, I will burst.
I know. Like they are doing a good job setting up the mystery. Although, and I love that Barty Crouch is like, we agreed not to make the announcement until all the details. And Bagman's like, details. They've signed. They've agreed. And I'm like, it does seem pretty sorted. I don't know.
It seems pretty sorted. Yeah. We're pretty much there. I mean, I could see not wanting to let the cat out of the bag while this in this particular company, but still. Yeah. Either way,
way that this does, it's sort of like Mr. Crouch. Like the only reason not to tell them would just be for literally the element of surprise.
Yeah.
Like he's just like concealing the fun then.
Maybe quietly.
Maybe quietly, he's just like, no, but like it's more fun if it's a surprise.
You guys set it up properly.
Don't tell him right now.
There's a way to do these.
There's a way to do it, and when they find out, it's going to be awesome. Okay, don't do it right now.
We don't do it right now.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. I'm trying to go about doing the other thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, at this point in time, it seems like game time is fast approaching, and the Ministry has basically just like decided, like, okay, there's nothing we can do about this. People are going to do magic. Mr. Roberts is just going to have to figure it out.
Just gonna have to deal, man.
He's just gonna have to deal.
Yeah.
Now there are salesmen everywhere. This is like your classic sporting event type.
Oh, just hawking souvenirs. Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Although it does say pushing carts of extraordinary merchandise, which I have to say I don't typically associate sporting events with having extraordinary merchandise.
No, I would agree with that. Yeah.
So sometimes it feels like it's really fun to have while you're there, and then you get home and you're like, why did I buy this?
Why did I buy this? I don't even watch the Seahawks.
Yeah, exactly. I do have a Seahawks shirt because we went in Seattle.
No, but that's such a good memory.
It was forever. We did it together. Good times. Pound it?
Yeah. Pound it. Boom.
Boom.
All right.
Okay, anyway. The pointed green hats bedecked with dancing shamrocks, Bulgarian scarves adorned with lions that really roared, flags from both countries that played the national anthems. There were tiny models of firebolts that really flew.
Yeah, I'm going to pause on that one.
I know, yeah.
Because Tonks gives one to Harry. Do you think she bought it here?
Maybe.
You think she was just like, oh, man, I got to get Harry something. Ooh, that.
She doesn't even know Harry yet.
No, I know.
Oh.
Like, I think, like, what if she just bought it here at, like, she must be here at the World Cup.
Probably.
Yeah. Right?
Maybe on duty even.
Buys it here, forgets to buy Harry something, looks around her room. Ah! Watcha!
Watcha, Harry!
Watcha, Harry! I'll give him this!
I'll give him this thing!
I was like, oh, I forgot to buy him something. Looks around desk. Ooh! Tiny firebolt. Wing!
All right, here's my question. Do you think the Tiny Crumb action figure that Ron buys could fly the tiny model of the firebolt?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay, that's so cool.
Absolutely, I do. Didn't we have a theory about this? Were we talking about this at some point?
I have no idea.
I think we were. Yeah.
Is he just living his own little life?
He's doing something. We had something about this.
Okay.
It was like with Crookshanks, I think. He was like escaping Crookshanks on the firebolt. Tiny Crumb.
I have no recollection of this conversation, but I love it either way.
Oh my God. I know we were talking about this somewhere. I don't know where though. It'll come back to me at some point.
Okay.
Crossword brain that one.
Right.
Okay.
They find the omnioculars.
We get the omnioculars, which the salesperson totally sells Harry on, and what can they do? They can replay action, slow everything down, flash up play-by-play, breakdown if you need it, bargain 10 galleons each, which Harry, so Ron, what it says, he purchased a dancing shamrock hat with a large green rosette and a small figure of Victor Crumb. And now he doesn't have enough money to buy the omnioculars, which suggests that to start, he had at least 10 galleons.
Correct.
Right. So I suppose it's possible he started with 10 and like 10 exactly and spent, even if he just spent like 3 galleons on the hat and the action figure, now he couldn't get the omnioculars.
Also true.
Right. But yeah, it makes it sound like the hat costs a lot.
It costs like 10 galleons.
Sound like 10 galleons, yeah.
It's like, Ron, I don't think the hat's worth that much.
I don't think it's worth that much, man. You know what? This guy's selling omnioculars at a bargain. That hat hawker is not. He's scamming people.
Yeah.
So I'm saying.
So anyway, Harry, being generous as he is, buys 3 pairs of omnioculars for him, Hermione, and Ron, and then specifies that they won't be getting anything for Christmas for about 10 years, mind.
For about 10 years?
Which means that the usual budget for the Golden Trio gift exchange is about 1 gallon.
Is about 1 gallon. That's why I said, so 1 galleon is an appropriate gift sum.
Yes,
in the wizarding world.
Which really goes to show that whatever hat Ron just bought was way overpriced.
Way overpriced.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Harry will eventually give him like keeper's gloves. And like a Chudley Cannon's hat that clashes.
Yeah, doesn't someone else? Yeah, doesn't he get another Quidditch hat?
He does.
Yeah.
This very year.
This year.
Yeah, because Ron's like, you shouldn't have got me that Quidditch hat, the Chudley Cannon's hat. Because
it's so funny that he buys one here.
I know.
He gets him another one.
He has 2 different Quidditch hats. 2 different
Quidditch hats. Oh, man. Didn't think about that.
Everybody with their hat collections at home being like, what's wrong with having more than 1 hat?
Nothing's wrong with that at all.
You just do your thing,
I just think it's funny that Ron has 2.
Yes, I think it's funny as well.
What do you think the Chudley Cannon hat looks like? You think it's a cannon?
I always imagine it to be like one of those hats that has like earmuffs, but it's like bright orange. Almost like blaze orange, like you maybe used for like hunting.
I can see it. I have always imagined it to be almost like exactly like the hat at the front of this chapter, just orange.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Can you imagine Ron just going down to the Great Hall wearing this gigantic like 10-gallon hat?
Yes. Luna wears a lion head on her head.
That's true.
And they're a perfect, a match made in heaven. So
Red Moon.
Red Moon, exactly. Yeah. Red Moon for life.
Yeah, the classic pairing of Ron and Luna.
Classic pairing of Ron and Luna. Look, if you guys aren't on team Ron and Luna, you're reading the books wrong. And we'll get to it when Luna comes in next book.
I know.
But it happens all the time.
It's going to be so obvious.
Once we point it out to you, you're going to love it.
You're never going to see it. You're never see it any other way.
You're going to be like, Ron and Hermione, no thanks. No thank you.
Right.
Yeah. You're going to be like, Neville and Luna, what was I even thinking? Yeah.
I wasn't
because I wasn't thinking about Ron. I was too preoccupied with Ron and Hermione, but actually Ron and Luna.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, as we close out the chapter here, we also learned that Fred and George had no souvenirs because they had given Bagman all of their gold.
I know. And just a nice sentence to remind you, like, they do not have it yet. It wasn't like a promise, we'll give it to you after. They've already given it to him.
Already given it away.
In case that wasn't clear.
Yep.
They don't have it anymore.
Correct.
Yes.
And then a deep booming gong sounded somewhere beyond the woods, which kind of just reminds me, is it the movie Glass Onion, where like once every like hour it just goes gong?
Yes, it is Glass Onion.
Okay.
And it is, what's his name, who made the sound? Oh my God, why can't I remember his name? He's like Robin in the Batman Begins trilogy, the Dark Knight trilogy. Why can't...
Joseph Gordon-Levitt?
Joseph Gordon-Levitt. He is the one who says gong.
Is he
in
really?
Glass Onion. He is like an Easter egg of Rian Johnson. He's like in every Rian Johnson movie.
That's amazing.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's fun.
That's fun, right?
I like it. I like it. Okay. Always good when you got one of those running gags. Anyway, so that brings us, though, to the end. It is time, said Mr. Weasley, looking as excited as any of them. Come on, let's go.
Let's go! I literally wrote that down. I was like, I remember as a kid getting to this next chapter and being like, I'm so excited. This is going to be the best chapter that's ever been written.
I know. It's so funny, too, because like on so many pages in my book, I've written like,
let's go.
I've written let's go. And then I got to the end of this one and I was like, hey, he already did it for me.
He did it. He did it.
He said, let's go. And then I said, boy, howdy, would I love to. And then I think I spelled to wrong because I put T-O-O and I think it's supposed to be T-O. So then I amended it to say T-O.
Oh.
Question mark.
Maybe.
Because I write in pen. And I mostly bring that up because just as a fun reminder to anybody who signs up for an annual patronage, we do slice the spines off of all of our books once we're finished reading them. And if you sign up for an annual membership, then we will send you one of our pages.
You get a marked up page from one of our books, from any of the books we've finished already. So at the moment, you could get Chamber of Secrets or Philosopher's Stone or Prisoner of Azkaban.
Exactly. We just cut the spines off Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yes, we did. So I don't think we've sent many of those out yet at all.
Yeah, I know. Those are still like freshly untouched. So
I know. Yeah.
Should be going out soon though. So if be on the lookout for those. Also, the other kind of fun thing about just signing up for Patreon at all is that it's all ad free. So we upload the ad-free copies, both video and audio. So if you're like, I really love the show, guys, but the ads are annoying, we totally get it. We understand completely. So we do have that available at patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door. So be sure to go and check that out. Links in all the descriptions and everything down below. Jay, do you have a review for us?
Well, but of course I do. Let me pull it up here on my phone. Today's review comes from Luminity613, and they say, hold on, my phone's doing the thing again. Blue Eyes. Hey, brother, love the podcast and the theories you guys come up with, and never to fail to blow me away. Question. Dumbledore always seems to be able to see things others can't, even when they're under the invisibility cloak. Moody's magic eye, which can see through anything, is described as bright blue, just like Dumbledore's eyes. Is there a possibility that they are connected, and if so, how?
Well,
oh man. Well, we've definitely talked about this a lot.
We definitely have. Yeah. I mean, it's very curious because I think Moody's eye being so like OP is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
There is of course always the outside chance that Dumbledore, being the master of the Elder Wand, was able to create an artifact that was able to overpower a different Deathly Hallow.
Yeah.
Which could certainly be one explanation.
Yeah, like if Dumbledore used the Elder Wand to create the eye,
right?
Then the eye is like on the same power level as
the wand or
the
cloak.
So it can see through it.
Right.
Yeah.
There is the additional layer of like, and I can't remember exactly when it goes back to it. It's possible the timelines don't fit up, but at least in the Fantastic Beasts series, we also know that Grindelwald kind of uniquely has like one bright blue electric eye.
Yes. Yeah.
Which feels like a major coincidence, like just for it to then also be something that like Moody ends up having, but Grindelwald is known to like.
He's also a master of the Elder Wand.
He's also a master of the Elder Wand. He is also a seer, and he uses the Chillin to like witness aspects of the future as well. So like, you know, this idea of having additional sight to me feels very in line with Grindelwald's character.
Yeah.
And it would just be a very, very powerful tool for somebody who is in his particular position.
Yeah.
You know, because Moody's obviously fighting for good, which then you're kind of like, okay, like good that he has it, but then also like, you know, if it's in the wrong hands, it becomes very dangerous.
Right.
Moody is, of course, a very big ally to Dumbledore. So one thought could be that some version of like Moody losing his original eye in the first place had something to do with the battle against Grindelwald, and therefore maybe the outcome of said match was Dumbledore replacing his eye.
Yeah, it is possible, although I think in this book we will see in the pensive, like when Harry goes back in time and is like watching the court cases.
Yeah.
Like the first one he goes into, Moody has both regular eyes, and then he like goes to another court case and Moody has got the new eye.
Oh yeah.
So I think that would be like after Grindelwald's time.
Too far after 1945.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're right.
The other possibility in terms of like Dumbledore being, because the question also mentions Dumbledore being able to like be aware of all things or see them.
Yep.
Is that like it seems like Dumbledore himself can see through the invisibility cloak.
It seems to be the case.
It seems that way. And Dumbledore also is described as having piercing blue eyes all the time.
Frequently.
It is possible that as master of one Deathly Hallow, he can see through the other. So like maybe he can see through Harry's invisibility cloak in a way that is only possible because he's master of the Elder Wand.
Sure.
That is one possibility as well.
I mean, then there's kind of dipping your toe into the well of like ancient magic as a concept, where, you know, certainly like if we're dealing with specific kinds of ancient magic. Maybe there's something at play there because Dumbledore uniquely kind of has a relationship with it.
It does seem like that. Yep. Let's see what else. I had one more, but
well, the other really big one is just that like Odin, I guess kind of famously has the all-seeing eye.
Oh yeah,
and we know that eventually, and I believe that Odin's eye, he like sacrifices an eye to gain additional sight. Is that the idea? Mm-hmm. And the eye is then buried beneath the tree of Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil, yeah.
And when Moody dies, Dolores Umbridge collects the eye from his body, presumably, and is then using it to watch over her staff at the Ministry of Magic. Harry steals the eye and then buries it under the most like gnarly tree that he can find. So I suppose it's possible that it's a like different, deep, magical artifact,
right?
That has been somehow uncovered. Like the Deathly Hallows could almost be like England's most important magical artifacts, but that doesn't mean that other places don't have their own.
It's true. Like the Deathly Hallows are like obviously well known to us, the readers, powerful magical objects, but it doesn't mean they're the only powerful magical objects.
Although I did say England. I guess I should clarify because I know that Grindelwald goes to Durmstrang and the symbol of the Deathly Hallows was carved into the walls there. So at the very least, Europe.
Yeah.
At large.
Right. Yep. The other explanation, I think we talked about this maybe last week in the Owlery or just last week, maybe on the main show, is that like maybe Moody's eye can actually not see through the cloak at all, but that according to Luna, Harry has got Nargles, Raxburts sort of floating around his head. Like she's like, I thought I felt one in the train or whatever. And it's like, it sounds like Luna just being, a little, believing something that doesn't exist, except in the Wizards Unite mobile game, which no longer exists.
Yeah.
You could actually catch Raxburts as like one of the things you go right into, which just makes like, oh, like they are real.
I know, and that's an interesting one as well. It is worth pointing out just because I feel like somebody might bring it up. It's only in the movie that Luna discovers Harry under the invisibility cloak with the Raxburts through the Spectrospecs, and it's actually Tonks who discovers him in the book.
I thought Luna says it in... Did she not say it in the book either?
She could say it at a different occasion. I was thinking while he was under the invisibility cloak.
Oh, okay.
In particular.
Yeah.
Because Draco throws the cloak over him after stomping on his face.
Yes, that's true.
And in the movie, Luna discovers him because she's walking through and sees the Raxburts.
Oh, okay. Well, to that end, either way, Raxburts are otherwise an invisible creature, and if they are hovering around Harry all the time, then Moody could perhaps just realize that maybe the eye could see Raxburts, even if it can't see through the cloak. And the ability to identify them around him is what's actually tipping him off, because otherwise he just can figure. I think the first time he would notice it is when Hermione's at the Three Broomsticks with Harry, and Moody like comes over and like gives Harry a hint about something. But like clearly it's Harry under, like he's like, oh, there's someone sitting next to her under an invisibility cloak.
Right, like he says like, nice cloak, Potter.
Yeah.
No, I think you're definitely right with that. Like that could be like an identifying characteristic that could go a long way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, those are all the many different ways we've come up with for how and or why Dumbledore and or Moody can see through the cloak.
Yes, but trust us as well that this is a curiosity and question that we would love more information or explanation for.
Yes.
Because the fact that Moody just has an eye as powerful as the Deathly Hallows, otherwise it's like that doesn't seem possible.
It does not seem possible.
Yeah. So something to be hung up on there in that particular regard. But as for always, guys, please be sure to go over and leave us a review, and we're happy to answer any questions that we're able to here at the end of each week's show.
Yes, but otherwise, make sure you join us next week for Chapter 8, the Quidditch World Cup, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 8, the Quidditch World Cup!
Hey, man, one of the occasions within the wizarding world that is just so scarcely left out of the film adaptation.
Oh my gosh. I cannot, first of all, upon reading the books for the first time, when like our dad was reading us the books.
Yes.
They got to the end of Prisoner of Azkaban, and they're like, oh, you have to come next summer. You can't miss the Quidditch World Cup, Harry. You can't. Or whatever. And I remember from that moment being so excited for this exact chapter for like a year.
Yeah.
So like honestly, when we got to this chapter, this time I was like, I'm so excited. I remember looking forward to this chapter forever. And then subsequently looking forward to it in the movie, and boy, oh boy, was I disappointed by the movie's portrayal of the Quidditch World Cup, which is to say it's not in there at all.
It's not in there at all. I mean, it's like, and they even go through the whole fuss of like, I mean, which they have to do because obviously like plot reasons and stuff, but like of them getting there, of them doing the tents and all that type of stuff. You know, there's some amount of the magical immersion that I want from this era, but then like Ludo Bagman is left out, and they're like the seats that Arthur has are like not good seats compared to like this whole idea of them having like prime tickets in the top box with the announcer. And
there's no Winky.
There's no Winky at all in there. And then like, so part of me, as I entered this chapter, was like, what is it about this chapter that enthralls me so much from like a book reading perspective?
Okay.
And I think I was kind of like dialing in on it a little bit because some of it is just like the fun, upbeat, let's just enjoy the wizarding world at its finest. Like some of that is going on. But then I also feel like, you know, in Lord of the Rings, I feel like people talk about how there can be like pages upon pages upon pages just to describe like a tree or something. And while it's not in that level of detail, this chapter does a really good job of going through and describing like the velvet surface of the Quidditch pitch from the view. You know, like the gilded chairs that are all like, you know, neatly lined up in the top box.
Yeah.
Like the purple like, you know, carpet that goes up the stairs or whatever. It's like there's such a richness in detail that I think like really just like it's just like the festivity of it is it's so good. It's so great. It's so fun. And it's like I have no trouble just being there. I
know exactly what you mean. It's like I think the real purpose of it is like the next chapter is called The Dark Mark.
Right.
So it's sort of like this is like the last great fun wizarding thing that will happen not just for Harry but for like the whole wizarding world before like the tables start to turn.
Yeah,
before the signs literally start appearing in the sky.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And I mean, even within the first paragraph of this chapter, you have the line, shouts and laughter, snatches of singing, the atmosphere of feverish excitement was highly infectious. It's like the classic comfortable calm before the storm. It's like nothing could be happier, nothing could be more upbeat. Like this is like when the Marvel, you know, the Avengers save the world. It's like you save the world so that these moments can exist.
Right.
I mean, there's other reasons, of course, as well. But like, you know, continuing the species and all that type of stuff. Like, but triumphing over evil. But it's like this is just happiness at its purest form. These are people who are just there enjoying themselves. They've got the camaraderie of one another. And I don't know, like I really like the atmosphere, the setting of this chapter as much as I like, you know, the action, the omnioculars, some of the world building, the Velas, the leprechauns, like all those beats. I mean, and it's all really good. It all sort of like, you know, melts together so nicely. But anyway, I thought this chapter was a treat. Like, I just truly enjoyed it.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I mean, I as I said, I was looking forward to it. We're here. It's so fun.
Yes.
Like, you're right. It's like it's not like plot things aren't happening, but like this is a chapter where there's a significant amount of action that is not plot related.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. And then there's a lot of like very quiet action that is very plot related. But on your first pass, or if you don't know if you're not any wiser to it, then you have no idea what you're missing. So.
Oh yes, exactly.
Yeah,
yes.
Yep.
A lot of that happening.
So as per always, before we dive on in, let's review the chapter art here for the Quidditch World Cup, which I believe is featuring one Victor Crumb. And
Do you think it's Crumb?
I mean, it's either Crumb or Lynch.
It's Crumb or Lynch. I honestly, it's funny. I wrote, surprised they went with Lynch.
Well, I wrote, is this supposed to be Crumb?
Okay, yeah.
And so, yeah, I was sort of like, this is not how I picture Crumb. Like this guy has almost got like too much like flowing locks.
Yeah, he does. Doesn't like he have like a beard?
I'm not sure.
Or like a goatee? Maybe not. I don't know why I'm thinking that.
I think he has a goatee when he arrives at Bill and Fleur's wedding.
Okay. Oh, you're right. Yeah, he'd grown it since then.
And I think Ron dislikes it.
I think so. Yeah. You're right. I will. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, you're right. Like he doesn't have that like overgrown bird of prey look about him.
Right, like the thick brows.
Yeah, the thick brows and sort of like, whenever that's described, I always imagine him looking like a vulture, kind of.
Sure.
Yeah, which is, I mean, I guess a bird of prey. More like scavengers, but.
Right. Yeah. I had a bunch of comments on this, though. Like, I literally also was like, is this supposed to be a firebolt? And then I literally wrote, like, an underneath that was like, I mean, I know that in Prisoner of Azkaban, the firebolt chapter, it looks exactly like this, but the broomstick that he's flying on is just like your standard looking like...
Yeah, like regular, like almost Muggle broomstick.
Almost Muggle broomstick, like what you would find like in an actual broom closet.
I know. Like, so as per chapter artwork, I enjoyed the continuity that it does look like the one that was drawn for Harry.
Right.
So I like that. However, I don't like that particular portrayal of the firebolt. However, there's certainly no footrest on that broomstick.
They're not there. They're not there. We have had people write in and say that I challenged Jay to sit on a broomstick with no footrest for as long as possible to imagine what it would be like to experience such an event.
Here, I'm not saying it's not difficult to do. I'm saying that if you're playing Quidditch, that's part of the challenge.
Okay.
If you're being good at flying means being good at that part of it.
Like that sitting on
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this uncomfortable stick.
Yeah.
So anyway, other bits of the chapter art that I took in before we make too many of our listeners angry with your footrest take.
Some people agree with me.
Some people do. Some people do. I mean, it's like ones.
It's a take. You know, people out there, you know what? You got to take a stand on something.
Yeah, I know. Otherwise, you'll fall for anything or something. However that song goes.
If you stand for nothing, bro, what will you fall for?
There you go. I also was like, nice bludger dodge. And
who doesn't dodge a bludger in this chapter? Also Crumb.
Yeah. Which I then wrote a note following up and said, just kidding, forgot he broke his face.
Yeah.
So the bludger being there and the snitch being there makes me believe that this is in fact Crumb. And then my final note is his shoes, to which I just wrote Air Jordans.
I literally wrote unlikely shoes.
Yes.
This is not like, I mean, this looks like, I don't know. This doesn't, it looks so much like Schoolboy or something. Like he looks like he's wearing jeans.
He looks like he's wearing jeans. It looks like his mom took him back to school shopping.
I know.
And he picked up a new pair of kicks from Rack Room and has like maybe some jeans that are meant for like the inevitable growth spurt. So
it's exactly what it looks like. It does not look like this man is competing on an international Quidditch team at the literal highest level of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, ambiguous Quidditch character notwithstanding, we have a great chapter that lies ahead. Kind of a lengthy one as well. So
kind of a lengthy one, although it was lengthy, but I found I didn't always have a ton of notes on every page because so much of it would just be like, well, this is just sort of what's happening in the Quidditch match.
That's true. True. Yep. So, but I have a couple of like takeaways from that, and then the other note that I have to say is that this chapter, we could, and we may even have in the past, we could just do a Jay versus Ben trivia off on this chapter.
There were so many things I highlighted that were like trivia.
Yeah, I know. And if anything, I was like, I feel bad for whoever eventually ends up getting pages from this chapter from me because there are so many like little trivia notes. But at the same rate, I don't feel bad because it's always kind of fun.
It is kind of fun.
And then if you come to see us on tour and you see us in person, you can always ask us a question that we had told ourselves we could remember.
Do you, off the top of your head, remember the Bulgarian Prime Minister's name?
Voblaski?
That sounds right. I don't know. I don't remember either.
Oh, I thought you would know for sure.
I think that's one of the beaters.
Okay.
On the Bulgarian team.
You know, the thing I remember is that I don't think Fudge actually gets it right. Like he's like trying.
Oh.
He's trying to pronounce it, and he keeps getting it wrong, and he just sort of like gives up.
Yeah. Oh man, I have so many math notes too about the 12 seats.
Oh, good.
As
good,
well.
Good.
I was trying to keep track.
Okay, I love that.
Because there were some things that appeared to not make sense, but then I was like, oh no, it does make sense because of the 12-seat problem.
Right.
Yeah.
The 12-seat problem.
The 12-seat problem.
Our new novel coming soon.
Exactly. The 3-body problem. Boy, that book's a thinker.
Yeah. I'm
anyway.
Sure. Okay. So anyway, we start the chapter. Like I said, the opening first paragraph is just sort of this like kind of environment that nobody could resist wanting to be a part of. It's walking on a warm summer's night through a lantern-lit trail. There's sounds of thousands of people moving around, laughter, singing, feverish excitement.
Yes.
I mean, it's just joking loudly. Everybody's clutching their fun souvenirs.
They're souvenirs. I know. I love the description of it because like I know that feeling. You know, when you're just like everything around you is just like just like that fever. You know.
Yes. Like we're big Virginia Tech football fans, and like when you're like walking into the stadium, invariably somebody will just be like, "Let's go, Hokies!" Yeah. Which is a chant you do inside of the stadium. So that's sort of like what I'm taking elements of our real world experience and transposing them into what's here on the page.
Absolutely.
We also learn that the walls of the stadium are actually gold.
Gold walls.
Which I felt like I was like, man, this is like this would be such a spectacle. Is the physical structure that they have itself. Because, I mean, it is heavily gilded.
Yeah.
You know, with
because
all sorts of gold keeps coming up over
gold
and over.
walls surrounding the field.
Yes.
So that means like there's a giant circular wall that is just the outside of the stadium, right?
I think so, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Like the exterior walls.
The exterior walls are just made of gold. That's wild. It's huge.
It's a lot of gold.
Yeah, a lot of gold. I guess they could just be like colored gold, but
I mean,
I take it to be gold.
I take it to be gold as well.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So maybe some people are over there taking some like filings off the outside.
Right,
you know, like collecting them in little containers.
Right.
Harry also says that you could fit 10 cathedrals comfortably inside of it, to which I was kind of like, Harry, what metric is this cathedral metric? You're rattling off on top of your head.
How far? I reckon it's about 20 cathedrals away. You know? Also, like I'm like confused. It's like would the field be bigger than a regular field? Like wouldn't all Quidditch fields be the same size?
I have an interesting question on that exact same note because I know that when we're growing up playing like rec league soccer and stuff, like the ball got progressively larger. So you started with like a number 3 size ball, then you go up to a 4, then ultimately 5 kind of becomes like the standard. And I believe this is also true in like American football, where like even the college size football, I think is not as big as the NFL size football.
Okay.
I don't know if I can fully verify that, but anyway, so I was curious about the circumstances of the field because of how large it is described as being, and some of that could just be stadium seats.
I think
themselves.
they could be, and like I think you could. It wouldn't surprise me if like a professional Quidditch field was bigger than the Hogwarts Quidditch field.
Sure.
Yeah.
But then, do you also think that things like the quaffle could be heavier, the bludgers could be heavier and faster, and then most especially the snitch itself could be much faster?
I think. My guess is that the quaffle is the same.
Okay.
But I would bet that it would not surprise me as well if the bludgers and the snitch were faster.
Okay. That would be my thought as well, because it seems like that would scale with the available talent.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I mean, not to say that, Fred and George aren't good beaters, but like at some point it feels like you would need to magically enhance those balls to do more. Otherwise, professionals would be like ousting.
Oh yeah, it seems like otherwise the broomstick technology, quote unquote, would like start outstripping the bludgers into the point of like not mattering.
Not mattering, yeah. Like somebody could hit a bludger at you and you could just literally outrun it.
Right, yeah. So then it's. I mean, at that point though, maybe it's it's more skill based in terms of like how well you can aim your bats.
That's stuff, also true. Yeah, or maybe it's almost like predicting where the flyer will go and then trying to direct the bludger far enough in front that it's more of like a running into kind of thing or hitting on the fly.
Although it's possible we're overthinking it because the informality of this entire match is vast.
It is rather vast. It definitely comes across as if like just like everything else in the wizarding world, it is kind of quirky. You know, and it's like despite this being the Super Bowl of Quidditch, it's kind of like a lot of things from like the administration side go wrong.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot of coordination going on as well. Like I'm trying to imagine like if you're like Troy Aikman and you're about to call a game, I have to imagine every minute of that day before you're starting commenting the game is like getting ready to comment for the game.
That's what my thought would be as well. Yeah.
Like, whereas obviously we know Ludo Bagman's just like blustering around the field, you know, the campgrounds.
He's just like laying out on the ground, asking Barty Crouch Sr. if he wants a cuppa.
Taking bets. Yeah. You know, but not that you couldn't do that as well. Not that every single minute maybe, but like Ludo, like they're going to be sitting up in the top box. People are still sitting down and Ludo's just going to like come blustering in like, ready to go? All right. And we're off.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
It's like, did you coordinate with anyone, or do you need to like go somewhere? Because you just sort of start off the cuff.
You just go for it. Yeah. It's like and we begin.
Yeah.
Now is now.
Yeah.
Anyway, but then we also get another little piece of trivia here, which is that there are Muggle repelling charms on every inch of the stadium, and so the detail would be what happens to Muggles every time they get anywhere near it, and they've suddenly remembered urgent appointments, which you know seems like that's figure outable.
It does, yeah. Also says Ministry Task Force of 500 have been working on it all year, which I'm like, so 500 is like, is Barty Crouch in charge of like all of those, or would that be some of like Ludo's men? It's a huge staff number.
It is a huge staff number, and if anything, I do think not that it would make sense for nobody to care that Bertha Jorkins has gone missing, but like on such a huge staff, somebody like not returning to work could be more like statistically like likely, you know, like almost as if somebody just quit and never told anybody.
Right.
You know, like I guess I could see. I would have to imagine on big corporations, this is something that they deal with monthly.
I mean, I guess if you're like, if you're managing 500 people and if you have 499 other people you're managing and one of them is just sort of like not showing up to work all of a sudden, like how much effort are you putting into that?
Right. Yes. You've got a lot of other like moving parts for that to feel like something maybe directly in your like sphere of responsibility.
Yeah.
Not to say that, I mean, you know, this is if you've ever read The Martian, it's kind of what I would refer to as like the Mark Watney problem. But it's like how much effort will humans on Earth put into saving one person?
Right.
And it's kind of like a single human life is worth
a lot.
It's worth a lot.
Yep.
Like, you got to do it.
You got to do it. Got to help them get back.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, she's already dead, so.
That's right. Yeah. So she's not going to get back. But either way, they should care.
Yeah.
And so then I do love this little line from Arthur because it says that, they suddenly remember urgent appointments and have to dash away again. And then he says, bless them. He added fondly. Arthur's like love for Muggles as if they're like, almost like simpletons.
Just like you're kind of hopeless little beings.
Yeah, like they're just out there like...
Bless them,
you know, yeah.
They just don't even know that they don't even have appointments.
Although it does oddly sound like a you thing. Like
me?
Well, like you being aware of the thing that the people who are being impacted by it have no idea where it's coming from. And it's sort of like, haha. They keep having to walk the other way. Although, who is walking through this moor?
Oh, I know, right? This massive campground area.
Right.
Yeah, where that apparently has been camping 100,000 people.
You know how Muggles just randomly stroll off in the middle of absolute nowhere?
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I do it all the time. Anyway, so then we walk up to the entrance with a swarm of shouting witches and wizards.
Prime seats.
Yep. And I like the way that Jim Dale delivers this particular line because oftentimes it will be the case that the book will provide the context that like Harry said through a deep yawn, and like as Jim Dale is reading the line that Harry says through a deep yawn, he will add the yawn sound effect. But I like this one because Jim Dale adds, it says, "Top box, straight upstairs, Arthur, as high as you can go."
Oh.
And it's like this very like, I did a terrible job. I went very Mickey Mouse on that. But the first floor. But I like that. That this witch is like excited for Arthur.
Yeah.
Like it's sort of like a kind of like, look at that. You get to go all the way up to the top.
All the way to the top box.
So that like jovial little like chuckle that he adds. I like that. I think it's a fun one.
That's good.
Also, I think it's interesting because in the film, going as high as you can possibly go is considered a bad thing.
Right.
But it seems like very obviously inside of the book, going as high as you can go, and even logically it makes sense. It's going to give you the best view of what's happening in the air.
Well, I can imagine that it seems to me the best spots would be like middle of the field, but also height equal to the hoops.
Yeah, I could see that.
Right? Because you could build it higher than the hoops and like stare down at it as well as have people staring up at it.
I guess that's a very good point. It seems like wherever they end up going is what you just described, though.
Yeah.
Like they're at like the 50-yard line.
Yeah.
Plain eyesight, which makes sense because Ludo Bagman's gone the game. He needs a good view.
Absolutely. Yeah. Top box.
Right.
Exactly. So it also says the stadium is carpeted. I was like, wow, that's a nice touch. Can you imagine how gross the carpet at any stadium would be after 5 minutes?
I truly cannot. I know. I mean, it's like, especially with everybody having like walked in from the woods. Yeah. This rich purple carpet. Is no doubt going to be like a
just a mud colored.
I'm going with brarpit.
Brarpit, yeah.
Which sounds like a satisfactorily horrifying word to describe.
It does.
Kind of muddy, formerly purple brown carpet.
It's not going to be good. Yeah.
Brarpit. Let's see here. Yeah, so then they reach the top of the staircase, found themselves in a small box set at the highest point in the stadium and situated exactly halfway between the golden goal
50-yard line.
Boom.
Go. Yep. And it says about 20 purple and gilt chairs stood in 2 rows here. About 20. I'm going to call it 20.
About 20, yeah.
About 20.
Which we know the Bulgarians were seeking 12 additional.
They were seeking 12 additional.
Yes, to which in our last chapter we had figured out the Weasleys are in a party of
10.
And
then there's Winky and Barty Crouch Jr.
Exactly. Two seats that are set aside by Barty Crouch Sr. himself, but sort of in this like very potentially like pulling rank kind of way.
Yes, absolutely. So those are the apparent 12 seats that were supposed to be for other ministry officials or the Bulgarian prime minister or minister for magic, and instead they've been given out as like cover-ups and favors.
Yes, by Ludo, who I feel like Barty Crouch would look down his nose upon, but he also did about 20% the same thing.
About 20% the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, there's 20 seats in there. So I don't think they actually added the 12 seats.
I don't believe they did.
I think because this is going to fill up half of them right away.
And there are so many people who are about to enter this box.
Yes.
And it's is it 8? Is it 8 people who enter the box?
It will be, well, more than that. I think it'll be 32.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
It's hard to know exactly. It's how well, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm beating you to the punch there. Yeah. I'm sorry about that. Okay. I love this line. This is another piece of that like setting and world building I like. It says everything was suffused with the mysterious golden light, which seemed to come from the stadium itself.
Yes. I highlighted that because I was like, does this have anything I wonder if this is like similar to the golden mist in any capacity.
Oh, interesting.
You know,
like that Harry will eventually encounter in the maze.
In the maze, yeah.
Which makes them feel like they've flipped upside down, right?
I know, yeah. I don't know why it would be, but like, I don't know. It will happen later in the book that there will be a golden mist he has to walk through.
That's a good point.
Which we will never encounter again or get any explanation for other than Harry just has to deal with it once.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It also says that the field looked as smooth as velvet from their lofty position. Again, it sounds amazing.
It does.
There's the gigantic blackboard, which is kind of their version of like a jumbotron.
The chalkboard-tron.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Brand new technology. And upon that, we get the blue bottle, a broom for the whole for all the family. So I think this is kind of an interesting one because in the last chapter they were talking about trying to get clearance for magic carpets.
Yeah.
And I feel like they specifically say they want like a family vehicle.
Yeah.
And does this not read to you that the blue bottle is almost like a minivan sized,
like a telephone pole size?
yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
Or like I don't know if you can imagine like behind boats sometimes they pull these like hot dog shaped tubes.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
I'm also sort of picturing that a little bit.
It could also just mean that it is a regular sized broom that anyone, like, it's just a very safe broom that anyone in the family could ride.
The phrasing "a broom for all the family," I know, can be interpreted a couple
ways, yeah.
It's like a single broom,
right?
Or like a broom that, like, mom would want to fly the same way as like little Jimmy, who kind of wants to go do like grind some rails,
right?
And stuff.
Right. Is this like a minivan broom or like a Volvo broom?
Yeah. Precisely. Yeah. So anyway, then we also learn about Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. No pain, no stain. To which I have no idea what that means.
No pain, no stain. I guess that like you remove the stains without any pain, like no pain and no stain.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. No like elbow grease needed to scrub that. Yeah,
right.
Okay. Glad Rags Wizard Wear, London, Paris, and Hogsmeade, which I think is kind of fun because later on in this book, Harry will get Ron a Chudley Cannon's hat for Christmas. And it's always kind of one of those things where I'm like, but where did he get it from?
Oh, must have been here.
Must have been Glad Rags.
Glad Rags.
You walk in, they got a whole wall full of hats.
Right.
For all your various teams.
Maybe he did it by owl post at Quality Quidditch Supplies.
It could have been that too.
Could have been, yeah. Who knows?
There are options.
Yeah. And then down at the end of the row, we have a tiny creature sitting second from the last seat at the end of the row behind them. And that is, of course, Winky. And it says second to last seat because even though Harry and we, the audience, don't know it, in the last seat is Barty Crouch Jr.
That's exactly right. Exactly right.
So that's 12 people now in the box.
Okay, yeah, we're up to 12. Yeah. And the 12 that we would have accounted for.
Yeah, these are the 12 we would have accounted for.
Exactly.
Yes.
I do love that Harry mistakes this house elf for Dobby.
Yep.
And then the creature looks up with enormous brown eyes and the nose the exact size and shape of a large tomato.
I know. I'm always like, what would that look like?
I know. It reminds me a little bit of like the trolls from Frozen.
Oh, sure.
That kind of build. Either which way, I do believe this is a trivia question we've had in the past, and I always forget large tomato.
Oh, really?
Yes, because like in my head, it's like it feels such a confusing. Like when I picture Dobby, I almost picture like a pencil.
Yeah.
Coming off of his face, and this is more like a bulbousy,
like a
kind of blobby thing.
Yes. Yeah. I know what you mean. I think that's why I do remember it because I'm always like, I don't know, I can't even picture it.
In the movie Klaus, which is one of my favorite holiday movies, I feel like a lot of the characters also kind of have like these bulbousy.
Oh, these like tomato noses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's
anyway.
That's a good call.
Maybe that's where it's from. Anyway, Winky then asked, "Did you just call me Dobby?" And Harry then is kind of discovering that it is in fact not Dobby, but Winky does know Dobby.
Yes, but I knows Dobby too, sir, squeaked the elf. Yes.
Before Winky says that, I do really like this line from Harry. It says, "Sorry, Harry told the elf. I just thought you were someone I knew." And to me, I think this is such like obvious evidence of the way that Harry respects other magical creatures.
Oh, yes, it is.
That he's referring to Dobby just as someone.
Someone.
Like, no part of him is like another elf. Like he's not further specifying. Like he just views Dobby as someone else.
Someone else.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right. That's very good. And then I think this is important information too, where she's introducing herself. Says, "My name is Winky, sir, and you, sir." Her dark brown eyes widen to the size of side plates and they rest on Harry's scar. "You was surely Harry Potter." And then Harry confirms it as well, which is important because this is all information that Barty Crouch Jr. is learning in real time as well.
Oh, that's a very good point.
He's like, well.
In fact, my master is looking for you.
Yes, the very person.
Yes, yep, that worked out well. And then Winky says, "But Dobby talks of you all the time, sir," which I also love because it's just like I love to think that Dobby's out there like name dropping Harry in like every conversation he's in.
What is the situation where Dobby is even talking to Winky though? You know, like, is he just showing up at the Crouches just like for a hang with Winky? Like, it doesn't seem like Barty Crouch Sr. would be just for like, oh yeah, Winky, have your friends over, you know?
You know what I think it is? Have you ever seen the movie Wreck-It Ralph?
Yeah.
Okay. In Wreck-It Ralph, all the machines are plugged into an outlet.
Yeah.
And at night, many of them go to this video game that like is like serving beverages.
Yeah,
like
root beer.
Yeah, like root beer and stuff. And they all just sort of like hang, even though they're like all from different video games.
Yeah.
I sort of think it's like that. Like the house elves, like after like all the day's work is done, they all like magically can just like go to like
you think so? Oh, I love that idea. That there's like a place they can go.
like a place they can go and they
congregate.
just sort of like hang. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Because I mean, you're right. Otherwise, it does not seem like house elves would really have any reason to intermingle ever.
I know.
Yeah. So, and I mean, we know that they can be summoned just by calling their name. So, like, if they're there, down having their root beer,
right,
as it were, like all it would take with Lucius being like, you know,
Dobby,
and then Dobby would just leave.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I like that idea. That is fun.
Yeah. There we go.
That is fun. But apparently Dobby's having ideas above his station, sir. Can't get another position, sir. He is wanting paying for his work, sir. And then again, Harry just like doesn't understand at all. Well, why shouldn't he be paid?
I know. Yes. I think this is like such effortless respect on Harry's part. Like,
yes.
It's like he's like, yeah,
duh.
Why wouldn't he be paid? It's
right.
like, you know, this seems so obvious.
It's also just so tragic the way in which Winky just like can't even fathom it.
I know. I mean, yeah, it's the house elves thing is always so complicated.
Like the I don't know, brainwashing, the propaganda is just so deep.
Right. And I think the beacon of hope here is that like Dobby will have through his own existence planted enough sort of like agency into the house elves that he's interacted with that he can single-handedly be creating a movement of good for all of house elf kind. That's my hope there.
Oh man. Then I don't know if you noticed this line too. It's like she goes down, she says, "You goes racketing around like this, Dobby," I says, and next thing I hear, you's up in front of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures like some common goblin. I was just like, whew. So there's like prejudice even from the house elves toward goblins. I'm like, it's like prejudice inside of prejudice, you know?
It really is. And I mean, it like the goblin thing is kind of fascinating because it seems like goblin kind versus wizard kind is almost as like important as wizard kind's relationship with non-magical people as well. Like goblin rebellions and stuff, it seems like there's what they're always learning about in the history of magic. Like it just comes up a lot. There's a lot of like, you know, like heat inside of that relationship.
Yes.
But then I love Harry's response to this as well. He says, "Well, it's about time he had a bit of fun."
Oh, I know.
As if appearing before the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is like going to Chuck E. Cheese or something.
Yeah, right? But then I hate her response. Just, house elves is not supposed to have fun. House elves does what they is told. And I'm just like, ugh. It like hurts to read it.
I know. It really is.
It's just like that. That's why we exist. It's
I know. Well, okay. So and then this next couple of lines I think are kind of interesting because I find them to be misleading. It says, "I is not liking heights at all, Harry Potter, but my master sends me to the top box and I come, sir." And Harry sort of like asked the obvious question. Well, if he knows you don't like heights, like why did he send you up here?
Yeah.
And you know, just like master wants me to save him a seat, tilting his head toward the empty space behind her. But the thing is, and I had to flash forward a little bit to Barty Crouch's confession on page 695 of the story here. And basically, under Veritaserum, Dumbledore asked Barty Crouch Jr., "Tell me about the Quidditch World Cup." And what Barty Crouch responds with is, "Winky talked my father into it," said Crouch, still in the same monotonous voice. "She spent months persuading him. I had not left the house for years. I had loved Quidditch. Let him go," she said. "He will be in the invisibility cloak. He can watch. Let him, you know, go get some fresh air or something." Because I have to, smell fresh air for once. So it's like, I mean, I guess it could be the case that Winky is not necessarily pleading for the right to go with him. Like maybe this is the kind of thing where it's like, you got to let him go. And it's like, fine, but you're going too.
Oh,
and it's like,
right.
No, I don't want to. My point is here is that this will come up over and over again. Like I think Hermione will bring it up as like one of the things that she's like frustrated with Barty Crouch Sr. for making Winky go up here. But like, And of course, there's no way for Hermione to know, and she's just advocating for house elves' rights, which is the right position. However, it's like under these specific circumstances, like Winky pushed for this,
right?
Like wanted this to happen,
right?
So it sounds a little bit more forceful than I believe this specific instance is.
Okay,
does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But then I think it's interesting that she does like tilt her head towards the empty space, which of course to her she's like. She knows that someone's sitting there.
Right.
But like they don't know somebody is sitting there. But also I feel like this entire excuse is just paper thin because like as if you need seats saved in the top box, you know, like aren't seats like assigned?
There are only 20 of them, and it seems like very exclusive circumstances under which you find yourself in them.
Save them a seat. Yeah. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Whatever. Yeah. Whatever. And then I think it's weird too that Ron's like, so that's a house elf. It's like Ron has existed in the wizarding world for like 14 years now. And it's like, you've never even seen a house elf?
I wrote the exact same thing. I was like, rare that Harry knows something that Ron doesn't.
Yeah.
This could be the type of thing though, that like the Weasleys, I mean, it seems like house elves are usually associated with like a layer of wealth, like the Crouches or the Malfoys. So it's possible that the Weasleys, you know, just wouldn't have one because of their, you know, own financial status. But it could also be a principal thing. You know? Like,
that's true.
Like the Weasleys are sort of like, no, we're not going to have a house elf. Like,
right, yeah. Like,
you know.
I like to think that's more the case.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
For sure. Because otherwise it's just like, I feel like Dobby would just go work for them, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
And I bet the Weasleys would pay him.
I know. I bet they would.
Yeah. Anyway. So
that said, Ron has way more important things to be worrying about than house elves at the moment because he's got out the omnioculars and he is making a guy pick his nose over and over and over again.
And again. And
again.
This was another one I wrote down as a piece of trivia because I think it would be really funny. What does Ron first focus on when pulling out his omnioculars?
Yeah.
Someone picking their nose.
That's
a hard one to just pull off your hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or out of your hat. Yeah.
Yeah. Very funny. Yes. And then let's see. Hermione gives us a little exposition. A display from the mascots will precede the match. And Mr. Weasley's like, oh, that's always worth watching. Like, as if they just skip it, you know? Like, oh, what is happening? Never mind.
I'm not interested.
Not interested.
Right. Yes. Yep. That is interesting though, because I mean, you know, like before like American sporting events, and I think most sporting events the world over, they usually sing like the national anthem. Of some kind. It usually is a kind of a spectacle.
Yeah, it is for sure.
So this is sort of them doing a piece of that. That sort of tracks.
Yep. That makes sense to me.
Yes, and then the next page I think is kind of interesting. It says, Mr. Weasley kept shaking hands with people who were obviously very important wizards, you know, which on some level, this could just be like you're in the top box, and so like whoever's walking in may just sort of be like, oh, yes, you're a fellow human being. How are you?
Right.
But I like to interpret it as though like Arthur is very well regarded by other wizards.
Right, like he's well known within the ministry.
Exactly.
I think so.
Because I think that would really go like a long way towards like, you know, he's doing what he loves. And like that is more important to him than like climbing the corporate ladder. So
absolutely. Yeah. But see, this is where we get into some numbers here because this is like, these are the people who are otherwise sitting in the box. And if you recall, 20 chairs. 10 people are already there.
12 people are already there.
12, right.
Yeah, right, yeah, because we also have Winky and Barty Crouch, right?
You're right, okay. So really, there's only 8 spots left in there. Yes. And yet, it says, Percy jumped to his feet so often that he looked as though he were trying to sit on a hedgehog. So, like, that could be, if he pops up 8 different times and has 8 different conversations, that's enough. That's enough to satisfy that sentence, I think.
Right.
But then we know for sure, we don't know how many people come in for that. Then he says, when Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, arrived, Percy bowed so low that his glasses fell off, which is like, be cool, dude. But he has at least, the 2 other people with him, right, with Fudge? He has the minister, because he has someone on at least each side of him.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, yes. Okay, so I'm sorry. I was looking for the line that you just said. But yes, it says they had met before, and Fudge shook Harry's hand in a fatherly fashion, asked how he was, and introduced him to the wizards on either side of him. Harry Potter, you know, to the Bulgarian minister loudly, who was wearing splendid robes of black velvet and trimmed gold.
There you go.
Detail. Trivia. And didn't seem to understand a word of English. Harry Potter. This scene is kind of funny because the Bulgarian wizard at this point in time is literally just pretending to not understand.
Right.
Because we will eventually know.
He does understand.
Yes. Which is kind of funny because he's acting so far as to basically pretend to not know who he is, and then spot Harry's scar, and then start gabbling loudly and excitedly pointing at it.
Yes.
Meaning, like, he's committed to his bit.
He is committing to the bit. Absolutely. Yes. And then Fudge admits that he's no great shakes at languages. I need Barty Crouch for this sort of thing. I see his house elf saving him a seat. Which, I point out, not needed. Although Fudge says, good job, too. Those Bulgarian blighters have been trying to cadge all the best places. Like, they understand him saying that.
Yes. I highlighted that and I was like, LOL, because Ludo took them all.
Yeah. But also he says, good job, too. And I'm like, good job. They're sitting way at the end, it said. They picked the worst seats in the box. Yeah. I know. So there is that. But if we're keeping track, we have at least the 12 people who we know of. The Weasley party, Barty Crouch Jr. and Winky. That's 12. Yep. We have Fudge and at least 2 Bulgarian people.
So we're up to 15.
Up to 15. And then the Malfoy family is about to enter. That'll bring us up to 18, right?
Yep, because we'll have Harry or Draco, Lucius, and Narcissa.
Yep. And then we will also have Ludo Bagman show up, right?
Okay,
that's
so
19.
That's 19. Yep.
19. Okay. I think that's where. How are we looking here? Fudge, 3 Malfoys, Winky, Barty Crouch Jr., 16 Bulgarian group, 3 more. I don't know. Yeah. So maybe that's right. That's right. Maybe that's right at 20 then, or I guess that's at 19.
At 19.
But that's them. Even so. Then there's like, who are all these other people who show up that Percy is?
Right. Like,
right?
Are they just traveling up to the top box to Gladhand?
Oh, could be.
Or are they traveling up there because they have seats up there?
I feel
because
like
if so, we've surpassed our 20 seats.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to be fair, it does say about 20 seats.
About 20.
So there is an outside chance that it is like more than that, but this is kind of like one of those classic things where it's like if it was 25 seats, it would say 25.
It would say 25, right? So about 20 is like maybe 22, maybe 18.
Maybe 18. True.
Yeah.
True. Or 19, because that's exactly how many people we definitely know.
It's really not that important. I'm just having fun keeping track of it.
Exactly. This is all part of the game. I like to think that everybody listening in right now is sort of like, we
want to know. We're concerned.
Exactly. Yeah, this is important stuff. One thing I don't believe at all is when Lucius is talking to Fudge and he says, I don't think you've met my wife, Narcissa. And I mean, he also includes or our son, Draco. And I'm like, there's no way in the world.
No way.
Like, I mean, I think about all of like, the kind of like dinners and functions and stuff like that like well-to-do people attend.
Yeah.
Certainly. People of this status have been in the same room before.
Oh, no doubt. This is no way Narcissa is meeting Cornelius Fudge for the first time.
Yes.
No way.
Yeah. I also like that Harry's description is that she would have been nice looking if she hadn't been wearing a look that suggested there was a nasty smell under her nose. I am pretty sure Harry brings this exact one-liner back on Draco later in the book.
He does. He's like, your mother, Malfoy?
Yes.
Does she always look like that?
Yes.
Or she got a bit of dung under her nose?
Don't talk about my mother, Potter.
Oh man, here we go. And then here's the answer to the trivia question earlier for the Bulgarian. Who was the Bulgarian Minister of Magic? It's Oblonsk, Mr. Oblonsk.
Yes, Oblonsk. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What did I say? Voblansky?
Yeah, you said Voblansky.
Okay. At least I was in like the general zip code.
Yeah, you had the Blansk in there.
Had the Blansk.
Yeah,
had the Blansk.
for
Which
sure.
I mean, it seems like Fudge is mispronouncing it anyway. So
which he can understand him doing.
Yes. Yeah. But he does say he can't understand a word of what I'm saying anyway.
Yes, but he can.
Yeah, but he can. Let's see here. Then there's a bit of a tense moment because Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley last when they had seen each other was at Flourish and Blots with the old Gilderoy Lockhart incident.
Yeah.
Where Lucius would have been dropping the diary into Ginny's cauldron.
Yeah.
Something that honestly I can imagine if Arthur knew had happened and encountered Lucius again would want to just punch him in the teeth.
Yeah. I mean, do you think he does know that it was him?
I mean, I'm surprised Arthur can keep his cool if he knows.
Yeah, I know,
mean,
right?
'cause certainly it would cause a scene in front of the Minister of Magic, but I mean, that's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, like Ginny almost died.
Yes, yeah. Voldemort almost came back.
Yeah. It was a pretty severe incident.
Yes. Also, I love this. It's like, good Lord, Arthur, what did you have to do to get seats in the top box? Surely your house wouldn't have fetched this much. Which, one, super rude, but then just Fudge, who wasn't listening, said, it's just like, oh, that's convenient.
I know. I was like, the Malfoys are never caught being jerks. This happens every single time Draco says something to Harry, with the exception of the time I think like Moody shows up and turns him into a ferret.
Yeah.
But it is always the case that like Harry will retort to something Malfoy said, and then Snape will walk around the corner and be like, "What's that, Potter? 10 points from Gryffindor."
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, come on. It's
like in football when they get like the flag, like if someone like when they like throw flags for like personal fouls or whatever.
Yes.
Like if someone like, because they like hit someone, it's like the second person always gets the flag.
Yes.
Like the first person will like initiate it by shoving or hitting or something, and then the ref will turn around and just see the second half of it.
Yep.
Yeah. Happens every time.
Every time.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Then we know that Lucius has given a very generous donation to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, probably at an event that Narcissa was present for.
Probably.
He's here as my guest, which this is like one of those things that like I can't imagine how this would feel for Arthur. Like he has secured such a once in a lifetime experience for his family and two of his kids' friends, and it is like the highlight of his year. He's not working. Every other ministry official is working. Like, this is such a fun, rare, golden opportunity of like wonderful news for Arthur. And then his number one least favorite person shows up in one of the other 8 seats that are available.
I know.
And it's just like, I mean, I think about like when I like if I run into someone who like, from like way, way, way long ago or high school or something, I don't want to interact with like a brewery with like 100 other people in it. I'm like, oh, what is this? How? What are the odds?
What are the odds?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but there he is, going to sit there. He has that kind of look. Can you imagine? How does Ginny feel probably right here?
True.
Right?
True. Yeah, I bet she's like clenching her fist.
She is probably not happy about this.
Yes.
At all. And then it also says that Mr. Malfoy's eyes have returned to Hermione to remind us all how much that, one, that she is Muggle-born and how much the Malfoys detest Muggle-borns and that they are like pure blood supremists.
I like that Hermione kind of holds her ground though. Like she doesn't like break stare. She's kind of like, it's like, yeah, Hermione.
Yeah, that's right.
Show him.
Yes.
Let's see here.
But then we have Ludo Bagman charging into the box 5 seconds away from starting the match,
Yes, exactly. Everyone ready? He said, his face gleaming like a great excited Edam. Edam? I don't know what that word is.
Oh, wait, where is it?
It says, everyone ready. He said, his round face gleaming like a great excited
Oh,
Edam.
Man, I don't know. Edam?
Hold on, I'm going to look it up because I feel like we can't talk about it and then not give people the answer.
Okay.
They'll be on the edges of their seats, no doubt.
What's an E-D-A-M? Edam.
A cheese?
A cheese looking like a great excited cheese?
Edam.
It's capital E.
It is a capital E. It's from Netherlands. A semi-hard Dutch cheese with a smooth, firm texture and a mild, nutty flavor. It's named after the town of Edam in North Holland and has been a staple since the 15th century.
So when it says his round face gleaming like a great excited Edam, it's comparing him to a wheel of cheese?
I mean, literally everything I'm seeing has to do with either a city in Netherlands or the cheese itself.
I have to assume it's the cheese.
I have to assume it's the cheese.
Yes.
I'm glad we looked.
I'm glad we looked. All right. Well, I've never pictured Ludo Bagman with a wheel of cheese for a head, but I will henceforth imagine that.
Yes, indeed. I mean, people do say like, say cheese or
say
like
cheese.
Like he was cheesing.
Yeah. Well, he's cheesing all the time. I'm imagining like the Cheez-Its commercial where they're like, there's always those blocks of cheese.
Yes.
And he's like, I woke up being the cheesiest coach.
Yes.
That's what I'm imagining is his head now.
Yes. Yeah, you're right there. So 5 seconds later, Ludo's like, ready. And then he just goes, sonorous.
I know. It's like, there's no pomp and circumstance about it at all. He's just like, welcome, everybody. Let's go.
Yes. To the 422nd Quidditch World Cup, which I did come up with a fun way to remember. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, gosh. Let's hear it.
Okay. So it's 422 and then 4 equals 2 plus 2.
Yeah.
So 422.
422.
It's a really dumb way of doing it, but you know what? It might work.
Yeah, it could work.
Yeah.
4 divided by 2 equals 2. 422.
422.
There you go. Easy.
Yeah.
Bam. How often is the Quidditch World Cup? Is it 4 years?
I want to say it's every 4 years.
Yeah. Okay.
That feels like standard world sports.
Yeah, world
cadence.
sports cadence. It
Yeah.
does. Yep. Okay, so then I wonder how long this has been going on. I guess, right? Roughly 1,000 years. I guess.
I mean,
yeah.
What would it be like? 1688.
Yeah. Yes. 26. Yeah. 88 plus 400 times 4, 1600.
Does that mean the founders did not have Quidditch?
No, this would be older than Hogwarts.
Would it be older? Oh, you're right.
Yes.
You're right. I'm sorry.
But it means Quidditch predates Hogwarts.
That is the fun fact I meant to say.
That's crazy. Leagues predate Hogwarts.
Yes, you're right. Because I think 990 is approximately the time, and so if we're going back, so I mean maybe 600 years. In excess.
That's wild. And they were had enough to have World Cups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless our 4-year thing is off.
And that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But I think if it's off, it's because it's every 5 years.
And not every 1 year.
Not every year.
Not every year.
I don't think it's every year.
It seems like it would come up in other books if it was every year.
Yeah, I know, right?
Because even being strategically placed in the 4th book means it wouldn't have to happen again until Harry was 18.
Exactly.
And it would mean that we would never have to handle it again.
Exactly.
So every 4 years seems to make sense.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it would have happened the year before Harry got to school and then the year after Harry left.
Right.
And right in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
I'm going with every 4 years, but you can write it in and let us know if we're wrong.
Okay. Excellent. Either way, we're off to the races here. We've got the score flying up on the Chalktron. What do I call it? Chalkboardtron.
Chalkboardtron, yeah.
Bulgaria 0. Ireland 0. And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce, this is the thing where I'm were they just on standby down there? Just in any second now, Ludo might start talking, so just be ready. Who knows when it's going to happen?
Yeah.
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 I guess so. Same with the Quidditch teams. They're just we don't know, so just be standing out here for when Ludo starts talking.
Right, inside of the tunnel.
Inside of the tunnel, ready. Hopefully you're in the right order, right?
Right. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, so then the Bulgarian national team mascots come out, which are Vila.
Yep.
Which is kind of interesting because it means that Crumb and Fleur are not terribly separated from one another because her grandmother was Vila.
Right.
And so that means if Crumb plays for the Bulgarian national team, it means he's Bulgarian.
Yes.
Most likely.
I honestly, as we were writing this, because Crumb is described as looking like a great bird of prey.
Yeah.
That sort of face. And the Vila turn into bird creatures.
They do.
As well. And they're from Bulgaria.
Is Crumb part Vila?
Is Crumb part Vila? Yes, that's what I'm wondering as well.
People are obsessed with him.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah,
that's true too.
When you go to the Bulgarian tents, all of the walls
are all Crumb.
It's all Crumb.
Right, and it's Vila are women. But if he just had that doesn't mean that Flora's parents couldn't have had a son.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So it's maybe you're getting less of that sort of ethereal beauty that that Fleur might have, but you might still have some magical attributes.
Yeah.
Left over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm liking it.
I don't hate it.
I'm liking it.
Crumb is part Vila.
Crumb's part Vila. All right, there you go. You heard it here first.
There you go.
Both the other champions are part Vila.
Right. And Harry was really against all odds here.
I know. And then Cedric's just so beautiful. He's so handsome.
He's so handsome.
It's just these 3 super good-looking people and Harry.
Harry.
Oh, so poor Harry.
I know. Yeah.
He's I wear glasses. I can make that joke because I do wear glasses. Okay?
There you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the Vila were women, the most beautiful women Harry had ever seen, except they couldn't be human. This puzzled Harry for a moment when he tried to guess exactly what they could be. What could make their skin shine moon bright, or their white hair fan out behind them without wind?
Well, it sounds like Ari, Ben.
I thought the exact same thing.
Ari is Vila.
That's a Name of the Wind reference, but we would need to dig into the mythology behind Vila to figure out whether or not Patrick Rothfuss, who wrote Name of the Wind, could have been pulling from that. But that's a completely different thing. Don't start me on Name of the Wind; I will get sidetracked.
Moon bright, Ben.
I know. I read it too. Anyway.
We're not going to get sidetracked.
Thank you.
He says they couldn't be human. And I'm like, well, they got to be at least human enough to like breed with.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Like,
some
manner of human.
Right. But this is kind of interesting because it says, in fact, he stopped worrying about anything at all. The violet started to dance and Harry's mind had gone completely and blissfully blank. So let me turn to page 231 when describe the effects. Did you do the same thing, the Imperious Curse?
Very Imperious-like.
So on page 231, it says, this is Moody puts the Imperious Curse on Harry. It was the most wonderful feeling. Harry felt a floating sensation at every thought and worry had left his head, was gently wiped away, leaving nothing but a vague, untraceable happiness. Yeah. So my poor reading skills aside, it does feel like whatever power the Veelas are exuding almost seems like a soft magic version of the Imperious Curse.
I literally wrote down it's like a diet specific version of the Imperious Curse.
Wow.
Yes.
Remarkably same page on this one.
It is like the Imperious Curse can control anybody and is more powerful, but they absolutely create a lighter effect on men.
Yes.
Specifically
seems to be the case, yeah, and it seems like the full function of this like Imperious capability is dedicated towards getting anyone to do what they want them to do.
Yeah. And it seems like for the Veela, what that is to desire them. It's like they always make them desire the same thing. Whereas if you're casting the Imperious Curse, you can just make them do whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
But they are, they're cut from the same cloth.
There's no doubt.
There's no doubt.
It's way too similar, especially inside of the same book where we're going to learn about both of these magical things. So.
Even the next thing it says, wild half-formed thoughts started chasing around through Harry's dazed mind, which is like kind of like that like voice in the back of his head telling him to like jump on the table.
Yes, well, and that's what it says. Jumping from the box into the stadium seemed like a good idea.
Yeah.
And the very thing that Moody attempts to do to Harry is it says jump onto the desk, jump onto the desk, and it's like Harry almost does it. So, So anyway, it's so interesting that it's even the same general action is being used against him both times.
Yeah. It's almost surprising he's as affected by it because like he's able to shake off the Imperious Curse so well.
Right.
But I suppose this is more just like catching him off guard and by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know what he's up against or the effects or anything, but it doesn't seem like he goes on to have the same susceptibility as like Ron does towards Fleur throughout the school year. So I do think Harry has more tenacity when it comes to this particular impact.
Yeah.
Even if it is the same.
Oh, by the way, when the Veela are coming on the field, we skipped over this. I love when Mr. Weasley realizes it. It says he suddenly whipped off his glasses and polished them hurriedly. Smooth. He's like, oh, hello there, Veela. I'll make sure I get a look at you ladies.
Arthur.
Arthur. He's like, well, Molly's not here.
Hold that thought because I want to come back to it here in just a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I love though that it goes so far as Harry's like, I would of course be supporting Bulgaria.
Yeah.
And wondering vaguely why he had a large green shamrock pinned to his chest. And then Ron is shredding shamrocks in his hand, and then Mr. Weasley is like, you're going to be wanting that once I didn't have had the essay.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it does end up being the case because what seemed to be a great green and gold comet came zooming into the stadium. The whole way in which the leprechauns are described is kind of fascinating because it reminds me so much of modern day drone shows.
Yeah,
Have
exactly.
you seen these?
Yes, I have. They're insane.
It's really unbelievable.
Yeah.
But it's like lots and lots and lots of like synchronized drones that can like fly in such tandem that they're able to like create messages and like kind of visual aesthetic in the sky. I've long believed that there's a possibility that like they could eventually like replace the more cumbersome or potentially dangerous nature of like fireworks. With doing drone shows.
I mean, I've wondered that as well because like you could do like a lot, maybe not the exact same effect obviously, but you could reproduce the same show over and over for free.
For free, Yes.
Yeah.
Once you've invested into the technology of the drones, then you could just keep doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the way that it is described is it sounds like they can kind of like keep, reconfiguring to do all sorts of different really cool things. And then, of course, they start raining the leprechaun gold all over everyone.
Yep.
Which is even kind of interesting because I'm curious whether or not the leprechaun gold looks like galleons.
It has to.
I mean,
I had this exact question because, otherwise, why would Fred and George even accept it from Ludo Bagman?
Precisely. Yeah. Unless it's the kind of thing where like raw materials in the Wizarding world are just sort of like you could still go and take them to Gringotts and like exchange them for.
This is just like gold coins, so just bring it to Gringotts and they'll take the gold and
then give you galleons, like exchange it or something.
What's more surprising to me though is that like Ron just doesn't know about leprechaun gold.
It's another one of those weird gaps in his knowledge.
Right.
I feel like especially because Ron is so constantly like the voice of let me explain Wizarding World rules to you.
Yeah. Yes. So not only does Ron not know about it, which is it's like this is the sort of thing you'd expect Ron to know that like Harry wouldn't know.
Yes.
Or something that maybe Arthur should tell them immediately.
Also true.
Also true.
Don't get too attached.
Yeah. But what's even more glaring, and I think more of like a plot mishap here, is that we know that Ludo Bagman is going to use this same gold to pay the goblins, to pay his debt to the goblins he owes for other gambling losses.
Right.
Right. The goblins should know.
They should know.
Like they should know.
Because the whole point of Griphook being included as heavily as he is, once you get into the 7th book in the series, is to identify
the sword. Like he can tell the difference between the true sword and the fake sword.
Exactly.
Like there's no way goblins can't spot leprechaun gold a mile away. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so the fact that he gets away with that is also, that feels unlikely.
Well, and I guess he, right. I guess he doesn't get away with it. The question is, how quickly were they mad?
Right.
Like would he show up and be like, oh yes, of course I have your payment, and like slide it across the table, and they're like,
nope. And he's like, well, see ya.
Yeah. And then like, it's almost like the cartoonified version of like a little cloud is like left behind him.
Right. I mean, I guess that's possible.
Yeah. So anyway, then finally though, we get to see the players for each of the teams kind of be introduced to the stadium. So you got the Bulgarian national Quidditch team first, followed by the Irish, the Ireland team. This is the scene though where we get the description of Crumb, just the way that you've kind of been saying it. Victor Crumb was thin, dark, and sallow-skinned with a large curved nose and thick black eyebrows. He looked like an overgrown bird of prey. Is the exact phrasing we get. It was hard to believe he was only 18, which is again kind of like doubling down on this sentiment that should make it less absolutely shocking when he arrives up for the Quidditch World Cup.
For the Triwizard Tournament.
The Triwizard Tournament is exactly what I meant. Although it is kind of interesting still because wizards come of age at 17, and so he is like a fully of age wizard in high school.
Yeah,
it's kind of surprising.
That's well, but you have to be of age to even enter the Triwizard Tournament.
That's true.
Yeah,
so you have to be at least 17.
Yeah,
that's true.
So Cedric is as well.
Right. Right. But yeah, so then anyway, we get all the Ireland team: Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Moran, Quigley, and Lynch.
And Lynch.
That's right.
Lynch is gonna have a bad game.
He does not have his best game.
Not a great game.
Yeah. He's really thanking his chasers for his his Quidditch World Cup ring that he gets or whatever.
Yes. I mean, he doesn't have no impact on the game.
That's true.
He kind of forces Crumb to catch it when he does, because if Crumb doesn't, Lynch will just catch it.
And then it's definitely
then it's really bad.
Yeah. Then we learn that the referee is all the way from Egypt and goes by the name of Hassan Mustafa.
Yes.
That is a piece of trivia that, any self-respecting Harry Potter fan,
you got to know Hassan Mustafa.
You got to put that square in your back pocket.
I know. I was like, I know that one. That one's come up on so many trivia quizzes.
I know. I think I would spell it wrong every time.
Probably.
I think recently I think I put Mufasa.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Hassan Mufasa.
Just kind of weasel its way into my brain.
There you go. Let's see. Small, skinny wizard, completely bald, but with a mustache. Rival Uncle Vernon's wearing robes of pure gold to match the stadium. Which, I would love it if all of the referees in football games were wearing solid gold uniforms.
That would be super.
Can you imagine?
I can't. I mean, literally, my mind goes to Aladdin and the 40 Thieves.
Yeah.
Is that the third installment of Aladdin?
Aladdin, the King of Thieves.
The King of Thieves, rather, who is Aladdin's father. Spoilers.
Yeah. Yes.
But there's like the Hand of Midas.
Yeah.
And at some point in time, I think somebody literally like turns their cape gold.
Yeah.
And the depiction of how heavy it becomes, perfect.
Perfect.
Nailed
it.
Go and watch the third Aladdin, why don't you? Let's see here. Then Mustafa is carrying out the large wooden crate, which
he walks onto the field. He's not flying.
Not flying.
Walking.
Yeah.
This, even the way the game starts, very non-pomp, no circumstance to it at all. He just sort of walks out, unlatches it, and there, I guess we're going.
Now we're going, yeah.
There's not like a tip off or like he threw the quaffle into the air. He just like opens the lid.
Yeah, I know. This is again like, it's like, does the quaffle fly a little bit or do something?
Yeah, I think someone didn't someone write in and say like it doesn't, it like slows, it falls slower.
Maybe someone did. I can't remember. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that. That's a good version of it. Harry can spot the minuscule winged golden snitch for just a second before it disappears into the air. There, Wolf! Screamed Bagman, and it's Mullet, Troy, Moran, Dimitrov, back to Mullet, Troy, Levski, Moran. Which I think is kind of interesting because we know the chasers are really good. It seems like the ball is going back and forth really fast, but the Dimitrov and Levski being included in that means that it's actually changing hands.
Yeah,
twice.
Yes. So I love it. I mean, it's interestingly, like, I don't know how intentional all of it is, but it's Mullet, Troy, Moran, Dimitrov, back to Mullet, which makes it sound like because he had the ball first, passes it to Troy, who passes it to Moran, and then I guess it gets like intercepted probably on its way back to Mullet because it sounds like they're just passing so fast.
Yes.
Right? But that means Mullet is almost anticipating the interception, gets it immediately back, but then Troy is there to immediately block him and pass it to Levski, but then Moran is circled back and like already gotten it. It's just like the speed at which they're playing.
I know, yeah. And I mean, that is literally the next line, too. It was Quidditch as Harry had never seen it played before.
Yeah.
Which is really cool because it's like you can almost imagine it. And my note to anybody doing like the HBO series, because you've got time to prepare for this, would be to make this as cool as humanly possible.
Absolutely. Like, you got to get this right. Like, start working on it now.
I know. It would be really, really, really cool to like see it perfectly executed.
Yes.
Yeah. It would just be so fun.
Well, I mean,
it sounds amazing.
I know. And I love the Quidditch scenes in the movies. Like there's like the one game in the snow, like in year 6, I think.
Yeah.
Where they're like flying down there, like Ginny scores, and then they go back to the other side of the field, and Ron's blocking all the hoops and stuff, and it's just like it's so fun. Like they have really good music during it.
Yes, it's a blast.
Yeah, it's a blast. Like spend some time on the Quidditch because the Quidditch is great.
It is. Yep. Let's see here. So then Harry is looking through his omnioculars. We get a couple other really good pieces of trivia that are so unbelievably obscure, which would be at least 2 of 3 different formations that Harry can see through his omnioculars, including the Hawk's Head attacking formation, which, as far as I'm concerned, I just read for the first time in my entire life, if not for the very next one, which is the Portkey ploy.
The Portkey ploy.
Yeah. So
must be more of a that's a beater formation, right? No. The Bulgarians Portkey ploy flashed up next as Troy made it through the. I don't know.
I know. I mean, the Portkey ploy, and I mean, I could be massively generalizing here, so apologies in advance. It seems like the Portkey ploy would be a Bulgarian tactic, but I believe it's being enacted by the.
Oh, you're right.
The Irish Chasers.
Yep, you're right. I mean, I suppose whoever comes up with it doesn't mean other teams can't use it.
That's right. Yeah. Any team can use the Hail Mary.
Yeah. Exactly.
Anyway, so then we get a little bit of scoring going on. I think this is when Bulgaria gets. No, let's see here. Maybe I'm jumping ahead of myself.
Well, so Troy scores first, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 10-0 Ireland. But Lefty's got the quaffle. There we go. Harry says, but Levski's got the quaffle. Like, he's unaware that he's watching in slow motion.
That's exactly it. Yes, which I can totally see the temptation for, because it would be like, I want to know more about like what they just did.
Yeah.
Especially as a Quidditch player.
Especially since they don't have like an actual Jumbotron that will just show replays.
Also that. Yeah. But then, Hermione's like, Harry, you're not going to, I'm sorry. Harry, if you're not going to watch at normal speed, you're going to miss things.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh no, that would be such a bummer.
I know, right?
Miss the first goal of the match.
Miss the first goal of the match. Wow. Yeah. Fortunately, there's going to be 16 more.
Yes. Yeah. Plenty to go around.
Yep.
But this was also kind of interesting because it says Harry knew enough about Quidditch to see that the Irish chasers were superb. They worked as a seamless team. Their movements were so well coordinated that they appeared to be reading one another's minds as they positioned themselves. And I was like, they could literally be using Legilimens.
I said, it's possible, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, and I was like, that is a really fascinating concept, because that skill within the wizarding world is not specifically like a sports related skill. So to have assembled a group of 3 players for those chasers who can all do it, it's kind of like, that's pretty sweet.
I mean, I think that'd be a very interesting application to sports.
Yes.
It'd be like, especially like okay, you 3, not only do you need to be good at like reading minds, but you need to do it without eye contact. You need to be like very open to letting your mind being read by these 2 people.
Right.
But like, I wonder like if they're like also like good occlumens, so like the other teams can't do it or something.
Oh yeah.
It's very like directional occlumency or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It reminds me of I feel like I'm jumping all over the place, but in Ender's Game, they talk a lot about this like kind of insect like
hive mind.
Yeah, like where it's almost like a bee colony, and they're all able to like wordlessly communicate, and so their configurations are incredible,
right?
Because they're all like they're all working together as one a little bit.
Yeah, but no match for an Ender,
No match for Ender.
He's still too good for him.
He does.
Too creative.
Yep.
No spoilers though. Anyway, should read Ender's Game. It's a great book.
It is a great book. It has a splendid twist.
Yeah. Let's see. So as we move on here, what is it? Bulgaria finally scores their first and what will be only goal.
Ugh.
It's painful. They are so outclassed. The Vilas come onto the field, and Mr. Weasley warns everyone, fingers in your ears. But gosh, the behavior of the mascots, like being so unrestrained throughout the map, seems just wild to me.
It does seem wild, except like unless maybe the idea that like because so much of the game takes place in the air, because like normally mascots are like restricted to the sidelines.
Yeah.
But like the pitch itself could be the sideline, I guess. Theoretically,
like the ground.
Yeah, nobody's really interacting with it. It's not
but like they could.
I mean,
they could fly down there.
But in the same way that like a football player or something could go careening, into the sidelines too and like knock over.
Yeah,
so we see that happen.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that's how.
Maybe that's it. But like they're like they're not just like. They're not there to like rile up the crowd. They're very much there to like, they came to throw down.
They did. I mean, they are strategically involved in the gameplay, as we'll see even more here in just a few minutes.
Yes.
But before that, though, I think that there's a collective gasp as, let's see here.
What, Crumb and Lynch go into a dive?
Yes, they're going to crash, screamed Hermione. Lynch, however, hit the ground with a dull thud that could be heard throughout the stadium. Fool, moaned Mr. Weasley. Crumb was fainting.
Yeah.
And the fact that Arthur's able to pull this out of his back pocket, it's like, this could just be like some classic dad armchair knowledge.
Yeah, that's exactly what this reads to me.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you doing? What are you guys doing out there? I'm like, I wrote down there, I was like, I dare say he knows.
Yeah. I mean, it happens all the time when we watch sports with Dad, where like a lot of times they'd be like, "Oh, that's pass interference," and I'm like, "Was it?" And it's like, and then they'll be like, "It's pass interference," and I'm like, "Dang, Dad, You're so good at calling these things.
Yeah.
Dad knowledge.
Dad knowledge. I
There you
know.
go.
I love it when I get the calls right ahead of time.
I know.
It's such a good feeling.
Jay, you're learning.
I know. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my God. All right, boys, let's go.
Right. Someday your kids will look up to you and be like, Dad, what was that? I'm like, it was offsides.
It was offsides. You can usually, I honestly, like half the time, I think if you watch enough of it, you're like, you don't even necessarily like have to see what it was. You can just sort of like circumstantially tell, like, it almost had to be this because what else could it have been?
What else could it have been?
Yeah.
What are the odds we're seeing something new?
I know, right?
Yeah. Let's see here. I love Charlie's reassurance to Ginny. He says he'll be okay. He only got plowed.
Yeah. Oh, well, if that's all.
Oh, okay. Yes, because in most circumstances where anybody is described as having been plowed, it's a good thing.
Yeah. Nothing like crashing into the ground at faster than the speed of gravity.
Yes.
Yeah. No problem. No problem there. Also, let's see. It says this is where Harry first learns the name of this move, the Wronski defensive feint, dangerous secret diversion.
Yes, I loved this one and I highlighted it, not just because I think it's important and kind of fun and cool, because I think Harry will be excited to try it at some point in the future, but also when we were doing our Ron and Hufflepuff series, we sort of took the Ron portion of the Wronski defensive feint and created a keeping maneuver for Ron to do.
The hurricane hurl.
The hurricane halt.
Oh, the hurricane halt. Yes.
And,
You're right.
And so we included Harry's name in that naming convention.
Yes, we
felt
did.
like it was a fun homage to the beginning. So
yes,
that's just kind of fun.
I know. I also, this is interesting too. It says Harry understood. Crumb hadn't seen the snitch at all. He was just making Lynch copy him. And I'm like, hasn't Harry done this before?
I think he has. Some version of it. So maybe it's the kind of thing where it's like you come up with an idea only to discover it's already like a known phenomenon. But like maybe doing it like more intentionally is better.
Yeah, I guess so. But it's like also, how did Oliver Wood never like use fainting or describe fainting to him?
I have no idea.
You know,
yeah.
like
it seems like for Seekers it would be a huge part of the game,
right?
Because like at all times you're needing to do something, otherwise you're just floating there looking around.
I know.
Yeah.
Right.
But what's also kind of interesting here is that like Crumb seems to have gone so far. I mean, speaking of the mascots, Crumb seems to have gone so far as to have done this particular maneuver, knowing that Lynch would copy him, and then being able to use the period of time that like the medical staff needed to tend to Lynch to gain an advantage by using that window to then hunt for the snitch.
Yeah.
Like unimpeded.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, it's like you literally stopped the game so that you could play the game more aggressively.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's very good. It feels like it needs a rule change because otherwise it just seems like it's encouraging exactly this.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like in the case of injury, we'll pause the snitch and re-release it or something. You know?
Right. You think we can pause the snitch, or there's someone with like a switch somewhere?
A snitch switch.
We need one.
They do. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It does seem like, or does the game actually stop, or is he just like up there doing it unimpeded while? Let's see. The Green Cloud supporters fireballed. Mufasa blew his whistle again and moved into action. Yeah. So the game is just still happening. You're right. He's just up there, just like, yep, I'm going to find it right now. I'm almost surprised he doesn't find it.
Same here. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like with no other opposition.
I suppose if there's 100,000 people in the stadium and the walls are made of gold, finding this particular snitch has got to be very hard.
Dude, gold is a terrible choice.
Terrible choice, unless you want like a really long match.
Which it is so not.
Yeah, I know. It's only like 30 minutes.
Yeah, so short. Let's see here. Then the Chasers move back into action for Ireland, and it seems like they are just like fired up at this point. Like, okay, let's freaking go.
Yeah. They're
leading by 130 points to 10. The game was starting to get dirtier. Let's see here. The Bulgarian keeper gets a whistle blown against him for cobbing.
Trivia.
Yeah, which
excessive use of elbows.
Man, I have no faith in myself to remember that particular detail. At this point in time, the leprechauns are forming the ha ha ha.
I know. Dude, I can't wait for some NFL team to get like a legion of drones that is ready to do this exact thing.
I know.
Like it's going to happen. You know where I bet Seattle does it first. That's my guess.
We saw Seattle play this year, and they definitely have no like guidelines there towards trolling the other team.
Oh my God, they were trolling so hard the whole game. Like I could so see. You know what? Listen, if you work at an NFL stadium and you're in the marketing department, start pitching to your GM now. You can set a trend.
Get drones.
Get drones. You know, get some programming going. It'll be hilarious.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, Mustafa is once again being relevant to the conversation because he has spotted the villa and has now found his way over there, and he's flexing his muscles and smoothing his mustache excitedly. Ludo Bagman is like, "Now we can't have that. Somebody slap the referee."
Oh my God, this game quickly just becomes out of control.
It really, really does. No one is. It's like, did it go well? It's like, well,
yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, one ref.
Just one.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see here. So then Mustafa wants to send off the Bulgarian team mascots. I think he's very embarrassed.
Wizard came out and kicked him in the shins. Ouch.
Even that could be trivia.
Yeah.
How did the Wizard relieve Mustafa of his...
of the Vila gaze or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Yeah, let's see. Mustafa's attempting to send off the Bulgarian team mascots. Now, there's something we haven't seen before. Like, I'm surprised that this is common, but that makes the game even more nasty. Yeah, so we get 2 more penalties for Ireland, even really 3, I suppose, right? Where one of them knocks the quaffle off of Moran here. But then I love the leprechauns are really getting out of hand, making inappropriate giant hand gestures in the sky.
I mean, all you can imagine here, the only thing I can think is that they're flicking them off.
Absolutely. They're giving them the middle finger in the sky.
In the sky, yes. It's like, okay, guys, that's a little, I think we've taken it too far.
I know. And it says, at this, the Vila lost control, transform into birds, and start throwing handfuls of fire at the leprechauns. Like, what is happening?
What is this show?
What is this game? Can you imagine if you were at any sporting event
and the mascots started to violently attack one
another?
Yeah, no.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this is hilarious. So they're not also the fact that the Vila have this like secondary ability to like transform into birds that can hurl fire. I'm like, can Fleur do this?
I know, yeah.
In any capacity?
Is this just part of who she is?
/ maybe Crumb as well, you know?
And / maybe Crumb. That's a good point.
Yes.
Okay, so then I love this line, though, because they've been throwing fire, and Mr. Weasley says, "And that, boys, is why you should never go for looks alone."
Yes.
And I was like, well, Bill does marry Fleur.
Yeah, I know. I had 2 thoughts on this because he gives this piece of advice, and Ron is falling on deaf ears for Ron, who later in this book will, like, Hermione says, "So you're just going to go with the best-looking girl who'll have you," and he's like, "Yep, pretty much."
Yes.
Yeah, so Ron is only concerned with looks, and this will like that sentiment will continue to bite him in the butt for like 3 years following that moment. Because like if he just asked Hermione to the Yule Ball, he might have been happier a lot sooner.
Yeah.
If he just learned this lesson. But then on the flip end of that, though, you're right. Bill marries a part Vila person, and despite being beautiful, she's also very nice and formidable.
She is very nice and incredibly smart. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So like it's not. Don't go for looks alone, but looks don't necessarily make you stupid.
Yeah, precisely.
Yes.
Precisely. Yep. And then as we scoot on down the page a little bit, this is where we get the old bludger to the face for Crumb.
The old bludger to the face
because he does not duck. There's blood everywhere. I think he's got a broken nose, possibly from this.
I think so.
Yeah. Crumb's nose looked broken.
Yeah, 2 black eyes are blossoming.
Yes, indeed. And Harry wanted someone to realize that Crumb was injured, even though he was supporting Ireland. Crumb was the most exciting player on the field.
Is he? What's he doing? Just kind of like coasting around.
Acrobatics, Jay.
Acrobatics.
He's being a bird of prey.
Or
maybe that's just his Vila blood and you just can't look away from him.
Oh, you're right, Ben. He's so exciting.
He's just captivating.
Even the way Ron is like kind of obsessed with him.
You know what would be even funnier too is that like I feel like Hermione keeps rolling her eyes at the boys for being obsessed with the Vila, and then she goes to the Yule Ball with Crumb.
Yes. It's so funny.
Who maybe as of today we've just decided is maybe part Vila.
Maybe is part Vila. Yep. Although initially she is not drawn in by him.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yes.
Yeah.
But even when he gets up there, she's like, he was very brave, wasn't he?
Yes.
So it begins.
You know.
So it begins.
All right, let's see here. But now the real moment is happening. He's seen the snitch, Harry shouted. He's seen it. Look at him go. And it seems like half the crowd seems to have realized what's going on. Crumb is on his tail.
It's impressive he can catch him because, like, Lynch has a head start and he's also on a firebolt and also a world-class seeker.
Exactly. So it is kind of amazing. I think it really all comes down to sort of the way that they are like careening towards the ground here.
Yeah.
But I love the moment where Hermione's like, they're going to crash. They're not, roared Ron. Lynch is, yelled Harry. And I just love that because it just, I think, demonstrates like Harry does get the game of Quidditch, even though he's like really new to the wizarding world. It's like he's got like a natural instinct for it.
He's got a natural instinct and more than Ron.
More than Ron.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I highlighted that as well. Just like Seeker's intuition. He could tell.
Right.
I think what's interesting is that it's like Crumb is otherwise supposed to be like the best seeker, but he did not find the snitch.
That's a good point.
You know, Lynch found it.
Lynch does find it first.
Yeah.
I also think it's really interesting to read it because like it's easy to be like a little bit critical of Crumb whenever you're like just recalling the Quidditch World Cup and be like, why did he catch the snitch? Like that was such a dumb thing to do. Like, why would you do that? But like realistically here, it's like he's going to lose. Like Lynch is going for it. And so it's like, I mean, really when it comes down to it, it's like at least get the glory of having beat the opponent.
Well, I guess, I don't know, but Lynch crashes, right?
True.
So, I mean, maybe after Lynch crashed, he could have just veered off.
Just
like kept his eye on it and been like, you know, maybe at this point your goal is to block or just like prevent him from getting it.
True.
Yeah. In which case, then you might really be the most exciting thing on the field because everyone's just like, oh my God, is Lynch going to get around Crumb to get to the snitch to secure the win?
Well, yeah, especially after this crash, though, it sounds like Lynch would not be in good form for the rest of the match.
I know.
Yeah. They might have to call up one of their reserve team players.
Yeah. Right?
That's a small
Oliver Wood note.
Yeah.
Also, this is like on this note, when it says that Crumb got hit in the face, it says like Hassan Mustafa didn't blow his whistle. And I highlighted that and I'm like, but like, why would he? Isn't people getting hit with the bludgers like a part of the game?
Yeah, it's not really a foul.
Right. It's not really a foul. It's like, do you need to stop the game for getting hit by bludgers? Because isn't the point of bludgers to hit people?
Otherwise, why do we have bludgers?
I know. Like, if you're going to stop it every time they get hit, just don't have the bludgers, you know? Just whatever. I don't know. But obviously, they don't blow the whistle, so I don't know what I'm complaining about. Just that Harry's concerned that they didn't.
Right.
Like, come on, Harry.
Yep.
Jeez.
But anyway, so Crumb's got it. It's all over. Bulgaria 160, Ireland 170. Piece of trivia there. Can you remember? It's ever so tricky because it's not 150 to 160. It's 160 to 170. So you have to remember that Bulgaria did score once, but otherwise Ireland only won by 10. Ireland wins, Bagman shouted, which is very exciting. Crumb gets the snitch, but Ireland wins. I don't think any of us were expecting that.
Well,
at least two people were. This is really like one of those things where it's like, I am just convinced that the Weasleys had time turners.
Oh, to like, get this information?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like it feels like they had to.
Because this is like, you're right. It's not like it says, I don't think any of us were expecting that. And it's like, that makes it sound like this never happens. Like that the losing team catches the snitch.
I know.
You know, like, because even that would have been like, that does happen sometimes just to stop things from getting out of hand or to like make up the point difference or something like that.
Right.
I can see there being reasons for this to happen, like in like league play, not in finals play. That's the other thing that makes it a little ridiculous.
Right.
Is that like, maybe if over the course of the season or a tournament to like advance to the next round, like if point differential matters or something, and you just like, we're going to lose, but at least if we get it now, we'll only lose by 10.
True.
Whereas if they catch it or we just let the game go on, we're likely to lose by a lot more or something.
Right.
Like I can see those kind of reasons, but those kind of reasons don't apply to a finals match where it's winner take all.
Right.
You know?
Right. Well, and it's interesting too because I think there's like I mean, you can compare it to so many other sports, like a walk-off home run or like a buzzer beater in basketball or like a Hail Mary to win the game. You know, it's like there are those instances where it's like nobody can really predict it, but it's really cool when you get to see it.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe it's uncommon, but like generally heard of.
Yeah, right. Could
anyway,
be, yeah. I would have loved it maybe if Bulgaria was like shooting a goal or something.
Yeah. Oh,
you know,
yeah.
If, like Bulgaria shooting like crumbs. Like I trusted that they would make the goal and they didn't, but I had to catch it.
Right.
You know, it would have like whatever.
Just nearly there.
Just nearly there or something.
So close.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, Harry seems to understand where Crumb was coming from. He says he wanted to end it on his terms. That's all. And Hermione's like, he was very brave, wasn't he?
Oh, all that feeling magic starting to wear off there, Hermione, huh?
Yep. Let's say.
That he wanted to end it on his terms, that's all, is interesting coming from Harry as well. Because it is very much, it reminds me a lot of Harry's acceptance of his fate at some point.
Yeah.
Like the difference between like being forced into the arena and like walking in with your head held high.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
It's like some people would say there wasn't a difference, but to Harry there was all the difference in the world.
Right.
Yeah. So I feel like that kind of like is like the foreshadowing of that moment right here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well said, dude.
Yeah. Well,
said.
thank you.
Yeah,
thank
you're
you.
welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Now we finally get the line from the Bulgarian Minister of Magic who says, "Well, we vault very bravely. You can speak English at Fudge, outraged, and you've been letting me mime all day. Well, it was very funny."
I love that they're just like, yeah, it was funny. Like they're not like serious about it at all.
It's like this was an entertaining bit. I
know.
Of course.
Right.
But yeah, at this point now, the Quidditch World Cup is being brought into the top box. Just another detail that makes the tickets so awesome is that you get to be like right there in the room with the players.
Oh, I know. It doesn't happen on the field.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Let's see here. The two panting wizards carrying a vast golden cup into the box. Feels like, I don't know if it's really foreshadowing for the Triwizard Cup, but it feels interesting to me that there's two big trophies.
I mean, this book is cup heavy.
It's cup heavy.
I mean, you've got the Quidditch World Cup, you've got the Goblet of Fire, and the Triwizard Cup.
That's 3 cups.
That's 3 big cups in one book.
Yep, 3 very important cups.
I know. And then we'll later on have, Hufflepuff's cup. So just all sorts of important cups in this world.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. But yeah, so then as everybody kind of files in, Crumb is the last to get in line. He looked a real mess. He had 2 black eyes blossoming on his particularly bloody face. He was holding the snitch. Harry noticed that he seemed much less coordinated on the ground. He was slightly duck-footed and distinctly round-shouldered. I was trying to think if that had anything to do with his partial veal-ness.
Well, duck-footed. Ducks are kinds of birds, right?
They are kinds of birds. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
So
not that Floor has any of those features, but...
Not so much.
No.
Yeah. Maybe they manifest differently.
Manifest.
Nailed it. Then the Ireland team also comes in with Lynch being supported by Moran and Connolly. Feels like that could be a piece of trivia.
I love that Crumb is still holding the snitch.
Yes.
I'm like, that's cool.
That is
pretty cool. I kept it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. I mean, snitches seem like they're single-use objects.
So they are, yeah, I think so.
And if I caught one at the biggest stage, I would keep it.
Yeah, right.
Like, I'm putting that on my shelf.
Yeah, it feels like they would probably want to put it in some sort of like museum or something.
Yeah,
but I'd be like, nah, I caught this.
Don't let go of it.
This is mine. Yeah, that's right. So I literally can't let go of it because they will take it from me. So
yes. Yeah.
This is mine now.
Exactly. Yep. And so then let's see here. The Ireland team goes back out onto the pitch for their final lap of honor on their broomsticks. Bagman, in a grinning in a bemused sort of way, uses the spell Quietus, which feels like a slightly less clever way of turning off the sonorous.
I know.
Charm.
Sonorous. Quietus.
Yeah, it's like all right.
It sounds like how like we in the real world make up spells.
Exactly.
It's like the word plus us.
Us. Yeah. Magnifius.
Yes, exactly.
But either way, what it reminds me of is like Lumos and Nox, which feel like the perfect words.
Oh, the exact right words. Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, so then Bagman says, "Shame it couldn't have lasted longer. Ah, yes. I owe you how much?" And Fred and George had just scrambled over the backs of their seats and were standing in front of Ludo Bagman with broad grins on their faces, their hands outstretched. It's the scrambling over the backs of their seats bit that I think again plays into that time turner equation.
Right, like they just got there.
Like they just got back in time.
There's also no mention of them during the match.
That's the other really big thing.
Right.
Yeah, we hear from Bill and Charlie and Ginny and Ron.
And Arthur.
And Percy even, because he's the one who keeps dropping his glasses. So everyone else talks. That's the really big detail.
Right.
Everyone else from the Weasley family makes mention, makes conversation. And Fred and George are on Harry's team. Like, it seems like what they would have to say would be relevant.
Oh, I mean, and it's like if anyone's ever talking the most in the Weasley family, it's Fred and George. They've always got something to say.
Always. Yeah. So
and they play Quidditch.
Right.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
yeah. Well, how did they react to the Vila? Right?
Right.
Yeah.
And what was their reaction?
Well, they've done nothing because they weren't there, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. So I think it's because, and we mapped it all out. Like time travel always ends up getting really weird. And I remember the day that we made the Super Carlin Brothers video breaking this down. We had like the whiteboard just like filled with scribbles.
Oh yeah. It's like it was very confusing.
They would need to leave here at this time to be here at this time, and then go back here to do this, and then return here. It's a whole thing, but it does work out really nicely. So go check out that video. We can link it in the description. If you want to see that. But that does bring us to the end of chapter 8. Jay, do you have a review for us?
Well, I sure do. Let me pull it up right here on the old phone. This one's going to come from Aragog's Roller Skates.
Hey, nice.
He says, "Hey, brother, I love listening to you guys every day. I'm listening to Chamber of Secrets right now and Goblet of Fire as the episodes come out. Please do the tour again." Well, great news. We are going on tour in February down to the Southeast. If you haven't got tickets yet, it's going to be so much fun. We're going to Charlotte, Orlando, Tampa Bay, Jacksonville, Atlanta, and Nashville.
That's right. And Tampa, I think, as of my last ticket report, had like 6 tickets left.
Oh!
So if you are interested in going to the Tampa show, then secure quickly because those are going quick.
Yes.
But yeah, we definitely hope to see you there. It is going to be just so much fun. We do a live Jay versus Ben, a live reading of the book. We've got all of the chapters that we're going to be reading while we're on tour already announced. It's a hoot and holler.
I am looking so forward to tour. Like it's going to be so much fun, you guys. Those are like the best nights.
You know, the other thing is that on February 15th of 2025, while we are down in the Orlando area, we are going to Universal for the day
we are.
as a team. So if nothing else and you're in the Orlando area and you spot us while we're at Universal, please come say hello.
Yes.
Please come take a picture.
Yeah.
We would love to see you there.
Absolutely.
It'll be a blast.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, review time.
All right. Their question is, 1, when are you thinking of, when you were thinking about a particular scene in the book, do you imagine the movie actors as Harry, Ron, and Hermione or any of the other characters? Because I do, and I'm thinking how the new TV show would change that. It needs to be so good that it fundamentally modifies my memories.
Dude, I think that this is a very good observation. And I have had this same quandary skittering around in my brain a bit. Because I do think the movie characters have kind of like infiltrated and influenced some amount of how I picture the characters. I would say particularly like Hermione, I think, has become Emma Watson in my head more so.
I know. I think especially like we keep making all these jokes, or well, like we keep noticing how the book like portrays Hermione as being like out of shape or like slow at running or coming up the hill or whatever. And I'm like, it seems so ridiculous. Like, why do you keep pointing that out? It's like there's no need to do that. And I'm like, probably maybe Emma Watson was just a lot fitter than how Hermione was imagined.
Maybe so, yeah. Like that could be a thing. Like it's like very, very different like configurations based on how it's executed.
Right. I mean, I think it's also supposed to be a thing where it's like you don't go, because even like the don't go on looks alone. It's just like, you know, if you're like a human being, no one's looking at Emma Watson thinking she's not one of the most beautiful people on the planet. It's just like Ron, like no one like. That's almost like a problem with the casting of Hermione. Then it's just that like she's too attractive for it.
Well, Emma Watson is not someone who is classically overlooked.
No, not at all.
So
whereas it sounds like Hermione would be.
At the very least, it does seem like that is the way that the character is described as being.
Right.
Yeah. Until her big moment here in Goblet of Fire that's coming up for the Yule Ball. Otherwise, the ones that have always stood out to me would be Hagrid by Robbie Coltrane is, I mean, really, it's not that Robbie Coltrane's depiction is infiltrating my thoughts and like changing how I pictured Hagrid. It's just, it is Robbie Coltrane as Hagrid is how I pictured Hagrid.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think Robbie Coltrane and Maggie Smith and
Smith as
McGonagall and Richard Harris as Dumbledore
yeah.
are all so perfect, and that's how like I pictured them ahead of time, and then they just got the exact right people.
Yeah.
I will say I picture Snape a lot differently in my head.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which
I know it feels like a bit of a hot take. People love Alan Rickman.
They do. I mean, they absolutely do. And when I picture him in my head, it's not even how he's described in the book, and like. Alan Rick, like the portrayal in the movie is how he's described as looking in the book, other than being like maybe older. But like so, even when like I first saw him, I think I was just like, that's not how Snape looks. But it's like it is how it looks. You've just been picturing him wrong in your head, but I can't stop picturing him that way.
Yeah. It's true. I think Sirius, like Gary Oldman Sirius, I end up probably using. I don't think I use Lupin from the films. I can never remember that actor's name, even though I know he's a really big deal. Yeah, it bounces around. I don't use everything. From the films.
Yeah, I don't think I picture Sirius as like Gary Oldman. I don't picture Lupin as Lupin, but they don't really like have faces when I like imagine it.
I know
in my brain.
That's a good point as well. Yeah. It's really kind of interesting how like that detail isn't all that important to me when I'm picturing the story in my head.
Yeah, but like even the main characters. Like sometimes I will picture like Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint and Emma Watson and like Tom Felton, but like. Not always. Like sometimes like certain iconic scenes I do remember them for. Or like Slughorn, I don't picture him looking like that.
Slughorn in particular is a pretty big deviation.
Like Filch, pretty much spot on.
Filch is extremely good.
Yeah.
That's one that definitely is exactly perfect casting. And it's like sometimes there's like a piece of me that's almost just like, you know, if it was so perfect, just like keep it. You know, it's like just get them to come back,
run it back, man,
reprise their role.
Yeah,
you know. And the other thing I would say about the movies, and I'm very curious because I do feel like they're like almost growing to be more beloved with time. Not that I feel like they've ever really struggled with popularity in any capacity, but I've always observed that like the Star Wars prequels struggled for a long time. Like they were almost kind of like a punching bag for
Star Wars fans.
For Star Wars fans. And then after they had been out for about 20 years, maybe 15 years, like there was almost like a total switch that flipped, like a resurgence in their popularity. And I think I've even listened to an interview with Ewan McGregor, who plays Obi-Wan, where he described how like, you know, like they were like, was it so cool to play Obi-Wan? He's like, well, not everybody really loved the prequels when they come out. Like, you know, so it's almost like it was an honor to get to play the role, but like, you know, it was a little bit of like some backlash that you're dealing with in the meantime. Whereas now people absolutely, you know, love it. And especially Ewan McGregor, I think, as Obi-Wan is one of the more iconic castings. But so what I was going to say, though, is that like my relationship with the Harry Potter movies has always been the further I am from having read the books, the more I like the films.
Right.
And then the more recently I've read the books, usually the more critical of the films I am because of how much they've deviated. But the challenge that the whole Harry Potter saga, I think, is always up against is the necessary use of child actors.
Yeah.
And it's like there are some limitations, but they are so crucial. Like they have to nail it. But then some scenes, I think each of the actors do a lot better than others. So we were doing a video for some Goblet of Fire stuff for an upload that's going up actually today as we're recording. And the scene where Harry's name is called out of the Goblet of Fire and he like sort of like sinks down into his chair and like Dumbledore is like, Harry Potter, and like, you know, sort of like shouting around the room and stuff. It's like, it's a well executed scene.
Yeah.
Like I think Daniel Radcliffe's acting in that moment is like, I'm like, oh, like that is Harry Potter. That is Harry Potter being like, I don't know what just happened. Why is he calling my name?
Right.
I don't want to get up. And it's like when I watch that, I'm like, that is so good.
Yeah.
You know, and I think those glimmers are really what like hold the whole thing up so well, is that there's like it's like some things are so well done.
Yeah.
That it really, you know, it's like, okay, that's lifting for the areas that maybe missed the mark a little bit more.
Right.
Yeah. That would be my overall take. And I know that we've now far left the conversation behind, but it's the reason it's so interesting to me is I can't stop thinking about the HBO series.
Yeah.
And what they'll do.
Oh, I know. I was like thinking that I was like, will the music be the same? Like, will they have the same music?
I know.
You know?
I mean, can you imagine Harry Potter without John Williams?
I know. It's like maybe you just keep the music, or it's like, no, you got to let it be its own thing. Got to let it carve its own path, or is it going to be like how like the Fantastic Beasts music is like clearly inspired by the Harry Potter music?
Right.
You know, it's not the same, but it's like there.
It's there. Yeah, it's in the territory. It's like kind of cut from the same cloth.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, it's all so interesting. I mean, my personal advice, again, if anybody cares, is you're probably best off not making homages to anything. Treat it as if it's never been done before.
That is probably the right thing to do.
Yeah. Just make it all from the ground up, and then I mean, invariably there's going to be fan service that's baked into it. There will be, somehow, some way, there will be a character who reprises a role of some measure of importance. I mean, I would be shocked if we get through 10 years of Harry Potter TV and none of the original actors show up anywhere.
I know, because there's just so many like famous British actors who were in the original.
Yes.
Yes,
I know. It's like, I mean, that's the other thing too, is that like, there are only so many spectacular, I mean, there are a lot of really good British actors, but on some level they pulled a lot of the really, really notable ones into that series.
Right.
Yeah. So it's all interesting. It's all very exciting. I will be stoked, when that day comes, and I suspect we'll probably do an episode by episode breakdown.
Oh, absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely.
Once it's coming out, we can add a little extra magic to the Gryffindor's upload schedule. Every week. So anyway, all things to look forward to. But I think that does it for today.
Yes, I think so. But as always, thank you so much for listening, and we hope you'll join us next week for Chapter 9, The Dark Mark, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 9, The Dark Mark.
Yeah, the calm before the storm.
This is sort of the storm breaking.
I was going to say, the calm before the storm is kind of over.
It's over. That was the World Cup. That was last chapter.
Little bit of thunder, little bit of lightning.
Little bit of skulls in the sky.
Yeah. If anything, the thunder in this particular case is the Death Eaters, and the lightning is sort of like, and the Death Eaters are like, oh no.
Oh no, not the Dark Mark.
Not the Dark Mark. That's so terrifying.
It is.
I know. Yep. So this is it's kind of a beefy chapter.
It is. As I was going through it, I was like, oh man, a lot happens. This is like the action is really starting to begin now. There's been some build up. We got to the Quidditch World Cup. We had our fun. Boom. Bad things are happening.
Right. And I mean, it's worth noting that this is kind of remarkable because we are at chapter 9 and we're still not at Hogwarts.
Yeah.
And in Sorcerer's Stone, or Philosopher's Stone, depending on where you are, we're, chapter 9 is like it's more than halfway through the book. I think
you're only, like Christmas.
Exactly. I think there's only 17 chapters in the first book. So yeah, it's pretty unbelievable that we're still not there, and the plot is actively starting to kind of heat up a little bit. So as per always, we got to talk a little bit here about the chapter art for the Dark Mark.
We sure do. And so what we see is basically the campgrounds, and there is a tent on fire. You can't see any of the Death Eaters down below, but you do see the people floating in the air high above the flames.
Yes, and I have a couple of quick notes here. Not that either of them is terribly important, but just things I took away from it. The first is that I'm almost kind of surprised that the image used here isn't just the Dark Mark itself.
Oh, I know. There are sometimes where the chapter art is surprisingly not what you would think. Like, you're right. I'm surprised it isn't the Dark Mark itself. Like, The Gilderoy Lockhart chapter isn't a picture of Gilderoy Lockhart.
Right. It's like, but famously, almost certainly your mind is like, no, surely it is. And I can picture him holding like a picture of himself or a book that he wrote with like a glittering smile. And it's like, no, that's the Flourish and Blotch chapter.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah. And I think similarly, there is a chapter art that is the Dark Mark. The thing that I think is interesting about that is that oftentimes with the chapter art, what I think they're attempting to do is be cautious of spoilers.
Right.
And so maybe by showing you what the Dark Mark looks like, that would be like giving you too much information. But in this particular case, if you're going to name the chapter something as ominous as the Dark Mark, like I think it's fine. Like we already don't know what it is. The Dark Mark doesn't mean anything to us, but it certainly doesn't sound good.
I mean, seeing like a skull with a snake coming out of its mouth as the chapter art, you're right. I don't think that would be like, oh, I know what it is now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like when it happens, you'll just have like context for it then.
Right.
Yeah.
But so then the other thing I think is kind of interesting is that there are actually 4 people that are being held in the air.
Yeah.
It is Mr. Roberts, his wife, and his 2 children.
Yes.
And inside of the picture, there's only 3 people in the air.
There's only 3.
So I actually drew
You drew a 4th person.
I drew a 4th little stick figure
Add
person.
to the torment.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So just a little teaser for those folks who are signing up for the annual patronage there.
Yeah.
You know, because you get a page from one of our books, so somebody will get a page with chapter art by the artist and also a little adornment from one Ben Carlin.
Yeah, that's true. In case you were unaware or wondering whether or not we were still doing it, yes, if you sign up as an annual patron for this show at any point, you will get a page from one of our books that we have finished. So at the moment, you could get one from Prisoner of Azkaban as well, just mailed directly to you.
Exactly right. Yeah. And I think one of the perks that we don't talk about enough with the Patreon is that you do get early access to the next week's episode. They come out on Friday night for Patreon listeners, and they are ad-free as well. So if those are things that you could find yourself interested in, again, patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door. Be sure to check them out. And then, if you sign up for the annual membership, you get that page in the mail as well. So really fun. Anyway, without any further ado, let's dive on into Chapter 9.
Let's do it. So we kick off right away with Mr. Weasley just sort of like trying to smooth over the gambling situation with Fred and George. He says, "Don't tell your mother you've been gambling," Mr. Weasley implored Fred and George. And I'm like, why not? They won.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Mom, look, we don't know what the odds are, but he says, I'll give you really good odds on that. And earlier he says he'd give someone else like great odds at 10-1. So I'm inclined to believe it was at least 10-1.
I mean, it had to be, yeah. So I've always been curious about what their payout would be because, you would imagine even just a 2-1 odds, they're looking at walking away with what, like 70
plus galleons.
Yeah, which would be like a nice haul there alone. But I mean, it's such a ridiculous guess that it wouldn't even surprise me if it was like 100-1
Oh yeah, I know that Ireland wins, but yeah, because it makes no sense.
Right. I mean, it's a rather preposterous suggestion. I mean, as of this very moment, not to get off topic, but our favorite NFL team, the Commanders.
Yeah,
it's like I've looked at the odds of them winning the Super Bowl because they're currently in the playoffs, and it is astronomically high. So anyway, not that really matters or anything for the purposes of today's conversation.
May as well throw a galleon on it, Ben.
May as well throw 1 galleon. I mean,
dude, I'm so hyped for that game on Saturday, though.
It's going to be a good one.
It is. Yeah. All of the stats would say they're not going to win, but you know what? That wouldn't be any fun. There'd be no reason to even play then.
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever.
Exactly. Yeah. Everybody loves an underdog, especially us. But anyway, yeah. So Fred immediately is like, "Not to worry, Dad. We've got big plans for this money. We don't want it confiscated."
I know. I highlighted that too. I was like, "Can you imagine?" Like if they're like, "Look, we bet all of our savings and like multiplied it times 10," and Mrs. Weasley was like, "Well, you clearly haven't learned anything. Give me all of that."
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Can you imagine like her taking their money?
No,
I can't either.
That would be terrible.
That'd be terrible. I like to think that whatever the odds were, it's still less than 1,000 galleons, such that Harry, it's like they lost their money to Ludo Bagman, but Harry like more than compensates for it.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love it. Like they actually come out even more on top.
Yeah.
Overall. No, that's good. That's good. The other thing that I think is worth noting about that is that it says this money specifically, which it doesn't say the money, which would be like the hypothetical money that we will get. It means this money that we currently have in our possession.
Yeah.
Which I think is pretty vitally important, because it's easy to be thrown off who Fred and George are going to spend the rest of the book secretly planning to write to.
Yes.
And this line in particular would basically be more than enough to let us know they have their money.
Right.
You know, so it'd be like, who are they writing to?
Right.
You know, who is this totally off-page person who has caused them difficulty?
Yeah, that they're blackmailing now.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, it seems as though they have been given money, which again, we will eventually be told directly that what he has paid them out is...
leprechaun gold.
Leprechaun gold, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's going to be more. There's like a bunch of hints. This is a really fascinatingly written chapter where many things are told to you point blank, and your own self-doubt like causes you to not like pick up on it.
I know what you mean, and I have a lot of those highlighted. I'm very curious to go through it, because one of the things that I think is like really critical to me when it comes to appreciating a story is the groundwork that is laid. Like, because so many stories are going to ultimately have a misdirect, and Goblet of Fire is chock full of them.
Oh yeah.
And it's like you want to be able to go back and actually see all of the necessary pieces were in fact laid out for you.
Yeah.
And I personally think, especially with the Fred and George situation with Ludo Bagman, they're neatly laid out. Like it's all there. Like, we've learned about the leprechaun gold. We've seen it. You know, they've said that they've got their money. Like, you know, it's kind of neat how it all comes together. And even more of that will be true as this chapter goes on. Yeah, it's very well executed.
Yes, it is. So let's see. Moving down the page here, they say, Mr. Weasley, I love this line. It says, when they finally reached the tents, nobody felt like sleeping at all. And given the level of noise around them, Mr. Weasley agreed they could all have one last cup of cocoa before turning in. And I'm like, first of all, as if you're just allowed to still tell what, like, Charlie and Bill and Percy are allowed to do.
That's also true. Yeah.
But like also, Ireland just won the World Cup. Like, dude, I would have no intention of making my kids go to bed. Like, let them celebrate, man.
Right.
Like, also, level of noise. Like, it said, it's going to say, like, here, like, I wouldn't fancy having to go tell the Irish they've got to stop celebrating. Like, good luck.
Oh, that's not stopping.
That's not stopping.
Yeah.
If this... You know what? Because like if the Dark Mark stuff didn't start happening, like this party goes all night, maybe into next week.
Yeah.
You know, such is the kind of victory that has just been had.
Especially because these people were fully prepared for a potentially like days-long match.
I know.
You know?
Absolutely. Yeah. And they were treated to only a 30-minute match.
Right.
So they've barely left the campground. You know, they're right back here.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going on for a minute. Maybe the Bulgaria tents will pack things up and start heading their way home. But,
yeah, maybe they will. But like even when they're heading into the stadium or it's counting down, it's like as the match drew closer, like all illusions of hiding the magic like disappeared. I'm like, it's way worse now.
It definitely is.
It's way worse now.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
But I like the mention of hot chocolate or the hot cocoa. It's because it does seem like such a joyous little, like, you know, kind of like a family that went to the sporting match.
Yeah.
You know, they're just going back. They're just going to have some cocoa.
Back. Well, wasn't that a fun day out at the Quidditch match? You guys want some hot chocolate?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very quaint. And it sounds like they're all just talking enjoyably about the match. Mr. Weasley got drawn into a disagreement about cobbing with Charlie.
I know. I'm like, if you don't remember, cobbing was like use of elbows.
Excessive use of elbows.
I know. I'm like, what could the disagreement be? Like, it should be more legal or something? Like,
let the boys play.
Let the boys play, ref.
Yeah, no, that's a Remember the Titans reference.
It sure is.
But it's a very good question. And in the last chapter, it was the Bulgarian keeper who committed this particular foul. So even that is like one of those things where I'm very curious as to like who is on which side.
Yeah, who's
here.
on which side of this?
Yeah, like who is more likely? Because Charlie is the ex seeker.
Yeah.
So who is more likely to be in favor or not in favor of letting them play?
I don't know. You'd have to think. I feel like Charlie would be more in favor of just let it go.
Just let it go. Yeah.
No need to call that.
Exactly.
No need to stop the game over something as trivial as cobbing.
That's cobbing.
Not when like cannonballs are flying around the field.
Honestly, that's kind of a fair point.
Yeah.
And maybe that's where Charlie's coming from. He's like, Dad, they get hit by cannonballs.
Yeah. Like, who cares if you got a little elbow in the face, you know?
Right.
That's nothing.
At
you know
least,
I'm coming around in this argument. I'm with Charlie.
We are pro cobbing.
We are pro, let them play. Let them play,
Or not pro cobbing penalties.
We're pro like non-tight officiating,
I guess that's it. I guess that's it. Yeah.
Well, sometimes I swear you're watching football, they're like, they're calling a tight one tonight,
I know, and it's like
any blade of grass out of place, that's a flag.
It's never going to be a fun game to watch the rest of.
Nope. Then this is just frankly unbelievable to me. It says Ginny fell asleep at the tiny table and spilled hot chocolate all over the floor. I'm like, are you kidding me, Ginny? Wake up! Who doesn't finish your hot chocolate? Anyway, that's all.
So she's sleeping on her hot chocolate.
She's sleeping on it, man.
Literally.
Literally. No one ever has failed to finish a celebratory glass of hot cocoa.
That's your declaration in always and forever.
Hard stand.
Okay.
Especially someone as cool as Ginny Weasley. Okay.
That was my note about this particular instance. Is I was like, to me, I feel like this is signaling that Ginny has still not quite crossed the threshold into who she will start to become in the next 3 books. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she's still maybe like just a little bit more like innocent.
Just still just on the edges of like little kid.
Right, like her life has only been put in extreme danger once so far.
Right, she's only been kidnapped and controlled and possessed by Voldemort the one time.
Right, she's basically a child.
Yeah, she only petrified 4 students at the school.
Right. Yeah, and wrote in blood like a handful of times. A handful. You get it?
Get it? Because blood.
Because blood and smeared by hand. Anyway, let's see. So then Mr. Weasley basically says, okay, time for bed, everybody. And he's glad that he's not on duty, which is honestly truly amazing because it seems like every other ministry official that we've met is
on duty.
Yeah. So Arthur won some some amazing prize by not having to work on this
Felix Felicissing.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Because Dumbledore called him up and was like, Arthur, I'm so sorry.
Sorry about the rat. That's on me. I'm gonna say that was on me.
Do you remember last year? The year before?
Remember last year when I gave you that little bottle? I was thinking maybe it's time for another one.
Yeah.
You know? You've earned it.
No, the end of year handing out of Felix Felicises by Dumbledore is my new favorite headcanon.
I know, right? Yeah. There's no way. Then Harry is laying in bed dreaming about how he can try the Wronski feint because somehow Oliver Wood had never managed to convey with all his wriggling diagrams of how that move was supposed to look. And I'm like, so one, Oliver did know about it. He did know about feinting, but they don't. Harry seems to be unaware of fainting until the last chapter.
Yes, and I think even in the last chapter, we may have even said, like, how is it that Oliver never instructed Harry on what honestly on the whole feels like a kind of like low-hanging fruit strategy for a seeker if you think about the sport for, at least a couple hours worth of time to be like, you know what would help? Faking.
Oh, I know. Because otherwise, it's just sort of like, just circle around the top of the field and look for the snitch.
Right. Yeah. Keep your head on a pivot. Don't get hit by a bludger.
Exactly. Right. That seems like most of what seeking is. It's like they got to have some other things to do.
Exactly. Yeah. It definitely seems like that would make that particular position a lot more interesting because it is such a clutch position otherwise.
You gotta you're playing the other seeker as much as you are the snitch.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Like a bit of a chess match.
Yeah.
But then Harry starts to kind of imagine himself, I guess, playing for England's national team. He can hear Ludo Bagman's voice echoing throughout the stadium. I give you Potter!
This is a bit of foreshadowing, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So I was like, to his demise, this exact thing will happen.
Just not how he dreams it up.
Well, and what's interesting about not how he dreams it up is that I jumped forward a few chapters to get a look at this for the first task when Harry does step out to face the dragon for the first time.
Yeah.
And it's basically like as soon as Harry steps out there, he washes out all of the noise, all the sound. Like he is just focused on what's going on. So as glamorous as he's made it in his head, even if the day came where this did happen, it would mean nothing to him.
Right.
Like it's fun to daydream about that, but then once you're the person in the driver's seat, it's like that's just the thing that is happening.
Right. It's just back there.
Yeah.
You're not super aware of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, what is also interesting about this though is that it's maybe the only other time Harry has a daydream about a different profession of like being a professional Quidditch player.
Oh, interesting.
Later in this book, Mad Eye / Barty Crouch Jr. will suggest to him the idea of being an Auror, and that will just sort of be his like he's like that. Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Right.
But like here he is daydreaming about a different one.
No, that's a really good point. It's a really good point, and I think it's kind of almost like it seems well set up. Once again, I mean, because we talk about this, you know, and I go back again to that first chapter, right, where he wakes up from the dream. And his scar is hurting, and I think the exact phrasing is that like even Quidditch, in Harry's opinion, the best sport in the world, couldn't distract him at the moment. And isn't that so fitting that like before Voldemort's return, he's daydreaming about being a Quidditch star.
Yeah.
Afterwards, all he can ever do is think about being an Auror.
Yeah.
So it's like he has to set aside the daydream for the mission.
Right.
You know, a little bit. So it just kind of, that lie, I mean, I think I've gone back to it in like 4 different episodes now, but it's amazing that it keeps.
You're right, because he's like having a dream about Voldemort and Quidditch can't distract him. And now he'll be having a dream about Quidditch and Voldemort will distract him.
Exactly right. Yeah. Oh, wow. I got chills a little bit as you said that. That's very good. Yeah. Very neatly teed up, bro.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, so he falls into sleep and then, get up, Ron, Harry, come on, we've got to go. This is urgent. And she's like, well, here we go.
Here we go. Yes, the fun is over. The daydreaming is done. It says Harry sat up quickly and the top of his head hit the canvas. And
what's the matter?
To which I was like, ouch.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, I mean, but it's kind of a joke because canvas is not hard.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think it probably just illustrates the speed at which he sat up. But I was like. Your head hitting canvas is basically an irrelevant action.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Good noise. Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's the sound. I love the noises in the campsite had changed. So I like this because just alongside our read through of this Harry Potter, I'm reading a book called Lonesome Dove right now, and you wouldn't believe how often it's just like that noise was different. And it was just like, you know, they'll just be sitting out in the middle of the prairie, in the middle of anywhere. And it's like certain noises will just become like background and certain noises will be like, what was that?
You know, it's funny because that is true. Like even here at our office, we are like near enough to like an interstate where, you know, emergency vehicles will regularly go by.
Yeah.
And to the point where like sometimes like if we're recording like a Super Carlin Brothers video, we actually have to like pause and like wait for the fire engine.
Yeah, the jet or the siren or whatever.
Exactly. But then every once in a while, there's one where it's kind of like, what's going on? Like maybe we should go look outside.
Yeah, that's not a regular noise.
Right. This noise is different.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good point. It's a good point. It's like I've experienced this exact phenomenon. So Harry is trying to get ready, but the urgency is rather significant. Mr. Weasley is basically just like, no, but just put a jacket on over your pajamas. We need to get outside quickly.
Mr. Weasley put his jeans over his pajamas, to which I'm like, are you wearing 2 pairs of pants?
That sounds so uncomfortable.
I literally wrote, sounds so uncomfy.
Yes, exactly. But you know, it's also kind of funny because it's like the reaction to this kind of danger is no, get a jacket, get outside.
Oh, I know.
Whereas I feel like in so many instances where danger is the foot, the idea would be like, get inside quickly, there's danger.
I know. He says get outside quickly. I was like, is that the best option? Or
Right. I mean, and to be fair, what we will eventually learn is that they're the Death Eaters are actively like blasting.
Yeah, they're like setting tents on fire. So it probably is, but you know, you're right. It is like the opposite of what you might think is the conventional wisdom in the moment.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But then we get outside and we can see by the light of a few fires that were still burning that people are running into the woods. And honestly, this is kind of scary to think about happening if you actually put the magnitude of it together. I mean, it can be a very dangerous thing having a undirected stampede of humans moving in a direction in the dark.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it's like it's easy to underestimate that on the whole, but like I imagine walking into like any concert or sporting event or even just being at like a parade or something like that. But like if everybody started moving in a direction quickly, that can become very dangerous very fast if anybody falls down. But then we see that there's something that was emitting odd flashes of light and noises like gunfire. Then came a burst of strong green light, to which I was kind of like, what is the strong green light?
I know. Like, are people casting Avada Kedavra?
Right. Like, I can't tell if this is supposed to be like the wizard equivalent of like, I mean, we see gunfire in just the line before, but like, like firing a gun into the air.
I know. Like,
to sow chaos, so
I
to
was
speak.
wondering the same thing. Are they just like shooting the killing curse into the sky? Just like, pew,
Right,
Just
yes.
for like the overall effect of it or something. Like, because I guess we know they also have like the muggles floating up there. So it's just like, haha, look.
Right, exactly.
Like,
yeah.
I'm not hitting them, but I'm coming close.
Right. And it's very interesting. We'll come back to it here in a few minutes, but the specific action of chaos that they are like enacting right now is lifting people into the air, which seems so just sort of like we'll choose something. We'll choose a very visible way to be taunting those people, but I do think it's very interesting that is the specific selection of what is going on. But I'll come back to that. But in the meantime, I don't know of any other spells that we're going to learn about in the books that are demonstrated as strong green light because it is so otherwise heavily associated with the Avada Kedavra curse.
Right. Yeah. So I kept wondering about that too, because it does keep coming up over and over, like loud, like green light flashes.
Yes.
And that is definitely the spell that makes green flashes.
Exactly. And we will learn about that particular spell in this book.
Yes.
So,
the other thing that's happening is just this sort of like riot behavior. Like, a lot of people are running into the woods, like fleeing the chaos, but it says loud jeering, roars of laughter, and drunken yells were drifting towards them. So it's like there are a lot of people running like from the situation, but there's like a lot of people like enjoying it as well.
I mean, I see the exact line that you've gotten reference, and I'm aware of the fact that we will eventually learn, I think, and you can probably count on 3 hands the total number of Death Eaters that could be involved in this particular scene. So roars of laughter and drunken yells don't seem like they could fit the small envoy of Death Eaters that do remain.
I know. I've always imagined this to be like 4 Death Eaters or something.
Right. I mean, we're talking like maybe like Lucius, Crab, Goyle, and toss in a couple extras there.
Right, yeah, the Caros or something.
Exactly, yeah. I don't know what's going on there. I mean, that could literally just be the aftermath of people who were celebrating and therefore are just not as distracted by the chaos.
Well, look, but no, even down below it says more wizards were joining the marching group, laughing and pointing up at the floating bodies.
Yeah, you're right. That's not very good.
Yeah, it's really not very good. It's like I think, people... what it kind of suggests is like there's like a greater prejudice than you realize in the wider wizarding population. Like people like the rest of the Black family, or maybe like Narcissa Malfoy, who are like, we're not like Death Eaters, but like we still, we kind of get it.
Yeah, that's man. Yeah, I don't like that.
I know. Me neither.
Yeah, kind of hits me. But I think you're right. I think that must be a piece of what's going on there, which even that I guess kind of makes sense, because oftentimes when I think about like the scenes that we're seeing in Half-Blood Prince and Deathly Hallows, where Voldemort's regime is really starting to like rain chaos on the nation, it's kind of like, how are so few wizards doing this much? But this might be suggesting that you've got like the Death Eaters who are like amongst ranks, and then you've got like another big portion of the populace who are also like, yeah, we're maybe not like that extreme, but we do follow.
But they're still like laughing at the scene.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. So okay, that's a fair observation. Although I hate to think it. So
no, I know, I agree. I was really noticing it as I was reading it this time, because it like comes up a few times.
Yeah.
Where it's just like there's like the crowd is growing. It's like there are Death Eaters doing it, but they're being joined by lots of unmasked people as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But notably not Stan Shunpike, who we will learn is elsewhere.
He's elsewhere. We always got to know what Stan's doing for some reason.
We really do.
Yeah.
And the current status of his facial.
Yeah. He is so recognizable for his pimples.
Yes. It's like that. That is always the thing that has to come up with Stan. Anyway, It doesn't matter. But they didn't seem to have faces. Then he realized that their heads were hooded and their faces masked. High above them, floating along in midair, 4 struggling figures were being contoured into grotesque shapes.
Ugh.
I know, it's really, really bad.
It really is. It's pretty gross what they're doing for sure.
Yeah, the line that got me, and I think that this is like one that like, I mean, not that I've ever thought that this was good behavior in the first place, but I do think that parent lens definitely makes it like really frustrating and upsetting is the 2 of the figures were very small.
Oh, I know. They're just straight up torturing kids.
Yeah, so that's bad.
Yeah. And I love when Ron comes out and goes, "That's sick. That is really sick." And it's like, yes, it is.
Yes. Yeah. Ron nails it right on the head with that assessment. Yep. Let's see. Once or twice, Harry saw one of the marchers blast a tent out of his way. Several caught fire. The screaming grew louder. So you can definitely start to see that this like contagious chaos that maybe you're right. Like what is the term for that? Like where everybody,
it's like that mob mentality.
The mob mentality. Yeah. Like it seems that it's like that's starting to like kind of permeate a little bit. Let's see here. This is when Harry recognized that Mr. Roberts, the campsite manager, the other 3 looked as though they might be his wife and children, which is again super upsetting to think about. Mm-hmm. People are screeching and hooting with glee.
Yeah, and they're like 60 feet up in the air. They're like really high.
Yes. Yeah. It's bad. It's bad. There is kind of a cool moment for the Weasley boys where you can kind of almost like see them as like a little bit of like action heroes, and this would actually include Percy, which is so infrequently the case. But at the same moment, Bill, Charlie, and Percy emerge from the boys' tent fully dressed with their sleeves rolled up and their wands out.
Yeah.
It's like this is kind of a moment, and Percy's not perfect in this chapter or at all, but it is kind of one of those moments where it's like when you know that he's as good as he is, and like when danger has appeared, he's like right there in the fray. You're kind of like, I mean, I think to me what it demonstrates is that I'm like, I do respect his magical ability. Yeah. Like I don't think he's going to go out there and make a fool of himself.
Right.
Like maybe he's not the most savvy when it comes to being cool around his superiors and stuff like that. But there is a piece of me that's like, Percy's still good at magic. Like he's not going to go in there and like.
I mean, he's still got like the 12 OWLs and stuff.
Precisely. So
Percy Isley.
Percy Isley, exactly. But then, Mr. Weasley basically just like he also is going to be going into the fray himself. He says, "You lot get into the woods and stick together,"
which they don't.
which they immediately do not do.
Yeah.
Let's see here. The crowd beneath the Roberts family was coming even closer. So Fred grabs Ginny's hands, pulls her towards the wood. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and George followed. They all looked back as they reached the trees. The crowd beneath the Roberts family was larger than ever, which, at this point in time, it's like there's no two ways about it.
More and more people just keep joining. They're like, this is hilarious.
Yeah.
Very, very bad. It also seems like with this, I mean, I guess the crowd is what's making it so hard because it says ministry wizards were dashing from every direction towards the source of the trouble. It feels like they'd be able to sort it out pretty quickly, but obviously they can't. It feels like there's just too many people there.
Right. Yeah. And I think, the big issue there is this next line. It says, it looked as though they were scared to perform any spell that might make the Roberts family fall, which obviously is a really big concern because you got to make sure that you have enough control inside of all of the madness that's going on. Then as we're working our way into the woods here, we hear Ron yell with pain. And Hermione finally busts out her wand and says, "Oh, this is stupid. Lumos." And
underage magic.
Underage magic. I know. I literally wrote, like, had she been resisting doing this before, or the others as well? Like, is nobody in the woods using magic here? But this is clearly one of those instances. Again, it kind of goes back to the idea of the trace. It's like you're surrounded by adult wizards. Magic is happening everywhere. It's you have a hall pass.
Yeah, well, especially like with like the illegal magic happening back at the campsite.
Right. Yeah. Yep. The setup for Ron yelling with pain, though, was a little bit of false alarm, maybe, because then two sentences later it says, "Tripped over a tree root," he said, angry, getting to his feet again. To which the one note I had there, and why I brought it up in the first place, is that he did just very recently have a broken leg.
Oh, right.
I mean, I'm sure Madame Pomfrey fixed it, no problem whatsoever.
Yeah. God, do you know what that line where it says, "And then he heard Ron yell with pain," like that? I can imagine. Do you remember the books Goosebumps?
Yes.
Yes. If this was a Goosebumps book, that would be the end of the chapter.
Oh, it absolutely. And then mom would be like, all right, time to go to bed.
Time to go to bed. And you'd be like, oh my God, what happened? Wait.
Right.
Why did he yell in pain? And then it would be like, Ron tripped over a tree root. And you'd be like, that was the worst cliffhanger in the world. Goosebumps. Again.
Are you joshing me right now? How are there so many of these books?
So annoying.
It is. Anyway. That's a very good comparison, though, and you're dead on the money.
Yeah. Fortunately, this isn't the end of the chapter.
No, it is not. We have plenty left to do. But then, as per always, at the worst possible time, Draco seems to show up.
He's just there.
Yes. And
ready with a quip.
This is totally something that I think will get worked into the new TV show at some point in time. But this scene from Draco is just so frustrating. Like, I think, in hindsight, tend to really try hard to empathize more with Draco. We've always called for more of like a Draco redemption arc.
Yeah.
Like, he's pretty bad.
He's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty bad for this scene, especially too. Yeah, I mean, he just immediately chimes in, well, with feet that size, hard not to, said a drawling voice. He's just like ready to go. Standing there, leaning against a tree, looking utterly relaxed. And then I love Ron told Malfoy to do something that Harry knew he would never say in front of Mrs. Weasley. Like, oh, that's great. What'd he say? Why can't we hear? Why don't we hear? Yeah.
Language, Weasley.
Yeah, language.
You wouldn't like her spotted, would you? And he's nodding to Hermione, of course. And this, like, I think that this is, like, we're starting to see, I think, Hermione, like, building mental defenses against the kind of taunting that Draco is employing here. Like, Draco is saying a lot of things that I think can easily make Harry and Ron mad on her behalf. But I think that, like, I think this even happened when they ran into Lucius in the Quidditch World, during the Quidditch World Cup, where he says something, I think, about Hermione, and she like stands her ground.
Yeah,
with him. And at this point in time, basically, he says a bunch of terrible things about her being a mudblood and stuff, and that they're going after Muggles, and that they're going to be able to figure out that she's one of them, and whatever. And Hermione's just like, never mind, Ron. Like, basically taking his arm and like trying to restrain him as he took a step towards Malfoy. So
yeah,
I think that it's like a lot of, I think, showing like Hermione's maturity. Like she's definitely starting to realize, like, there are other ways to beat these people than in these stupid, back alley spats.
Right. Like by farming SPEW.
That's it, precisely.
You're right. She starts getting like better, like more cool with stuff like this with Malfoy, and then also starts taking more like an interest in like helping other groups as well.
Yes.
In this chapter, specifically house elves. But yeah, so I think this is it's a line that's always so frustrating, and I think that's exactly the point or whatever. But he's like, Granger, they're after Muggles, and Harry's like, Hermione's a witch, which I like that Harry's standing up for her. But then he says, if you think they can't spot a mudblood, stay where you are. And it's like, but like legit, how would they do that? How would they do that?
I mean that's,
and the answer is they can't.
well, they can't. Except we do know that. Lucius is aware of Hermione.
Oh, I mean, I think she is in danger, specifically because like they already know.
Right.
But like just like if they didn't already know, I don't feel like they could tell.
Oh no, they most certainly could not.
Yeah.
They could not. But this is the very next line. It says, "Where are your parents?" said Harry, his temper rising. "Out there wearing masks, are they?" And I was just like, yes.
Yeah. They literally are. And he says, well, if they were, I wouldn't be likely to tell you, would I, Potter? And it's like, yeah, except you just did.
Yeah. Good cover, man.
Good, yeah.
Oh, man. You are fooling everyone. Let me assure you of that. Anyway, so they finally get their way away from it, and I think Ron is like, I'll bet you anything his dad is one of those masked lot. And I highlighted that because I was like, the Weasleys are having a really good night for betting.
They sure are.
I mean, Arthur bet on Ireland to win, 1 whole galleon.
There you go.
Fred and George bet that Crumb would catch the snitch and Ireland would win.
Got it.
37 galleons, 15 sickles, and 3 canuts and a trick wand. And here on just this particular occasion, Ron doubles down and bets anything that his dad is one of those masks.
Well, he gets it. He gets anything now.
He gets anything.
Anything he wants, I guess.
And he gets Hermione.
Yeah, there you That's what it was. She was betting Hermione.
No, I'm just kidding. I was just like, I love the phrasing because I was like, a lot of betting going on.
A lot of bet, a lot of wagering.
Yeah.
Yep. So moving down here, they're continuing to move away from the attacks through the woods where they get separated from Fred, George, and Ginny because Ron tripped over the tree branch. That was basically an excuse for that to happen.
Yes.
I think more than anything. They run across some French-speaking people in the woods. They say, "Où est Madame Maxime? Nous l'avons perdue," or whatever, which just means, "Where is Madame Maxime? We've lost her," which I guess this would be like if Harry went to the World Cup with Dumbledore.
My exact thought, this exchange as I'm watching it, like, there's like a reference to they're asking, where's Madame Maxine? Ron's like, what? And they're like, Hogwarts. And Hermione's like, Beauxbatons. Well, I mean, she doesn't actually say it like that because she doesn't have a French accent. Unless she's saying Grindylows.
I always imagine she's like annoyed at them or something. It's like Beauxbatons.
Yeah, and it's like there are exchanges that are taking place in the heat of the moment, similar to "They must go to Beauxbatons," said Hermione. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. I write about it in an appraisal of magical education in Europe.
I highlighted that and said nerd.
I mean, but I'm going to say that both Ron and Hermione are going to have moments inside of this situation where it's like, guys, read the situation a little better. Like they're falling into their traps, their archetypes like a little bit too much, because it's like, I just don't believe that given the circumstances, she's like citing her sources for.
Oh, I know. I mean, the real purpose of this line is to introduce you to Beauxbaton for the future when the Triwizard Tournament's happening.
Honestly, I literally think you could copy and paste the scene and drop it in somewhere when they're walking around the Quidditch World Cup grounds.
Oh, for sure you could.
Like, it's just not necessary.
Yeah.
Here.
It is very random right here as well, unless you just really want to include the phrase, like the character Madame Maxime being mentioned ahead of time. Also, I think it is banana. I feel like in the movies, this happens a lot where like suddenly Hermione starts stealing all of Ron's lines.
Yeah.
Like they do that. And like Ron, you're just sort of like, what is the point of Ron? I feel like this is a Hermione stealing Ron's lines, but in the books. It's just like it seems less likely to me that Hermione knows about Beauxbaton than Ron. Like you'd have to know.
I would be mildly inclined to agree with the only exception possibly being like a world where like Ron came from such a family of Hogwarts students that like maybe it never even would have like, how like some families have like a heritage or like a commitment to like a specific like college or university. And it's like, we all go to Yale.
Yes.
Because that's so easy to do.
So easy.
But maybe it never would have considered, he never would have considered going anywhere else. Whereas like Hermione would have like reviewed the other available options.
I mean, I suppose so, but it's still like, you'd think Ron would know that Beauxbaton exists.
It does seem like
because
that
he even said that, we talked about this before when like Bill had a pen friend in Brazil.
You're right.
He
would know.
Like the other European ones, at least. Maybe not like, the American ones or something, but like this has got to be the other closest school to them.
It does feel that way. Feel that way. Either which way, so I agree with you. Yeah, I think this feels like a strange one to give to Hermione when it just seems like you could have just let Ron be the person to explain that.
Yeah.
At this point in time, though, Harry digs into his jacket for his own wand, and it isn't there. And he's like, oh no, I don't believe it. I've lost my wand.
You're kidding. Yeah, but I guess he's lost it for a while now because he actually lost it way back up in the top box.
Yeah, which, I mean, that's the thing that's kind of shocking as well. More than anything, that's the eventual explanation, because we just know that Barty Crouch Jr. and Winky are like in proximity right now.
Oh, but he says that's when he took it.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's like I'm kind of like, I don't know why it needs to be then when it could just be now.
Oh, right. I guess because like Winky would be attached to him right now.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point. Anyway, so let's see here. So then Ron is like, maybe it's back in the tent. Maybe we found it in your pocket while we were running. This is kind of one of those moments too where it feels a little bit like it hasn't maybe been fully established just how important everybody's wands are to who owns them.
Right.
Like it almost seems like maybe it fell out of your pocket. It's like, oh, it's gonna suck if you have to get a new one, but like that'll be okay.
Right.
You know, and it's like,
yeah. I mean, I remember going to like one of those one of those traveling carnivals once. And we did the pirate ship or whatever, and my phone fell out of my pocket, just smashed on the asphalt, and it was like, this is the worst. Oh my gosh, I was like so distraught. But then it was like, oh yeah, I just went and got a new phone the next day.
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Problem solved.
Problem solved. Yeah,
yeah. But no, it does. It feels like, I mean, especially when you know like Harry's particular wand.
Oh yeah,
the Holly wand.
The Holly wand.
It's like no, get it back, guys.
Gonna need that one back. Yeah,
it fills me with a little bit of anxiety. Just even, it's like I don't like when it's misplaced.
Oh my gosh, I literally wrote, I can feel his anxiety right there.
Yes.
I was like, he's like, yeah. Maybe it's like he's like trying to believe them, but he's like, that's not what happened.
It's gone.
It's gone. Like I didn't do those things.
Right.
Yeah.
You just lost the stick in the woods at night.
Right. Like yeah.
It's definitely gone.
Yeah. Like definitely. And I do feel it. And it's like I know that feeling where you're just like, where is it? Like this is so annoying.
Right. Right.
Yeah. We had I remember I was on a ski trip one time, and my buddy Ross, he like lost a ski pole. And he like had a replacement one, but they were like brand new. And I could just, like the rest of the day, you could just like feel this just like, where is it? Where could I have lost it?
Yes.
And he eventually like spotted it from the ski lift and like walked down to it and found it. And it was like, yeah, I could tell that was bothering you all day.
Well, instant mood lift.
Instant mood lift. Yeah. Yep. So I can just feel Harry's anxiety coming off the page.
Right.
Yeah. Making him feel very vulnerable. Indeed.
But then that's when we get the rustling noise nearby where Winky the house elf was fighting her way out of a clump of bushes nearby. She was moving in a most peculiar fashion, apparently with great difficulty. It was as though someone invisible were trying to hold her back.
This is what I was talking about earlier, where this is very, very well done. Like you are told exactly what is happening.
Yes. I mean,
like,
it's yes.
That is what's happening.
That is exactly what I wrote. I was like, literally, yes, exactly what's happening. Those exact words are written on my page.
Yep. But the cleverness here is that Hermione offers you Harry offers an alternate explanation, saying, I bet she didn't ask permission to hide. And this is just such a good scapegoat because because of how Dobby acted when he was with Harry.
Yes.
So it's like you, the reader, have grounds for why house elves would behave in these unusual ways. It's like because they're disobeying orders and they don't want to be doing it, but it's like causing them like some kind of weird like forbidden anguish. And it's like that makes more sense to you than like an invisible person is attached to her.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's like, and so it completely throws you off the scent. You have no reason to dwell on like, why was Winky walking so strange?
Right.
You know, but I mean, if you really dug into it, like there's nothing conflicting about it. It all just makes sense. We just have a good reason to believe why it's working the way it's working.
Exactly. And that reason will continue to be reinforced throughout the rest of the chapter. And then Hermione, like, house elves get a very raw deal. Like, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Then she says, why doesn't anyone do something about it? And it's like, so it begins.
Yes, I know. I mean, this whole like section of the page here is kind of interesting because I highlighted like the whole thing and I was just kind of like, Hermione's of course totally correct. Although there is a little bit of like is it the moment? Like,
yeah.
Because I mean, let's talk about this. Very important. However, and I think that even like Arthur kind of has a response sort of similar. It's like, Hermione, I agree with you.
Yeah, but now is not the time for house elf rights.
Yes, exactly. Yes, yeah.
And then you have Ron in contrast, who's just like so used to the way things are. It's just like, house elves are not supposed to have fun. That's what she likes, being bossed around. It's like, Ron, listen to yourself, man.
I know.
Yeah. But what's interesting is that like I remember as a kid being like, man, Hermione's being so annoying.
Oh, like
about
being,
this,
like the SPEW thing.
Yeah,
and I think that like even the way that SPEW is delivered to us, the audience, and even the way that like Harry and Ron are going to respond to it, like I think I want to believe that it's like it's almost the way that like a lot of good causes are met with opposition.
Right.
Like, people are just kind of like, I'm not preoccupied with that.
Right.
You know, and so like that's like, I want to think what's happening is that that's part of the point that's attempting to be made. Is that it's like things like this happen out in the real world. Like,
I mean, it absolutely is. And it's like, it is a very good cause to be supporting and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
But it seems accompanied by an eye roll throughout the whole book.
It absolutely does. Yeah. I mean, you can imagine from Harry is like, someone put my name in the Goblet of Fire and is trying to kill me, so I got other things on my mind.
Well, and that's exactly the trap I've just walked into in this exact page.
I know.
Is the like, there's sort of danger of the foot.
Right.
Right this second.
Right.
And for Harry, that's his whole year.
It's his whole life.
Right, it's his whole life. Yeah. He never gets a break from it. And yet he still becomes secretary, treasurer. What is his role?
He's just like head of the oral department, right?
No. In SPEW.
Oh, yeah. Secretary or treasurer.
Yes.
One of those roles you can put on your, college resume that, you can write down, but you didn't do anything.
Right. Yes. That one.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah. Good. Anyway, so let's keep moving forward.
Yes.
This is where it says they followed the dark path deeper into the wood, still keeping an eye out for Fred, George, and Ginny. They passed a group of goblins who were cackling over a sack of gold that they had undoubtedly won betting on the match.
Man, this is such an unassuming sentence.
It really, really is.
You're just like, oh, yeah, there's all sorts of magical creatures all around right now. You're seeing leprechauns. You're about to run into a villa.
Right.
There's a riot happening. You're at the Quidditch World Cup. There was just French students. There was a random group of goblins. And it's like, this is such an important group of goblins.
It is a very important group of goblins, because I think that the exact sack of gold that they're cackling over is no doubt from Ludo Bagman. Yes.
Yeah, who is going to appear on the scene in just a second.
Yeah. So his the leprechaun gold, to which I think we have maybe even stepped into an error in last week's episode, because we were like, why was it that the goblins weren't able to figure out that it was leprechaun gold?
Yeah.
And I suppose it's worth mentioning that not necessarily all goblins would be like experts in goblin-made treasure.
I suppose that's true. Griphook is specifically a Gringotts goblin.
Precisely.
Who is well versed in handling treasure.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I do think that there's an outside chance that obviously their whole culture is going to extend to different professions aside from purely treasure. So,
right. Perhaps we have generalized.
Well, yes, just a little bit there. So anyway, correction made.
There you go. You're right there. But yeah, it's a very clever sentence, because these are the Ludo Bagman goblins, but you don't assume that they were betting with Ludo Bagman. Even it's like Ludo is the only character you've met so far that has been collecting bets. But it's like, you just assume, of course, it's a sporting event. There was tons of betting.
It must have been happening everywhere.
Yes. Like, if Ludo Bagman's doing it, everyone's doing it. It's like, no, it's literally the same guy.
The same one.
You only know about one gambling situation, and it is him.
Right.
Yes.
And that's the kind of thing that, if they're releasing Goblet of Fire episodically, and we are doing SuperCarlinBrothers, back in 2004 when this book was released, I'd love to think that there's a world where you, us, we, anybody in the wizarding world fandom could have sniffed it out.
Maybe, but at this point we don't know that leprechaun gold isn't real gold.
True.
So I don't know if it would have come up yet.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Man, wouldn't it be so cool if you spent all this money to go to a game and then you just got richer by going to the game?
That'd be crazy.
Yeah. I'd be like, this worked out so well.
So good.
Now we have all this money.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then we run into the villas.
Yes,
where we
do.
Get a whole bunch of really hilarious claims that people are making as they go by. I pull down about 100 sacks of galleon a year, one of them shouted. I'm a dragon killer. And then the other friend is like, no, you're not. You're a dishwasher at a leaky cauldron. But I'm a vampire hunter. I've killed about 90 so far.
What an unhinged sentence for so many reasons. One, there's no dishwasher at the leaky cauldron. They have magic. Ridiculous. I feel like that is as much of a lie as the vampire hunter part.
Yeah.
And then I'm also like, are we to assume that does that mean that the ministry is hunting vampires? Are all vampires bad? Because we meet Sanguini later and he seems like,
he's invited to a school party.
He's invited to a school party. Does he look like he wants to bite some of the students? Yes.
Absolutely.
But does he? No. No one's hunting him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this guy claiming to kill 90. Whew, boy.
Right. And I mean, but honestly, Stan, I think, kind of takes the cake here with about to become the youngest ever minister of magic I am. It's like, that's a big claim.
Big claim.
People would probably just already know who you were, Stan.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, who do you think you are? Percy Weasley?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Or Hermione Granger.
Yeah. Probably the actual youngest minister of magic ever.
Probably.
If you take the cursed child that seriously.
Right.
Yeah. Spoilers.
But then this is kind of one of those where we were talking a little bit about how during the Quidditch World Cup, Harry is affected by the Velas. We kind of compared the effect of the Velas and the way that it's described to that of the Imperius Curse.
Yes.
And now Harry is about to turn to tell Ron something, but Ron's face had gone oddly slack, and the next moment he was yelling, "Did I tell you I've invented a broomstick that'll reach Jupiter?"
Impressive.
Which I think is just a fun piece of trivia because Jupiter, why? That is so far flung. But it seems like maybe Harry is already...
the thing is, an object in motion will remain in motion, so as long as you were pointed at Jupiter, you're going to get there eventually.
I guess that's a good point.
When
you describe it that way.
Come on, Ross. It's not Ross. Ron. It's physics.
It's physics. Yeah. That's a good point. I mean, what are magical broomsticks if not space probes?
Exactly. They could be sending all sorts of. They could be out there.
Yeah.
Doing all sorts of space research in the Department of Mysteries.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there is a solar system in there.
I know.
Yeah. Have you seen Uranus? Good one.
Hilarious.
But Harry is not being affected by the Velas anymore.
Yeah, he's already developed like a
tolerance to
certain tolerance to it. Yeah. Only got him that first time.
Right.
Not Ron.
Not Ron though. He's still being impacted.
Dude, he's very susceptible. He can't even handle floor.
I know, and she's only like 1/4 Vela.
Yeah, quarter Vela. Yeah. So yeah, not gonna work on him so good. Let's see. Then sure enough, here we go. Ludo Bagman comes up barging into the scene. The words were hardly out of his mouth when Ludo Bagman emerged from behind a tree right ahead of them. So it's like, see how close he was to the goblins? And the clue is right here because he's like, "Who's that? What are you doing here alone?" And they're like, they have to tell him about the riot. He's out there and all flustered about something, and it's not the situation.
Yes.
And it's like, and he was gambling, and there were goblins with with their winnings right there, all in the same area. And it's like, but you don't put it together. But
you could have.
You could have. It is right there.
The information you need.
Well, except that you still don't know about the leprechaun gold. You do need to know about that.
You need to know that the leprechaun, but once you learn that the leprechaun gold disappears, and again, this is where it's like, are you still thinking about this particular scene all that time later?
Of course not.
And chances are you're not. But either which way, he still seems like he's lost all of his boisterousness. He's pale, and it's not because of the danger. And the goblins were betting, so it's like you may not need to know. He's stressed because he knows that the clock is ticking.
Right. He just handed the goblins the fake gold, and he's like, all right, time to go.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's sort of scampering from his scene there. So I still think you could start to be sniffing him out if you're being really, really eagle-eyed about it.
Right.
But that's hindsight's 2020. So it's always hard to say.
Of course, I know. It is. And then Ron, they'd say, they say he's not exactly on top of things, is he? Says Hermione, and then Ron covers for him, and he's like, he was a great beater though. The Wimborne Wasp won league 3 times when he was with them, and it's as if that just sort of excuses everything.
I literally wrote that because that excuses the weird behavior right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would literally be like taking any person ever who's committed any crime and be like, yeah, but back in the day they used to be really good at college football. It'd be like, yeah, then.
Yeah, well, that's literally the whole O.J. Simpson trial, isn't it?
That's true. That's true. Yes, yeah, exactly. But just once again, I'm like, why you guys are throwing to such weird things.
I know.
Amidst this scene, we've got the British, not British. What is the book that Hermione referenced is about Beauxbaton?
Oh,
if I can speak.
Yeah, let's see. What was it called? An appraisal of magical educations in Europe.
Yeah, so you've got Hermione referencing the appraisal of magical education in Europe. You've got Ron being like, "Yeah, but they won the league 3 times in a row while he was with them," and it's just you guys are just dropping facts in sort of a strange way. And at this point in time, Ron takes out his action figure to play with.
I know. He's just like, well, may as well play in the woods in the middle of the night.
He took his small figure of Crumb out of his pocket, set it down on the ground, and watched it walk around.
I know. Just like, what is happening? I guess they feel like they're just like, I guess we're just sort of waiting now because we're clearly not in danger anymore.
Good thing I brought a toy to play with.
Good thing I brought my toy. You think he grabbed that on his way out? Like, ooh, hold on.
I think he absolutely did, because here in just a few minutes when he's getting ready to leave, he's going to do it when they head back.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yes, definitely. He's like, I bought this, okay?
No time to change out of my jammies, but I got my Crumb figure.
Exactly. Oh, man. And then Hermione does bring up like those poor muggles, though. And I'm like, personally, like I know they're going to get their memories modified and stuff, so they won't even remember this having ever happened. But like, I hope the Ministry of Magic like sets them up.
I agree.
You know,
with
like
you.
they need some kind of like compensation here.
Yes. Yeah, give them a windfall that they have. I mean, it's exactly what Newt does with Jacob in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them.
Yeah,
where like he needs the collateral to start his bakery, and he has his memory, wiped, air quotes, because it's not actually wiped. But then he's walking out of like the canning factory, and he's left the suitcase of
like alchemy eggshells.
Yeah. So he's just got like a case full of silver.
Yes,
and it's like, all right,
yeah, all right,
go Newt,
go Newt. Exactly. So I hope the Ministry sets up the Roberts family, even with some kind of windfall that maybe they don't even understand why they got it, but
precisely,
Hopefully they're not just like, whoa, sorry about that, guys. Whoop, now you don't even remember. See ya.
Yeah.
We'll never know.
Never know. Well, then as we move, that's the new sequel that we need. No cursed child. We need the Roberts Kingdom.
I would love like a Harry Potter story that takes place in the future where you just sort of like have mention of some like very successful Muggle shop or some whatever.
Yes.
The Roberts Manor up on the hill.
Right. Yes, exactly. It's like, oh, okay, I see. I see.
Right,
it's out in the moor.
Yeah, it's out on the moor. Yeah, in the middle of nowhere for some reason.
Right. Yeah. But nobody knew how their fortune came about.
Right.
I love this. Okay, so yeah, then as we jump forward though, Hermione is like, how do you think they expect to get away with it? Do you think they've been drinking, or are they just? And then she gets cut off, and then I just filled in bad people.
They're just bad people. I know. Even though, I mean, how do they expect to get away with it? Great question.
It is a great question.
Yeah.
I mean, because they, I mean, for all intents and purposes, if you get into the minds of these people, they are actually just having what they believe to be fun.
Right.
And it's like, what? The game ended, and you guys like get together and be like, you guys want to bust out the masks?
You want to do it? You want to do it? I want to do it.
You want to be like super fun?
It'd be a laugh. Like, I brought them. Do you guys want it? Should we just like, I mean, I don't, probably not though, right? I'll just put them on. Put them on.
Goyle's in. He's
already got it. Oh my gosh.
I can't believe you brought it too.
Terrible, terrible people. My goodness. Gosh. But so I don't know. It does seem like it'd be so easy to get caught though, because there is so many Ministry people here. Like, all you gotta do is like stun one of them, and then you just take their mask off, and it's like, well, that pretty much going to Azkaban.
Yeah, pretty much. Now we got you. Let's see here. So then there's a noise that Harry hears. It sounded as though somebody was staggering toward their clearing. They waited, listening to the sounds of the uneven steps behind the dark trees, but the footsteps came to a sudden halt.
So this is just Winky and Barty Crouch Jr. again.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yep. So Harry's kind of calling into the distance. Harry gets to his feet and peered around the tree. It was too dark to see very far, but he could sense somebody standing just beyond the range of his vision.
Good old Harry Potter instincts at work, as usual.
That's exactly what I had written down.
Mm-hmm.
And he just sort of calls into the night, "Who's there?" And then the silence is broken with "Mos Moldra."
Very good.
Thanks.
I guess maybe at this point he's broken free then, right?
I suppose he is in the process of breaking free from her.
Okay.
From Winky.
Right. Because she's still got to be there.
They're both present.
We
know that much.
Yeah.
So to me, in my mind, it's almost like he is attempting to sort of like pull himself free, shoots the dark mark in the air, and then everything else sort of just unfolds so rapidly that nobody has time to get anywhere.
But he shoots it into the air, but he doesn't apparate away.
No.
Yeah, right.
Because he's going to hit with a stunning spell, but he's underneath the invisibility cloak.
Yeah, so it's more like maybe she's just like clinging onto his leg. And it's like, I can't apparate away because I got to get rid of you.
Right, yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but he casts the dark mark into the sky. Mos Moldra. And then the colossal skull comprised of what looks like emerald stars with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue, which to me sounds way cooler than how they portray it in the movie. I never like the way it looks in the movie.
I know.
It always looks like you can barely see it.
It does seem like a little bit too faint, which is kind of surprising, because at that stage in the Harry Potter movies, they hadn't beefed up the saturation to like 90,000 yet.
Yeah.
And you could usually see most things.
Right.
But not this thing.
I know, yeah. And I imagine it being like very bright green.
I mean, they use the word like glittering, I think, more than once to describe it. So, yeah.
You know how Voldemort likes to bedazzle things.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, he had a diary. He probably had a bejeweler.
I want, when in the reboot, the Dark Mark has got to look cooler.
Yeah.
It's got to be big and obvious,
and glittering.
Make it with drones if you have to. Do something awesome up there, right?
Yeah. I like it. But this is another one of those moments where, the setup from earlier at the Quidditch World Cup sort of does, a good job of being well, it could just be a leprechaun formation. We've seen large installations in the sky.
We've seen it.
Yeah, but no, not in this particular occasion. And the casting of the spell seems to have alerted all of the Ministry officials at once, who suddenly all just basically land all around them in one quick form, right?
Yeah. Okay. Before that, when they're looking up though, this is another Hermione. I think this is another Hermione steals Ron's line.
Yes. Okay.
It's the Dark Mark, Harry. Hermione moaned, pulling us hard. You know whose side? And I'm like, I'm sorry, but Ron should be the one explaining this.
Yes. No. 100%. This definitely. There's no way in the world Ron doesn't know about the Dark Mark.
Except that he doesn't.
Yeah. And he'll continue to ask about it. So Harry turns, and Ron was hurriedly scooping up his miniature crumb.
Oh, yeah, right.
See? It happened.
Oh, don't forget this.
Don't forget my toy.
I know. Oh, boy, gonna want this.
I highlighted that one and said he needs to sort out his priorities.
I know, for sure.
Yep.
And then you're right. The Ministry shows up. I always imagine that they arrive with a perfect circle around them.
I agree.
I know.
Yeah.
And then they are just the worst shots in the world. Can you one? This is a terrible battle formation because they're gonna hit each other. It seems like.
Yes.
Right.
If
I can't
any of them
believe
misses,
they don't.
Yeah.
Well, if any of them misses, then they all miss.
No, I know. I mean, that's what I mean. Yes. But even going into the plan, it's okay, what happens if one of us misses? Well, you'll hit the person standing on the other side. It's oh, darn.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And it's how you might be how could you miss? And it's they do exactly what they're trying to do, and they surround 3 people at once on every side and simultaneously cast their spells, and they miss.
But then they do hit people in the woods off in the distance.
Yes. Yeah. That's almost more unbelievable.
It really is. But yeah, because the moment that they arrived, the 20 wizards all at once yell stupefy. Harry yells duck before then, so they're all safe, obviously. But can you imagine what this would have done if they had all hit any of them? Because
this would have killed them.
Most likely, because McGonagall gets hit by
4.
No less than 4.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that the specific?
The answer to the trivia question was 4.
Yeah. I got it wrong.
Me too. I said 5.
Oh, okay. I think I said 5 too.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah. So McGonagall hits by at least 4, and it sends her to the hospital for a long time.
Yeah.
And now these are all shooting in every direction. So it could have been quite lethal had they made contact.
It also describes the stupefy spell as fiery red light. I'm oh, boy, that is not how they portray it either. It always looks more like a red beam of light.
Maybe it should be a lot cooler.
Maybe I know. I want stupefy to be red and fiery.
Red and fiery.
Yeah.
Use the text.
Use the text. Make it look cool, man.
Fortunately, though, Arthur just immediately recognizes that this is Ron. He's like, "Stop! That's my son."
Yeah. My boy.
No, Jay, that one hasn't happened yet. However, that man is present.
Funny. It's not funny.
It's not funny. Yeah, it does involve Cedric being died. Being died. My words are really starting to slip here today, guys. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Out of the way, Arthur, said a cold, curt voice. It was Mr. Crouch. What did you do? He snapped, his sharp eyes darting between them. Which of you conjured the Dark Monk? And
His face taut with rage as well, and it's like you're not going to understand it in the moment. He's just going to suddenly seem like, I hate the dark arts.
Yes,
and like that's why he's so upset. Why he's truly so upset is because he knows exactly who cast it and is so afraid of the truth.
Yes,
and very badly wants it to not be true.
Very badly.
Yeah.
So Ron is like, we didn't do that. Why'd you want to attack? Why did you want to attack us for? And then Mr. Crouch was like, do not lie, sir. To which I was like, yes, the boy who's playing with the action figure.
Yeah, right.
I like imagine like Ron on the ground clutching his his Crumb action figure. Oh man.
Yep.
Crouch's eyes are popping. He looks slightly mad.
Yeah, so he is. From his point of view, he's like, the worst has happened. My son is broken free.
Yeah.
Which is not even exactly what's happened. It's almost what's happened.
So all the while, do you think he is just like attempting to pin it on literally anyone else? I
don't know if he's trying to pin it on anyone else. I think, or is he just hoping it's truthfully someone else?
I suppose it could be either. Maybe he's like grasping for straws a little bit.
Yeah,
that could totally be it. But yeah, then we have their kids, Barty. They never been able to. And
doesn't actually make a difference because Malfoy will get the dark mark and know how to cast the spell before he's an adult.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So technically you could do it as a child.
Yes, you can.
Is the point you're making.
Yeah.
There will end up being a kind of an odd order of questions that seem to come out here, but Mr. Weasley will ask, where did the mark come from, you three? Over there, said Hermione shakingly. There's someone behind those trees. They shouted words, an incantation. And
this is so annoying.
Oh, stood over there, did they? Said Mr. Crouch, turning his popping eyes on Hermione, disbelief etched all over his face. Said an incantation, did they? You seem very well informed about how that mark is summoned, Missy.
It's like, how that mark is summoned.
It's magic.
She described casting a spell.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? How do you think it's summoned?
I know, this guy's supposedly so smart, but then the next line is, but none of the Ministry wizards, apart from Mr. Crouch, seem to think it remotely likely that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had conjured the skull.
Yeah. Rightly so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then Amos speaks up and he says, our stunners went right through those trees. There's a good chance we got them, which unbelievably they did.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Can't hit their targets or the broadside of a barn, but a house elf and a invisibility cloaked villain.
Yeah. Ricocheting off the trees. There you go.
Yeah.
First shot.
Right.
Yeah, and then this is, I guess kind of brave. He says, Mr. Diggory squared his shoulder, raised his wand, and marched across the clearing and disappeared into the darkness. I mean, what they are assuming is that it is a Death Eater, and he's just going in to face them alone in the woods.
I know, yeah. You can definitely almost even like imagine this idea of, I like the way it says the squaring the shoulder, raising the wands. It's almost like in his head, he's telling yourself be strong, deep breath, you can do this.
Right? Dun, da, da.
Right. What would Cedric do?
Yeah, what would Cedric do? And then, yes, we've got them. There's someone here, unconscious. But blimey. And this is crazy that he finds Winky.
Yes.
The house elf. Because I guess, it's unbelievable the invisibility cloak doesn't land on her. It lands just so in this situation.
Right.
That, they hit Winky and Barty Crouch Jr., but only he is covered, and they find Winky instead, who, in the meantime, picked up Harry's wand, which Barty Crouch was holding.
It's a pretty bad setup.
Yeah. It's a bad setup.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, the other Ministry wizards were all staring at Mr. Crouch. For a few seconds, Crouch remained transfixed, his eyes blazing, his white face as he stared down at Winky. Then he appeared to come to life again. This cannot be, he said darkly. No. And to which the jerkily, in my head, I kept thinking, is he being imperious in this particular situation? But he's not.
No, I don't think so. He's just like a lot of things he is saying without the subtext available to anyone else.
Right.
It's this cannot be. No. He's saying, I feel like he's talking more to himself. He's like, no.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay. I think that's better delivery, because probably that's a piece of even when you're reading it, from Jim Dale's perspective, he's still reading it more in context with the scene than probably how this character in real life would be saying it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Then this is then I was just standing up for Mr. Diggory, and then he's like, Mr. Crouch goes to Dick and he goes, "No point, Mr. Crouch. There's no one else there." And it's like, oh, it's a little arrogant, okay? Like, there's no chance I didn't see everything there was to see in the dark woods. Okay,
not to worry.
Not a chance.
Yeah,
I definitely got it all. This is also one where, like, in 2020, it feels like they could do some like hominum revelio right here and just be like, anyone here?
Right. Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
But I don't think that spell existed yet in the canon by the time this happened.
Oh, darn. Okay.
If only.
That's too bad. Maybe next time. Maybe
next time.
Yeah. Mr. Crouch didn't seem prepared to take his word for it. They could hear him moving around in the rustling of leaves as he pushed the bushes aside, searching.
But he's not actually searching. This is just their interpretation. He finds him.
Yes.
Like he knows he's over there, I guess, because Winky's there, and he finds his son and just keeps him covered.
Right.
And puts him under the Imperious curse.
Right.
Yeah.
And then this is again where you kind of see like a little bit of like the built-in prejudices, even to characters who probably are at their core decent people, but you've got Mr. Diggory being like, bit embarrassing, Barty Crouch's house off, I mean to say. And then, Arthur immediately was like, come off it, Amos. Like, you don't seriously think it was the elf. The dark mark is a wizard sign. It requires a wand.
And it was like, yeah, and she had a wand. And it's like, this kind of actually harkens back to the Buckbeak trials, because as we know, Mr. Diggory is the head of the department for he says it. Here's the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, which means that Amos is the one who decided Buckbeak should be executed. Don't forget that.
Oh, gosh.
I know.
That's not great.
It's not great. But he also just when you take that into consideration and how he's handling this situation, it's like he holds this position, but his like resting disposition is that like other magical creatures are probably up to no good.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And like it's almost like he's not the right person for this job.
Right. Yeah.
Like he's not giving enough benefit of the doubt.
Right. He's not giving enough benefit of the doubt. I suppose if we want to give him the benefit of the doubt, he probably mostly deals with creatures that are causing problems.
I suppose that's fair.
Yeah.
Just then there was another pop, and Ludo Bagman apparated right next to Mr. Weasley. I think that like when they first arrived, it said, "We're too late," said the witch in the woolen dressing gown, shaking your head. "They'll have disapparated." And I had actually made a note for this for setup for Ludo Bagman, because now it says that Ludo Bagman apparated right next to Mr. Weasley. So again, like Ludo was a huge red herring for this whole book. So even if you were reading carefully, you were like, he must have disapparated. Then all of a sudden Ludo apparates into the scene. So it's like, yes, he left from over there and then returned over here. Like, it couldn't have been me, but it's also like, or it definitely could have been you.
Oh, I know. I mean, when you consider that, like, it's like Harry can sense someone moving around in the bushes or whatever. And it's like, well, they just ran into Winky and they just run into Ludo Bagman. And it's like, and guess what? It was one of them.
Yes.
Yeah. Like it was Winky.
You're exactly right. Yeah.
And you're right. It's like, oh, they said they could have disapparated. And it's like, you can imagine like, if you think it's Ludo Bagman, you can like, imagine a situation where it's like exactly what they say happened, where he's like, oh, cast the dark mark, apparated away, and then realize like, wait, all the other ministry people are there. It'll look weird if I'm not there. Oh, I'm back. Hey, what happened?
What's going on, guys?
Yeah.
The dark mark, he panted, almost trampling Winky as he turned inquiringly to his colleagues. Who did it? Did you get them, Barty? What's going on?
Right. He seems like he's blustering so much, and it's like, it's so easy to think like, that maybe he did it. The fact is he's genuinely blustering. He's just dumb.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man. Mr. Crouch had returned empty-handed. His face was still ghostly white, and his hands and his toothbrush mustache were both twitching. This, at this point, I think, is because he has definitely found his son and was covering him with leaves or whatever.
That's exactly what he was doing. Yeah. And he says, "Where have you been, Barty? Well, I want you at the match." Indeed. Do we know why he didn't show up to the match? I guess maybe because he wasn't even intending to go. He just like had the tickets for Winky and his son.
Yeah, maybe so.
Right?
Maybe he hates Quidditch.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
But no, probably a more plot related thing.
Yeah.
Gulping gargoyles, Bagman had just noticed Winky lying at his feet. What happened to her?
Yeah. No, Winky conjure the dark mark. She wouldn't know how. She'd need a wand. I love how like the ridiculousness of it, even Ludo Bagman can figure out right away.
I know. I mean, that's what I wrote down. I was like, honestly, he kind of has the right take on the scene. Like, like I feel like he's like, no, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. That wouldn't happen.
Right. He immediately points out the problem too, and like Diggory or Amos is just like, he is so determined that he's solved it. Like he's like, I got it. No, it reminds me so much of like when you hear those stories of like cops in interrogation rooms like forcing false confessions out of people.
It definitely feels like that.
It's very much like that, where he's just like, nope, I found it. This is my person and I'm sticking to it no matter what. I will get the confession out of her.
Right. I think it's Occam's razor. Is that the thing for like the most obvious answer probably is the answer?
Oh,
and
yes.
I suspect that there's a piece of that going on. Like from his perspective, he's like, guys, we're at the scene of the crime. We have a house elf holding a wand.
We know that wand did it.
Right. And we know that it came from over yonder.
Right.
Like, it's like, he's basically like, guys, what are you missing here? Like, all the pieces of the puzzle are present. Like, you know, I mean, and that's where it takes like that next level of critical thinking. But then finally somebody's like, why don't we just ask Winky what happened? And I highlighted this in particular just because I think it's changed as time went on. The audiobook pronounces the spell that he uses as elevate. But the book that we have, the copy of the book we have, says renervate. And I was like, I guess it's possible. I'm just mishearing Jim Dale, but it sounds very different.
Oh, is it renervate or even?
It's RENNERVATE. So.
Boy, I always imagined the spell to be enervate, not renervate.
Oh, okay. And maybe that's even what he's saying. It's just enervate.
Oh, okay.
But
like not getting the R.
It sounds like elevate, though. I'm going to be honest with you. So anyway, we can figure that out. Yeah.
And then Mr. Diggory, incredibly condescending, just calling Winky elf. It's like calling someone boy. It's like, boy, you know?
Yes, you're exactly right. Yep.
Do you know who I am? I'm a member for the Department of the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I guess a member, not the head of. Isn't he the head of?
I think he is the head of.
Yeah. Anyway, clearly has very low opinion of magical creatures, though. Let's see. And it says, you were found with a wand in your hand, barked Mr. Diggory, brandishing in front of her. And as the wand caught the green moonlight, Harry recognized it, which is pretty interesting. And then you're like, wow, wait, what?
What is going on? Hey, that's mine, he said. Everyone in the clearing looked at him. Excuse me, said Mr. Diggory incredulously. That's my wand, said Harry. I dropped it. You dropped it, repeated Mr. Diggory in disbelief. Is this a confession? You threw it aside after you conjured the mark? And again, Arthur is like, dude, use your brain.
Yeah, he's like, dude, that's Harry Potter, bro. Why don't you step aside?
Yes. I like the Papa Bear ferocity from Arthur in this situation. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's Harry.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It is interesting though. It says, is Harry Potter likely to conjure the dark mark? And it's like, hilariously, like within the Death Eater community, like some did think he was like a dark wizard around
the second coming.
The second coming. So it's like there wasn't zero context for that, you know.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And then you get this line that says, of course not, mumbled Mr. Diggory. Sorry, carried away. And this is something, and it's possible we know this is canon information, but I can't remember it if we do, because my response was like, to be fair, he is probably scared in this situation. And do we know what happened to Cedric's mom?
Oh, I don't know if we do.
Because like that's the type of thing. Like, what if Amos was one of those people who came home to the dark mark over his house?
Oh, you're right.
That would certainly throw you off.
It absolutely would. He's acting like very rashly here. Definitely getting a little carried away.
And we've already sort of had this taste of him being like a little bit like, what's the right way to describe it here? Like, not great with words, maybe like, you know, a little brash. I think that's maybe what I'm going for.
Yeah.
You know, where he talks about like, you know, one man fell off his broom and one man stayed on. Like
one man fell out of his lake, one man didn't.
That's a good reference. But yeah, anyway, so that was like my little in the moment headcanon was like, is it possible that Cedric's mom was killed by Death Eaters?
Gosh.
Because Cedric is also so good that I can only imagine that a member of his family also fought the good fight.
Yeah, I can imagine that being the case as well. Also, it's possible he might just not know what's become of Cedric on this night.
That is
like,
also
we don't know
true.
where Cedric is right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably off like mending wounds.
Probably.
Or, applying bandages or putting out fires or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And then Harry, this is like a random sentence. He says, I didn't drop it there anyway, said Harry, jerking his thumb. I missed it right after we got into the woods, which sounds like some kind of British phrasing. But he's also just wrong about this.
Yeah.
He's actually been missing it since the middle of the Quidditch match.
Right.
So.
Yes. Yep. You're exactly right. Because I think we will eventually learn from Barty Crouch Jr. that he just sees it sticking out of the boy's pocket.
Yeah.
Does he specifically know it's Harry's?
He does know because Winky identifies Harry by name and Harry confirms it.
You're right. Okay.
Yeah. Boy, can you imagine? It's like, this is one of the things. It's like hard to remember when Barty Crouch Jr. reunites with Voldemort, but like it hasn't happened yet.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. So like he's not working under any like plan yet.
Yeah, he's just trying to break free.
He's just trying to break free. So it's like, can you imagine like otherwise if he already was, he'd be like, Harry Potter's wand. Heck yeah.
This is such good news.
I am going to be so rewarded. I'm going to have so many silver hands. I'm going to be made of silver.
That's a dangerous game for you there, friend. Yep. But yeah, so then Amos kind of goes immediately back into sort of this aggressive line of questioning. You found this wand, elf, and you picked it up and thought you'd have some fun with it. Did you?
I was not doing magic with it, sir, squealed Winky. Yeah.
Right.
I was just picking it up. I was not knowing how. Yeah, look, very speaking up in front of all the ministry was, this is Hermione. Speaking up here, saying she looked very nervous speaking up in front of all the ministry wizards. Winky's got a squeaky little voice, and the voice we heard doing the incantation was much deeper, which is just like, this is big like Gryffindor energy from Hermione here, like standing up for something she believes in the midst of like being in no position of authority.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And then Harry and both Ron chime in as well that it definitely didn't sound like an elf and that it sounded like a human voice, said Ron. And we'll see soon, growled Mr. Diggory, looking unimpressed. There's a simple way of discovering the last spell a wand performed, elf. Did you know that?
So rude.
So rude, and you're right. I mean, yeah, he just continues using just elf the whole time.
Yeah.
But it's kind of an important moment because we do learn about Priori Incantado.
Yes, we do.
Which is basically the spell that will allow you to see the next thing, or the last spell that, of course, came out of it.
Yep.
And in doing so, we will learn that this exact thing is, in fact, the last spell that this wand did.
Yes, we are.
I do like the description that it's a mere shadow of the green skull high above them. It looked like the ghost of a spell.
I know. It's a very good setup because this is, of course, how Harry will get out of the graveyard later is because of Priori Incantatum. So it's like, this is the setup for way, way, way later in the book.
Yes. Yep. Indeed. And then Deletrius. I just highlighted this because I think it's a good piece of trivia. It's the spell that is used to make the Priori Incantatum go away.
Yep.
So that's just
Deletrius.
Just a good one to pocket away in the back of your brain.
Deletrius, Reducto, any of those, right?
Right.
Just, you know,
You've got
Evanesco.
You've got them all locked and loaded.
Right.
Yeah.
They'll definitely do different things.
So, said Mr. Diggory with a kind of savage triumph, looking down upon Winky, who is still shaking convulsively.
Yes. So she just keeps saying she didn't do it. I'm not knowing how. And Mr. Diggory is like, no, you've been caught red-handed, caught with the guilty wand in your hand. It's like, it does make sense when he says it like that. But Mr. Weasley speaks up again. He says, where would you have learned it? Which is very much the correct question.
Right. Yes.
But like, and in terms of like, no, but like, where would she have learned it? Like, if you can answer that, like, then you know the answer.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this is where, Barty Crouch Sr. and his own knowledge of what's going on starts to really twist the situation because now he's the one kind of like pulling strings because he knows more than anyone else. Perhaps Amos is suggesting that I routinely teach my servants to conjure the dark mark.
Right.
And then Amos is like, oh no. Like Mr. Crouch, no, not at all.
Not at all. So I wouldn't dare dream of it. And then this is very good, almost like politicking by Mr. Crouch here. It says, you come very close to accusing the two people in the clearing who are least likely to conjure the mark, Harry Potter and myself. Like he like just casually groups himself in with the boy who lived.
Yeah.
And it was like,
that's a tall claim.
I was like, wow, definitely not Harry. We don't definitely know about you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I think he's doing a logical fallacy here because he's like, I suppose you're familiar with the boy's story, Amos. And it's like, Yeah, we've already covered.
Yeah, we know about Harry.
We know about Harry. What about you?
What about you? Do we know your story?
Yeah.
Yes. Says, if you accuse my elf, you accuse me, Diggory. And it's like, it's not off the public record that his son was a Death Eater. Like, that would like be known.
It would be known information.
Yeah.
We need Dumbledore here to
We do need
chime in and be
Dumbledore.
like, well, Mr. Crouch.
Yeah, that's what they're missing for sure.
As the only person here who's not afraid of you,
Right.
let me remind you.
Yes.
If you accuse my elf, you accuse me, Diggory, shouted Mr. Crouch. Yeah. So where else would she have learned to conjure it? I guess that kind of happens twice, that particular moment there. Let's see.
Yeah, it's basically saying, his reasoning is that if the only way Winky could have known it is if someone in my house taught her, and how else could she have learned to conjure it? And it's like, it's such weird reasoning, because like that's exactly what happened, is that someone in your house did conjure it.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Yep. You get another great moment from Arthur, who kindly turns towards the elf and says, where exactly did you find Harry's wand? And then obviously Winky explains, as finding it there, sir, she whispered, there in the trees. Whoever conjured the mark could have disapparated right after they'd done it, leaving Harry's wand behind. A clever thing to do, not using their own wand, which would have betrayed them. And Winky here had the misfortune to come across the wand moments later and pick it up. The misfortune is probably the piece of that interpretation that's a little bit too generous.
Yeah.
Because it's not really, I mean, it is misfortune, the whole situation, from Winky's perspective, but it is going to be a person who Winky would go to great lengths to defend.
Yes.
Also.
And then, boy, oh boy, the next sentence also, this is like writing riddles.
Yes,
like it is. This is loopholes at its best. Because like Mr. Diggory, I mean, he's sharp at the very least. He says, but then she'd have only been a few feet away from the real culprit, which is accurate.
Yes. He's doing a good job, like staying on task and asking the next most important question.
Yes, he is. Unfortunately, he phrases it in just the wrong way. He says, elf, did you see anyone? And the word see is vitally important here. If he said, elf, do you know who conjured the mark? We would book over. But he says, elf, did you see anyone? And it's like, this is so tricky because Winky absolutely knows who did it and who the culprit is and exactly who they're looking for. But did she see Barty Crouch Jr.? No, she did not.
Yep.
Because he's under an invisibility cloak.
That's right. Yep. And so
yeah.
I think that it's very interesting programming as well, because like, I mean, this is going to go back to like when Sirius shouts out at Creature, and Creature is sort of like, it's almost as if there's like a piece of like code that's happening inside of their brains, like allows them to like see all available actions associated. And so in this particular case, like she's able to Winky is able to think on her feet rather quickly and say, I is seeing no one, sir, no one.
I know. Because she like looks at Mr. Crouch and kind of like gets a cue from him.
Right.
Like, double checking. And she says, I is seeing no one, sir. No one. Which is true. She did not see him.
Right.
So she has not lied and she has answered truthfully. But it's like, it is deceptive to, it is very sneaky right here. It says, so what, Amos, I'm fully aware. Oh, this is the other big thing that happens here, because Mr. Crouch, it's like, boy, it's really unlucky for everyone that he is here, because he says, I'm fully aware that in the ordinary course of events, you'd want to take Winky to the department for questioning. I ask you, however, to allow me to deal with her. And then Mr. Diggory looked as though he didn't think much of this suggestion at all. And it's like, boy, does Barty Crouch dodge a bullet here, because you're right, that is what should happen.
Yes.
Like, because you know what? You're right. Like, given a few more rounds of questions, he'd phrase it correctly eventually.
True.
And he'd get the answer.
Yes.
And like Barty knows that. Like he knows exactly what that, like why she's saying I didn't see anyone.
Right.
And he knows that questioning is going to get the truth out of her.
Right.
At some point. Which is just a bummer, because like that is what should happen. She should go there. They should question her. They'll get the information they need. But he's such a high-ranking person. He's saying, "I'll deal with it." Which, as a result, and this is what makes it very, 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 very tragic, is that had they done this, probably like Amos gives in here, like he makes this request of Amos, and it is this request that ultimately gets Amos's son killed. You know.
No.
Right?
That's so true.
Like, if Amos had just been able to question Winky, then they would have gotten to the bottom of this a lot sooner.
Right. And it even says that he looked as though he didn't think much of this suggestion at all. It's like he's actively like even like rejecting this as a concept, but it's like, but I am outranked here. Like you're my ranking officer, and therefore like I can't really contest what you're saying.
Yes.
Man. That's terrible.
So, and I don't want to put all of that on Mr. Crouch. Obviously, what gets Cedric killed is Voldemort. You know?
Well, I mean, yes, of course. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But the irony is kind of interesting that we're literally dealing with like two major dads whose sons are going to be so directly impacted by the actions of this very conversation.
This scene.
Yes, yeah. And I think that's the important thing to put emphasis on there.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So this is where we finally see Mr. Crouch basically threaten clothes.
Oh, I mean, yeah, very much. He says, and it's like this is where it gets a little confusing too. He says, Winky has behaved tonight in a manner I would not have believed possible. He said slowly. I told her to the man in the tent, and it's like the way he's choosing the words. He's like, he is apparently talking to everyone, but he's actually just talking to Winky.
Right.
He's saying, I told her to stay in the tent while I sent out the trouble, and I find that she disobeyed me. This means clothes, which to me, this does not add up as good reasoning at all. Like, if I'm Barty Crouch, like, I don't want to set this elf free. Like, you can't have her spreading information out there.
Right.
Like, why does he set her free? I honestly don't get it.
I don't know. I mean, I guess like the thing that the conversation I feel like they're having beneath the surface obviously here is like, I told you to keep him in the tent and you didn't do that.
Yeah.
And now because of that, like, you know, whatever. But I mean, I think also the other big piece of it here might just be like Barty Crouch understanding Winky well enough, because like this means clothes. Like Dobby would have like killed for that sentence to be said.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's like, and so that was the note that I wrote here, was just that like the tone that is so drastically different from the last time we've seen an elf presented with clothes is unbelievable. I mean, Winky is shrieking and you know, prostrating herself at Mr. Crouch's feet, like, no, master, not clothes, not clothes. Like, you know, and it's like, this is devastating for Winky. So I don't know if it's like Barty Crouch is having faith that like, we even know that going into the future that Winky's going to have a very hard time saying anything ill of her house.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe it's just that blind trust.
I mean, I guess you're right. It definitely is. And then like the interesting thing too is like that to everyone else, like the way this is all going down, it says like, because later he says, I have no use for a house elf who disobeys me. And it's like, if you're everyone else, and especially Hermione in this situation, you're like, you told her to stay in the tent and she didn't, and now you're firing her.
Right.
Like the firing seems based on she left the tent.
Yes.
Right.
You're right. You're right. Yes.
Yes. When of course, in hindsight, we will know that the firing is based on letting a Death Eater loose. Right. Yes. But this kind of goes back to the next thing that we have here is Hermione's going to chime in again and say, but she was frightened. You know, like your elf's scared of heights, and those wizards in masks were levitating people. That's what I was kind of mentioning at the beginning of the chapter, where it's like the specific brand of torture that I think were included for the purposes of writing this chapter fit so nicely with that idea of Winky being scared of heights. Because in this particular moment, it's such an obvious explanation as to like what would have caused her to want to get away from that. Right.
Like it's like she was afraid of heights. She was afraid if she was caught, she'd be put in the air. So of course she had to run.
Right.
You know.
Yes, that is very good as well. The other curious thing about the people being floated up in the air is that when you fast forward to like Snape's worst memory,
yes,
is like that's what's happening to him at the hands of James.
Oh, you're right.
As well. And
you think
it's
they're
like,
using Levicorpus?
I don't think they're using Levicorpus. I think they're using, because they're like forcing them into weird shapes.
That's true.
And stuff. So I think they're doing something more like Imperious-y, or like some combination of spells.
Gives me the shivers.
Cute. And it's like, it's like, of course, both situations are so bad, but it's like, I don't know if there's really much of a but. It's like clearly this is done as a hate crime.
Yeah.
Whereas like James is also like, it's not like he's not being nice by any means, but I don't think he's trying to hurt Snape either.
Yeah. I mean,
he's just trying to embarrass him.
Right. I mean, he's definitely being like a capital B bully.
Yeah.
You know, but I think that there's the Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to defend any of James's actions, but I think that there's a decided difference between what's happening to the Roberts and what's happening with Snape in a situation amongst two schoolyard rivals who are constantly exchanging blows.
Right.
We'll leave it at that.
I know. Yeah. But it's like, I think Harry does remember, like, he does compare the two scenes eventually.
Oh, does he?
I think he does.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Also, this is the fun little. This is just a little Easter egg to be looking out for when you're ever reading Harry Potter. It says Mr. Diggory handed Harry his wand and Harry pocketed it.
Yes. I did the exact. I literally was like, there it is.
There it is.
So yeah, this line in particular, famously, is the one that Jim Dale struggled to be able to pronounce in, I think, Philosopher's Stone, and so it's then included in every book on purpose afterwards. So this is Goblet of Fire's pocketed
there
it.
There it is. Pocketed it.
Pocketed it. Which is kind of hard to say.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's see. And then, Hermione cannot stand the injustice, says he knows she didn't do it and he's still going to sack her. And it's like, he didn't care how frightened she'd been or how upset she was. It was like she wasn't even human. And this is such an odd interaction. Rod's like, well, she's not.
Yeah, I know. I just wrote eye roll next to that. And I was like, Ron,
come on,
buddy,
like, dude,
come on.
Like, clearly has like human-like intelligence.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is where Arthur chimes in, and I do appreciate, as always. I mean, he's just always such a good person. But Hermione, I agree with you, but now is not the time to discuss elf rights. I want to get back to the tent as fast as we can. What happened to the others? So it's like, I think what Arthur's trying to say here is like, you're absolutely right, but like safety right now.
I know.
It's
like, this is the thing though. It says, but now is not the time to discuss elf rights. But like that is the sentiment. That is the sentiment for like everyone. It's like it seems it's never the time to talk about that though, is it?
Maybe that's the point. Yeah. That's a good observation.
Like, when is it the time?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. We lost them in the dark, Dad. Why was everyone so uptight about the skull thing? So again, Ron just not knowing what it is, but Arthur does offer to say, he says, I'll explain everything back at the tent, which is rare for an adult to be like, I'm just going to tell you when we get there. Yeah. So then when they do get there, let's see here. They run into
a group of people out of the woods. They're saying, what's going on? Who conjured it? Arthur, it's not him, meaning Voldemort. And he says, of course, it's not Voldemort. We don't know who it was. It looks like they disapparated. And then he leaves. This is the line that's going to be quoted by Rita Skeeter in the next article that causes so much kerfuffle in the next chapter.
You're right. You're right. Yep. He just wants to get his family to safety in this moment.
Right. And Rita Skeeter's going to be like, oh, what? One person who was in a hurry to get his kids to his tent and didn't tell us something? The ministry knows nothing.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Charlie's head's poking out of the boys' tent. Dad, what's going on? He called. Fred and George and Ginny got back, but the others, I've got them here, said Mr. Weasley. Bill was sitting at a small table holding a bedsheet to his arm, which was bleeding profusely. Cool. Charlie had a large rip in his shirt. Awesome. And Percy was sporting a bloody nose.
Probably tripped.
Oh, that was so good. That was so good. Fred, George, and Ginny looked unhurt, though shaken. So that's good. That nobody probably tripped.
How are they all getting hurt?
I don't know. I guess they were in the fray.
I know. Was there like a scuffle?
Maybe
I want to hear more about this.
A dueling? I know. Yeah. This is the vignettes we need.
Yeah.
Is like what happened to Bill, Charlie, and Percy.
I know. Like, were they like actually like in combat with the Death Eaters? Because that would have been pretty cool.
I want to see that battle.
Like they got bleeding somehow.
Right. Yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, and then Percy is, of course, just indignant about the whole thing. Mr. Crouch's elf? Well, just swells up that this is just terrible. I can't stand for it. Mr. Crouch, anything he did was clearly the right decision.
Yes, yeah. For running away when he had expressly told her not to, embarrassing him in front of the whole ministry?
Yes.
It's just like, come on, Percy.
Mm-hmm.
Do better, pal. Do better.
You're Crouch's man through and through.
That's less good than being Dumbledore's man through and through. I'll tell you that much.
Way less good.
Oh, man. Yeah, you have one of these moments, though. And it's interesting because it actually happens again with Ginny, I think, in book 6.
Yeah.
But this is the moment where Hermione is like, she didn't do anything. Hermione snapped at Percy, who looked very taken aback. Hermione, who had always gotten on fairly well with Percy, better indeed than any of the others.
Like then even his family.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think when it's with Ginny, it's over Quidditch. It's like, oh, come off it, Hermione.
Yeah. Don't pretend you understand Quidditch.
Yes. Yeah. It's like, oh, man.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
That got icy quick.
It did.
Yeah.
I guess this is like, especially in like book 1, Hermione is much more of like a Percy-esque character, like very focused on the rules and everything.
Yeah.
And here she is in this book, just lighting her wand in the woods willy-nilly.
Well, I know.
Breaking the law.
Ugh, impressive.
I know.
She's
Well
sorted
done.
out those priorities.
She sure has.
Yes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ron is over like, someone just please tell me what the skull was.
Oh, man. I told you it's whose symbol, Ron, said Hermione before anyone else can answer.
Oh, I read about it.
In the rise and fall of the dark arts.
Oh my goodness. Like Hermione, not just stealing Arthur's lines too.
Yep.
Yep. And it hasn't been seen for 13 years, said Mr. Weasley. Let's see. Ron, who and his followers sent the dark mark into the air whenever they killed. So that's the big explanation for what it means. So, which honestly, then when you know that, it's like, why you guys didn't look hard enough for a body, right? No one was like, who's been murdered?
That's true.
You know?
I mean, it honestly seems like that should be the first thing anybody said.
Yeah.
Yeah. When they arrived on scene. That's a really good point.
Right?
Because I think even when the dark mark is set over the lightning struck tower, that's like, I think it's like what Dumbledore asked right away.
Yeah. Who's been killed?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like apparently what it means, but no one's looking for a dead body. Even Amos is like, nope, there's no one there. Don't bother looking.
No further examination needed.
Probably not a dead body, despite the giant glowing skull.
Right.
I looked. I found everything.
Yep.
He super didn't either.
Right. What is kind of interesting though is that it scares the Death Eaters away the moment they saw it, which again is kind of like one of those big like red flags that I think the first time I think even the first several times I read this book, I didn't even like fully process this piece of information.
Yeah.
Of course I was like a 4th grader, but still, like I don't think it dawned on me completely that like the Death Eaters who were attacking at the Quidditch World Cup weren't just in cahoots with whoever cast the dark mark.
It's a very confusing situation.
It is, yes. Yeah. We will learn that the Robertses are okay, and they're going to be grandly rewarded for their unfortunate role that they had to play inside of the situation. It doesn't actually include that information.
I know, I was like, wait, are they?
No, but we have now included it from our own Super Carlin Brothers canon
That's right, yeah.
perspective. So, yeah, we're all on board for them.
Mm-hmm.
We finally get introduced to the term Death Eaters.
Yes. Which is, it scared the Death Eaters when Harry has to ask about that. It's, who supporters called themselves, said Bill. And it's like, what's interesting is like, this is the first time we've heard the word Death Eater, but by the end of the book, when they all arrive in the graveyard, we're going to know like a big cast of them.
Yes, we are.
And like, we'll learn about all of them like slowly one at a time through various means throughout the book.
Yes.
So
yeah,
it's like really good little like Death Eater world building over that's going to be happening like in the background as we move forward.
That's true. Because I don't think there are many Death Eaters whose names we don't know.
Yeah. Right.
I think we pretty much can name all of them.
Yeah, I think for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of interesting thing we were mentioning earlier with the kind of mob mentalities that maybe more people agree with the Death Eaters but aren't full-blown Death Eaters themselves.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We get a little bit of a reference to Ron bringing up like Draco Malfoy being in the woods, and he as good as told us that his dad was one of those nutters in masks,
Correct.
which is true.
Yep, he was. And then Harry has a just a great question, like, what were they doing levitating muggles? I mean, what was the point? And then Mr. Weasley comes back. The point? Harry, that's their idea of fun. Half the muggle killings back when who was in power were done for fun, which I highlighted and said like, or to fill up a cave.
Yeah, because there's a certain cave full of Inferi that had to be populated from somewhere.
Yep, with like thousands of Inferi.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think, Voldemort's around there collecting some bodies after the fact.
Right. I suppose they had a few drinks tonight and couldn't resist reminding us all that lots of them are still at large. A nice little reunion for them, he finished disgustedly.
Yeah, with an odd amount of support, too.
Yeah.
Not too many people being like, haha, that's hilarious.
Right. Which, I mean, I guess even that almost like is required to make sense when you consider like it seems like the whole wizarding world kind of turns on Harry in Order of the Phoenix. Like, yeah. It's like you kind of have to assume that there are more like sympathizers than you want to think, because otherwise it's like most of the Ministry people we meet up until book 5 seem like largely good people.
Right.
It's like, what about all them? What are they doing?
Right.
They can't possibly be like, yeah, Harry sucks.
Right.
It's like, even during his trial, it seems like a lot of them, like, is it Madam Bones?
Yeah.
Who's kind of like, you can cast a Patronus? That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Like, I'm starting to think you're not such a bad kid.
I'm starting to think.
Yeah.
What do you know? Let's see. And then we have the whole conversation here, which sets up like a very interesting argument to like be worrying about for the rest of the book for the reader. He says, where Bill says, use your brains, Ron. If they really were Death Eaters, they worked very hard to keep out of Azkaban when you know who lost power and told all sorts of lies about him, forcing them to kill and torture people. I bet they'd be even more frightened than the rest of us to see him come back. So Bill gets it, and this is actually exactly Peter's point of view from the last book.
It's Peter's point of view, and it's this is even exactly what Barty Crouch Jr. is going to say later on in the book as well. It's like he's going to say exactly that there's nothing he hates more than a Death Eater who walked free.
Right.
And basically what he's saying is like, you know, like it's super irritating to me that these people got to go out and just like live their lives instead of going and trying to get Voldemort back to power.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Hermione has a line here. It says, were they doing, so whoever conjured it, were they doing it to show support for the Death Eaters or to scare them away? Which is like, it sets up a good mystery, but also it's like, if you're reading this for the first time, it almost seems like, what kind of question is that? Clearly they were showing support for the Death Eaters.
Exactly.
And it's like, you're like, it definitely wasn't to scare them away, but like that actually is what
yes,
it was.
That's what Barty Crouch is doing. He's like, see, I'm a real one. Yeah. You guys down there playing your games and such. No. I'm casting the dark mark.
Right. And then we're also going to get some setup here for Karkaroff and or Snape on the last sentence here to be whoever put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire, although we don't know that mystery is at play yet. Mr. Weasley says, I'd be very surprised if the person who did it hadn't been a Death Eater once, even if they're not now, which is going to just leave just Snape and Karkaroff on the table.
Yes.
As far as we know moving forward.
Right.
Yep. And from that, we're moving towards the end of the chapter here. They go back to the tents, and Harry is wide awake and worried. And then you get the reminder. Sirius is going to kind of bring this up later when they meet him in the cave, but like Harry's sort of like stringing together all of the signs where it's like, just 3 days ago, I felt my scar burning, and now Lord Voldemort's like mark appeared in the sky. Death Eaters are appearing. Like at the Quidditch World Cup, like there's like Bertha, like someone went missing, or Bertha Jorkins is missing. It's like there's one too many bad coincidences happening in a row here.
We're starting to string together a constellation, if you will. Like it's painting a picture, but kind of like one dot at a time.
Right.
Yep, absolutely. But that does, in fact, we get the reminder that we have that letter to Sirius to kind of like look forward to on the horizon. But otherwise, that does bring us to the end of a rather lengthy chapter 9.
I know, a lot of stuff happening.
Yes, indeed. But Jay, before we close out for the day, do we have a review?
We sure do, Ben. It's from EWDXA.
EWDXA, shout out. How's it going?
Yeah, I know. I think this is like an Apple-generated screen name.
Okay.
They say, loving the pod. Hey, brother, I'm a huge Harry Potter fan. I love all your content. I have a question. If a Dementor were to have sucked out someone's soul, then that person put on the locket, could the piece of soul take over the person's body?
So, interesting.
I feel like we've talked about this maybe a little bit before, but like let's assume, like, so at the end of this book, like Barty Crouch Jr. is going to get the Dementor's kiss.
So he's just a husk of a person.
Just a husk of a body.
So technically alive.
Technically alive, no soul. So could the soul, like from a Horcrux, like the locket or the diary or something, like flit in him and just like animate his body?
I think so.
I'm inclined to think yes.
Because, I mean, how would it be terribly different from what's happening with the diary itself?
I mean, that's exactly it.
Like,
I mean, yeah.
I mean, in that particular instance, like Ginny is like putting so much of like her trust and, you know, heart and soul into the diary, which is sort of like what builds the linked bridge, if you will. But like in the moments that Ginny can't remember, like it's like she is not at the steering wheel of Ginny Weasley anymore.
Yeah, I guess it's a little different from the diary. Well, because like what he's stealing from her. So we always think of it as like you've got your soul, and then you've got like the life force.
Yes,
like the thing keeping you alive. And so like the diary has a soul because that's what makes it a Horcrux. What it doesn't have is a life force. So what it's stealing from Ginny is that.
Yes.
So Ginny will end up dead, and that is what will keep that Tom Riddle alive.
Correct. Yeah. And so like what he's really but I'm talking more about like when she's like writing with the blood on the walls and that type of thing. Like in those moments, Ginny has no idea what's going on.
Yeah, she's like effectively a Horcrux.
She's effectively a Horcrux. Yeah. Like I think that like her soul has almost been like pushed aside or, knocked unconscious, so to speak, or something of the sort. Like she's like waking up and she's like, there's feathers all over me. I don't know what's going on. Like, there's blood on my hands. This is scary. Yeah. People are being attacked, Tom. I don't know what I'm doing, Tom. Tom, help me, Tom.
Right.
I think that's how that line of phrasing from Tom Riddle goes because he's being such a jerk and whatever. But yeah, so I don't see any reason why this wouldn't be the case because it even feels like when like Ron in particular is wearing it, it seems like the Horcrux is not fully winning. Like it's not like the Horcrux is able to like take over Ron, but it's really putting up a fight.
Yeah, it's like putting really negative thoughts in his brain.
Right.
So I do think it could like get inside him, like animate the body. Although bear in mind that wouldn't make that person Voldemort. That person is still a Horcrux.
Correct.
Right? I mean, they're probably still pretty terrible and very evil and quite dangerous.
That's probably where the Diary Horcrux in particular is so unique in nature because it has so much more of like Tom Riddle inside of it. Like it's so much more specifically weaponized because even then, if you compare the ring to the locket, like putting the locket on causes a lot of like negative side effects by way of the Horcrux, but like it doesn't do the same thing as like the ring, which curses you.
Which just kills you basically.
It just kills you. So then, I mean, it brings to life a very interesting question. Like if you were to place like the diadem, which would already be infused with like this power to like make you more intelligent, if it wouldn't have a greater capacity. Like I think the diadem could potentially be even more dangerous than the locket because of the already known existing power of the diadem.
Right.
So it might even be more effective at this exact objective.
It might. The other thing about the locket too, like the reason it might not kill you to put it on is because like Voldemort in his own arrogance assumes that the only way to claim the locket is by drinking the potion.
Okay.
Right, which is true.
Yeah.
But he also sets it up so that only one person can make it to the lake.
Right.
In his mind, in terms of magical power, which like doesn't register Harry, which is so dumb.
Yeah. Not so smart.
Arrogance again on Voldemort's part. That's always his worst enemy, more than Harry.
Right.
So like in his mind, he's going to be able to like the locket doesn't need to kill you because the whole point is that he'll show up and question the person who drank the potion, who will be so weakened from the potion that he'll just kill them.
Exactly. Right. And probably learn enough information in the process to then also take down anybody who could be helping that person.
Exactly. So like the locket doesn't need to kill you because he wants to find out who got through his defenses.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Because that's a glaring hole at that point in time.
Right.
Which I guess he's willing enough to acknowledge that maybe he could have had a hole in his defenses, which it does feel like a rare piece of foresight on his behalf.
Yeah.
But either which way. Great question though. Very, very interesting. It's always fascinating when we deal with that like sort of life force, soul, kind of counterbalance situation where it's like which one is doing what and which one is where, because the idea of living without a soul is also so strange because it's like while you're not technically dead, you certainly can't live for very long because all of your motivations would be hard stopped.
Yeah, just be like gone.
Right. Like you would almost need like a feeding tube or something similar because otherwise you're not going to have any like even like hunger shouldn't drive you to eating because you are not like living for any reason.
Well, I think you could still like eat and stuff.
I think you could. The question is, would you?
I think you probably would.
You would. Okay.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, this is a different franchise and stuff, but I kind of imagine it. Well, I don't know. I feel like it's probably worse than Harry Potter, but like if you watch like the movie Soul, like when they save the guy with the lost soul, like the stockbroker guy, and he like jumps back in, like that guy is still like going to work and going through the motions and doing things,
right?
And then once his soul comes back, he's like gives his life purpose again.
True.
Well, not purpose. I guess that's a whole thing in that movie.
Yeah,
but like
we don't hand out purposes here.
We don't hand out purposes. What you gave that idea? So I do too.
we're so off the path. Anyway, as a reminder, guys, if you would like to get early access to any future episodes of Through the Griffin Door, or even better yet, listen ad-free, you can do so by heading on over to patreon.com/throughthegriffindor. And if you sign up for the annual membership, then we will actually send you one of our marked up pages from our copies here that we have for the official show, which is really cool. And we sign every single page for you. So it will also be signed in addition to having any other adornments that particular page had. And I just got to tell you that, by this point in Goblet of Fire and in Prisoner of Azkaban, I mean, every single page of my book is just bleeding with ink.
I know. The later books, I feel like I mark up way more significantly than I did Philosopher's Stone.
I think it's because, and we've talked about this, our episodes are getting increasingly longer, even when the chapters aren't necessarily longer. Of course, we're creeping up on 2 hours right now.
I know.
But I think we're just getting better at the dissection process as the show continues. So there just ends up being more and more stuff. It's oh yeah, that's worth bringing up. So hopefully you guys don't mind the additional length, but I think otherwise that will be doing it for us here today.
I think it will. Make sure you tune in next week for Chapter 10, Mayhem at the Ministry, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.